Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Lost the Leaf Village in War and Fought Again to Win It movie. Before we start, please go support Jackkal for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. A war over, new goals for our protagonist, and a new enemy looming over the entire continent to subjugate it. Will he be able to fulfill his duty as an Uzumaki and recover all that was once lost? Uzu Prologue. Uzu Prologue. It was all over now. The Fourth Shinobi World War had come to an end with Obaido's redemption, the fall of Madara Uchiha, and the sealing of the goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki. What had once been a beautiful, lush forest was now a wasteland filled with smoking craters, devoid of any trace of life. The giant tree that had plunged all the shinobi and the population of all the elemental regions into a deep sleep had become a withered remnant, slowly crumbling to pieces. Naruto, who stood as the great hero of the small shinobi world, one of his most cherished ambitions since childhood, couldn't fully enjoy the moment. He was more concerned with the behavior of his newly recovered friend, Saki Uchiha. They had fought in a final battle, the ultimate climax of their struggle to impose their vision of life, of the shinobi way of light and darkness, a struggle that had led them to utter exhaustion, each losing an arm during the process. He was certainly surprised that she recognized him, smiled at him, and cried when he reaffirmed his commitment to her as her friend. Sakura and her sensei helped them to their feet and tend to their wounds. Naruto felt very good. He had relieved a great weight that had been on his shoulders since he was 12 years old, having fulfilled almost all his promises except the one that remained, to become Hokage. This promise, which he didn't know would begin to waver in the months following this horrible war event, had been rekindled in him during his fight with Madara alongside Hashirama and the other Hokage. His interest in his clan had been awakened, in people like Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife, or his own mother. He had discovered that he was related to the Senju, and learned about the great influence that the village of Uzu had had decades ago before being destroyed by other villages. Anyone would have felt resentment upon learning that their family had been nearly wiped out by those who were now their allies, and who, ironically, were now hailing him as a hero, driven by a fervor of respect honestly earned by the Fox Boy, a respect that resided in the hearts of all those who had wholeheartedly embraced the same cause. But the peace that had been so painstakingly built, it had to last, to take root and strengthen. The hatred between the villages had to dissipate, and he must not forge a new link in the chain of hatred that had finally been broken thanks to everyone. The return to Konoha was bittersweet. The celebration of victory was overshadowed by prayer and sorrow for all the souls who had departed in the conflict. The fifth Hokage had declared a week of mourning for the fallen heroes. The celebration had to wait out of respect for the families and friends of the dead. Saki, for her part, was provisionally imprisoned for her crimes. The mitigating circumstance of her cooperation was overshadowed by her confession about how she and Naruto lost one of their arms. The council considered it a new act of betrayal against the Prince of Konoha. Oh yes. Those who once hated, oppressed, and wished a miserable fate upon the Kyuubi boy now idolized him as a nobleman. Naruto acted as a witness in the Uchiha trial, and to the surprise of all the clans, he testified in favor of Saki, arguing that the fight had been necessary to expel all the evil and resentment from her heart, and that otherwise everything would have culminated in more betrayals, more deaths, more hatred, more pain. Given these words, the prince's influence, and the power he had demonstrated in battle, the entire council decided to punish Saki with a light sentence. A brief period of imprisonment, probation, and a review of her intentions from now on. Several weeks later, Naruto had requested a meeting with the council. Tsunade granted it without problems or obstacles, although with great curiosity. Naruto cited personal reasons for the request, and the fifth homie understood that he would not tell her anything more. Hours later, the blonde boy stood before the entire council, who were all expectant. Tsunade, Naruto Uzumaki, what is the reason for your request to the council? The blonde boy who was in front of the semicircular table took a step forward. Naruto, I would like to make a couple of requests to the honorable name/title. Those addressed looked at each other, pleased by the respect with which the boy spoke, worthy of a prince. As you all know, I am the son of the fourth Hokage and the last Uzumaki who claimed to be. That is why I would like to be given my inheritance as the sole heir, and also being of legal age. My right is on record. Murmurs were heard in the room, however there was no argument to oppose it. Koharu, Uzumaki Dono, you know very well that accessing your inheritance is entirely legitimate, but it also grants you a series of responsibilities that you must fulfill. There were still a few whispers among the honorable, although most of the council were evaluating the boy, waiting for some gesture that would show a lack of composure or seriousness. Hamura, by taking possession of the inheritance, the responsibility for the Uzumaki clan will fall upon your shoulders. As its leader, you will have a seat at this table and a responsibility as a member of the council, and well, since you are the only living Uzumaki, Karin died in the war along with the other members of Taka. You must restore your clan, you know. Polygamy. Tsunade looked at the boy with concern. She didn't see him as a man who could have more than one woman. Tsunade, Naruto, if you want, you can choose not to enter the clan restoration program. The blonde looked at her, understanding the old woman's point of view, a point he shared almost entirely. Naruto, for now I wish to accept the inheritance, the responsibility as clan leader, and regarding the program I will reserve my answer for later. I am not a man of many women, so I wish to reflect on the consequences of accepting this commitment. Again, a murmur filled the council room as the Uzumaki awaited its conclusion. Shikaku Nara raised his arm to request a turn to speak. Shikaku Uzumaki-san, you should know that as clan leader, many of those present here will begin negotiations with you to agree on mutual benefits, and many of them may include political marriages. The blonde did not lose his composure or calm. He had prepared everything for a week with Kurama's help. Naruto, I'm aware of that. I've been preparing this meeting carefully so my positions won't change. I hope you'll respect my decisions. After a few moments of exchanging opinions and assessments among the council members, Naruto got everything he asked for. Upon leaving the building, he encountered his team, who had learned from him that he was going to meet with the council about an important matter. They greeted him with interest in knowing why the blonde man had asked the council to pay attention to him. Kakashi, Naruto, how did the meeting go? You didn't take long. The boy smiled at his sensei's interest, although he could see a little curiosity on everyone's faces. Naruto, well, I wanted to claim what belongs to me, so I can only say that I succeeded. Everyone looked at him strangely. They didn't know what he had been able to claim from the Venerable One, and much to his dismay, curiosity increased with virulence inside him. Sakura, tell me already, I can't stand so much secrecy. Making the blonde boy smile, and everyone else except Saki, who was serious, she had already been released and was under strict surveillance by Yamato and Kakashi. Naruto, I claimed my parents' inheritance. Since everyone already knows me as the son of the fourth Hokage, I have no reason to refuse it. And well, as expected, from now on I will act as clan leader. Everyone was stunned by that last part. It's not every day that a boy you met as an outcast ends up as a clan leader. Kakashi, so your parents' inheritance, what is it? Naruto smiled at his teacher's curiosity. It was something you didn't see every day. Naruto, well, I don't know yet. I sent a clone to get the things. I suppose it will arrive shortly. He had to mention it for it to happen. A clone of the boy fell from the sky with a bag with the Namikaze and Uzumaki symbols. Naruto took them. The clone also extended a key to the blonde and an envelope with documents before vanishing. Sakura, and that key. Naruto, it seems my father had bought some land to settle down with other clans. I'm sure he would have had many little brothers and sisters. He blushed slightly, as did the others except Saki. It's a shame everything happened that way. His expression reflected a touch of sadness as he thought of a large family, in which he would have grown up as the eldest brother. It would have been worth living. I don't want to get nostalgic. Let's go see what they bought and we'll see the rest there. After a short walk. Before them lay a rather large complex. It was incredible that it was in such good condition. It wasn't old though, since after Pain's destruction everything had been rebuilt exactly as it had been before. The group entered the main house. It wasn't very clean, lots of dust, a musty smell, cobwebs, but nothing that couldn't be fixed with a day of meticulous cleaning. The living room was enormous, at least it had been furnished during the reconstruction. Well furnished, a large table, a couple of long bookshelves, and a few cushions to sit on. It was something. Naruto, well, let's see what my parents left me as an inheritance, placing the bag on the table to the anticipation of everyone present. Uzu Chapter 1. Everyone was expectant. Naruto took out a bluish scroll with the Namikaze symbol, opened it, observing several blood seals. The young man bit his thumb, activating the seals and releasing the contents of the Namikaze scroll. Naruto, let's see. Picking up the papers that had emerged him, this is a monetary document from the Leaf Bank. He looked at it closely, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy shit. I'm rich. Sakura, let's see. You're very impressionable. Naruto, for a couple thousand. How many zeros are on this check? With the same face as the blonde boy. Kakashi. Here's more. Minato-sensei left you land worth thousands of yen in Kyusa, and here's another one with the leaf seal. Naruto rubbed his hands together, happy and impatient, put his hand in the bag and took out another bluish scroll with the Namikaze seal on it. Again the same operation, and to the boys' surprise a bunch of three-pronged kunai with a seal wrapped around their handles and 2 scrolls. Kakashi, seeing the kunai that sensei used, I have no doubt that one of those rolls is the Flying Thunder God technique and the other might be wind release techniques. With his one visible eye closed, a sign that he was smiling at his student. Naruto, awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. Naruto put the items back into the scroll. Let's see what else is here. Taking another scroll, this time a red one with the Uzumaki seal on it. Let's see, this one belongs to my mother. The scroll revealed a much larger one. Kakashi and Yamato's eyes widened in astonishment at what appeared to be the hidden scroll of a ninja village. Yamato, Kakashi-senpai, that's a scroll like the one in Konoha. The silver-haired man who had his gaze fixed on the scroll nodded slightly with seriousness, knowing what that meant for his student. What he was about to discover was not going to be to his liking. Naruto smiled contentedly at his acquisition. It's not every day you inherit a hidden scroll containing all the techniques of a ninja village. He proceeded to pull the last scroll from the bag, another Uzumaki scroll. Once again, its contents were released thanks to the boy's blood. Before him emerged documents, letters, a rather strange world map covering far more than just the elemental regions, and to everyone's surprise, a grayish-blue plate armor along with a headband bearing a swirl symbol. Naruto, so this was the standard uniform of my family's village. Everyone looked at him in surprise. And this map here's Konoha, Kiri, Suna, and Uzu. The Uzumaki village. Sakura took the map from the blonde boy's hands to look at it. Sakura. These are the 5 elemental nations, but there are even more regions I've never seen, not even at the academy, and this one here, it's marked with a spiral like the one on the scroll. What is it? Kakashi took the map from his student to look at it himself. Kakashi, without a doubt, it's Uzumaki. The younger ones, except for Naruto, looked at him in confusion. They had never heard of that place. Naruto, Uzumaki is the place where my family settled decades ago. They built a great village that in a short time possessed overwhelming power and influence. It generated many enemies over time and was destroyed in a great war that would precede the Third Great Shinobi War. Sakura, Saki, and Sai were impressed by that. Sakura, and is there anything left of her? Naruto made a sad face. Naruto, only ruins and death. What little could be salvaged from it is now in my hands, and I intend to master my clan's techniques to ensure their survival and my descendants. Sakura blushed at those words, and well, Saki felt curious. It seemed her friend was now also seeking to revive his clan, a mutual goal. Kakashi, I suppose you'll want to organize everything. I'll come by tomorrow to see. The former Sharigan ninja stood up from his seat, followed by Yamato. Yamato, don't get too obsessed and take it easy. With a slight smile shared with his senpai and his blonde subordinate, no matter how much he told him not to take it so eagerly, he couldn't help but want to start studying the contents of the scrolls and increase his level. The group left the new Uzumaki residence, and Naruto couldn't contain himself. With a hand seal, he created a good number of clones, enough to perform a good number of tasks and chores. Naruto, a few of us will study the scrolls, another group has to go buy furniture with the inheritance money. By tomorrow, everything has to be in place and gleaming, worthy of our clan. The clones nodded with a shout of encouragement to all the work they had ahead of them. The original went to the living room with a large group of clones, opened the sliding door that led to a green, though very neglected, garden. Naruto, and with this scene we can't concentrate properly. More clones appeared in puffs of smoke. Clean the garden, pull up the weeds. A new shout of motivation came from the clones. Naruto closed the sliding door and began distributing scrolls to groups. You guys will take care of the sealing techniques, you guys of the wind techniques. I'll take care of the flying thunder god technique. Today will be theory. Tomorrow we'll start practicing. Days later, Kakashi decided to go to his disciple's residence, at Sakura's request, and also because Saki had told him that the Dobi wouldn't leave his house even if he challenged him to a fight. The silver-haired jounin knew his student was enjoying his inheritance, like a child with new toys after Christmas. He entered the Uzumaki compound, surprised to see that both the gardens and the building itself were in better condition than ever. He knocked on the door, and after several seconds it opened to reveal a blonde man dressed in a black yukata with 2 gray swirls embroidered on the lapels. Naruto, oh sensei, what a pleasant visit, please come in and don't just stand at the door. The jounin looked at him as if he had seen a monster of epic proportions. Kakashi, are you all right? Where's the real Naruto? The blonde's laughter echoed throughout the mansion. They both entered the living room, now furnished in a Japanese style, elegant but cozy. They both took a seat at the table that the entire team occupied 7 days ago. Naruto, I guess Sakura told you I was acting weird and that's why you came. Headache rubbed the back of his neck, being discovered right away. Kakashi, well, not only her, Saki also told me that you were acting strange and that I should get you out of this pigsty. Although I have to say that everything is perfect, house, gardens, interior, clothing, and protocol, you are taking it very seriously. Naruto, well, 2 days ago, Granny Tsunade came with some documents outlining the protocols, duties, and rights of a clan leader. Honestly, I'm taking all of this very seriously. Maybe I'm overdoing it, but now I have a new goal. I had my doubts about it a couple of weeks ago, but after reading the files and documents my mother left in her will and the contents of the hidden Uzu scroll, I've decided to restore honor and life to the Uzumaki clan. My mother wanted that, and you know it well, sensei. Kakashi nodded seriously. He hadn't expected all this. Honestly, he expected his student to enthusiastically embrace the techniques and at most, the money and documents from his parents and then keep everything related to his clan with suspicion or simply leave it as something from the past. Once again, he had surprised him beyond measure. Kakashi, well, I'm speechless. I didn't expect you to take this so seriously, but it's comforting. Kushina-sama and Minato-sensei would be proud of you. I'm happy for your new goal, but what will happen to your dream of becoming Hokage? Naruto sighed, his right hand began to tap nervously on the table, as if searching for the right words to explain to his sensei his new vision regarding the position he had always aspired to since childhood. Naruto-sensei, you know very well that I used to loudly proclaim to become Hokage in order to be recognized, and I continued to think that way until Itachi Uchiha opened my eyes. Kakashi looked at him with interest. Kakashi, did you meet him when Kabuto revived him? The Uzumaki nodded calmly and with a solemn air. Naruto, before he disappeared, he said some words to me that changed me. Personally, I'm grateful for the vision he shared with me before leaving. If you're wondering what he said, he talked about my dream of becoming Hokage. He knew I wanted to be Hokage to gain the recognition of the entire village, but what he said made me rethink everything. Kakashi, I know what you mean. I knew Itachi for years. I wouldn't happen to tell you that a Hokage isn't appointed to be recognized by his village. He's appointed when the village has already recognized him. Naruto smiled slightly, nodding at his teacher's words. Naruto, after this horrible war we've lived through, I've been recognized for my feats and bravery. Those who looked at me as a monster, a weapon, or a mediocre shinobi now believe in me. I feel good about that. It's what I always wanted. But about the Hokage position, I feel I aspired to that position with a selfish goal, to be recognized for holding it. I don't feel I have the moral strength to accept the position if it were offered to me. Kakashi took a deep breath, arms crossed. In his mind, he remembered the boy as a child, with his eternal smile and his voice bathed in strength and absolute belief in his bright future. Kakashi, Naruto, I'm your teacher. I've known you since you were little. I've seen you fight in many battles, many of them impossible for me, and I've always seen in you the protection of the weak and all those you care about, just like a cage would. You have the power, the respect, and the influence to assume the position without anyone opposing you, but I understand your doubts. However, I have to tell you that your father, my sensei, expected the best from you, that above all you would be a hero who watched over the weak in the village, and you've always done so. He's very proud of you, and I'm even more so as your sensei and friend. Naruto had to hold back the urge to shed a few tears at the words of his Jounin mentor. Naruto, sensei, I truly appreciate your words. However, I now have many doubts in my mind, too many to accept a position with such political significance for the village and the world. Kakashi looked at him strangely, doubting again that the man in front of him was his student. Kakashi, I never thought I'd hear you reflecting on whether you should apply for the position of Kage. I always thought that at a time like this you'd be waiting for Tsunade-sama to abdicate in your favor. What's going through your mind that makes you consider refusing the position? Naruto smiled a little sadly as he remembered what had been eating away at his brain these last few days of home confinement. The best thing would be to open up to his sensei. Naruto, where to begin? Do you remember the letters and documents my mother kept, the ones we saw when I showed you my inheritance? The Jounin nodded with a slight hint of impatience. You see, those letters contain the history of the village of Uzu, from great political feats like the treaty with Konoha to stories and dreams written by the first Uzuage himself, continued by his successor, and sadly those of the third Uzuage which remain unfinished. In all of them, the will of the people of Uzu, my family, to bring peace to this world is extolled. Kakashi will be proud that you achieved what they so desired and longed for. Peace is a very real fact, and it's thanks to you and all of us. Naruto smiled as he stared at the wooden table as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Naruto, I've fulfilled that part. However, there's another one I must do in remembrance of my family and the village of Uzu. Kakashi, restore the Uzumaki clan right. Naruto looked at him, unsurprised by his sensei's foresight. Naruto, exactly, I know that entails numerous sacrifices on my part, one of them being my own idiosyncrasies regarding marriage. I'm not a womanizer. I'm not like the Erosanin. For me, the right thing would be a wife, but that's not how you revive a clan. Kakashi, well, the council will offer you arranged marriages. Naruto, I won't accept them marriages without love, just for pax and self-interest. Shaking his head in frustration, Kakashi agreed. Kakashi sighed wearily. Although he could offer his student help in the form of advice and his own opinions, he couldn't do much more. In the end, the last word belonged to the last Uzumaki as far as anyone knew. Naruto, sensei, I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart for caring about me and giving me your very wise opinion. Smiling at his teacher, Kakashi returned the smile. Kakashi, well, I'll go get lost out there, you know what I mean, the path of life and Jiraiya-sama's book, I don't need anything else. Naruto laughed at his mentor's explanations, got up from the table and with an amused gesture accompanied him to the door of his house. Before saying goodbye, he gave the gray-haired man a hug, emphasizing his gratitude to his mentor. Naruto, thanks again, you'll be welcome at my house whenever you want to stop by. Kakashi nodded slightly, smiling, and left the mansion with the goal of getting lost in his literary perversions, or rather, his more than questionable literary perversions. Naruto sighed thoughtfully at his master's words and walked inside his house. He went out into the garden to breathe the fresh air. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, and he smelled the pleasant aroma of the grass dampened by the rain that had fallen moments before. His attention focused on the sky. He closed his eyes and the whirlwind came to mind. To restore the clan's splendor, he walked back inside his residence and entered the dojo, a large room with several shelves for weapons, many empty, others containing scrolls written by his shadow clones. Each scroll contained an Uzumaki technique. Honestly, Naruto thought the room looked better this way. However, his attention stopped on a mannequin, more precisely on the armor placed on it. He approached lightly until he was right in front of it. He stroked the metal that covered the mannequin's abdomen, feeling its smoothness on his fingertips. That meant it was new and without any defects. His gaze shifted to the protector with the Uzu symbol, and again he ran his fingers over the cold metal, feeling the reliefs of the symbol carved into it. Naruto. It's beautiful. I think wearing it to clan gatherings will not only be a tribute to my family, it will also make me feel closer to them. Kurama, Naruto, you're very melancholic, and whiny. You're making me feel unwell. Rolling in the grass that filled the mental landscape created by his container. I think you should go for a walk, maybe meet up with one of the females on your team. You're becoming a boring guy. Naruto, man. Kurama, I thought you were dead or something, with a slight smile on his face as he witnessed his clan's attire for a few more moments. Kurama, stretching and opening his enormous jaws, you look like an emo. Seriously, you're depressing me. Go for a walk. Naruto, okay, anything to keep you from bothering me. The young man left the dojo and went upstairs to freshen up. Kurama, do you think I should wear my old clothes or should I dress more elegantly? The enormous fox looked at him with boredom. Kurama, sometimes I think you have sawdust for brains. You're a clan leader, heir to the village hero, a hero in your own right, a favorite for the position of Kage. I think that having said all this, you can't dress like an outcast. Naruto smiled as he stifled a small laugh, took out a black yukata with decorative clouds printed in a dark gray that harmonized perfectly with the base black of the garment, calmly undressed and folded the clothes he was wearing to put on the new one. 15 minutes later, he left his residence fully dressed. Walking through Konoha was a new experience for him. Rumors of his status as clan leader had spread like wildfire throughout the Land of Fire, even the neighboring regions. This, combined with his appearance and the commanding presence he exuded with every step, attracted the attention of both shinobi and civilians. Naruto had to walk slowly due to the number of greetings and conversations he had to attend to. He even had to sign autographs for several kunoichi. However, he felt quite content with his current situation. His fame was well-deserved, and he had to admit that he enjoyed being the center of attention. He walked for a few more minutes until he ran into Team Ino, Shika, and Cho, who appeared to be returning from a mission. Ino, and Naruto, is that you? Calling the attention of his two companions, the blonde slowly approached, greeting them politely. Naruto, hello, I see you're returning from a mission. Did everything go well? The three shinobi were a little taken aback by the impression the blonde boy in front of them gave them. Shikamaru, look at you now. Naruto, a little surprised but with his usual bored expression. Are you coming to or going to a meeting? Naruto. No, it's just that I decided to adjust my attire. You know, protocol matters, clan leader obligations, thinking so much about how I should act, what I have to say, how I have to dress has overwhelmed my head, and I went out for a walk to clear my thoughts. Part of what he said was true, another part was more of an exaggeration to give more importance to the reasons for his going out into the street. His three friends looked at him sadly, understanding even if only a thousandth part of what the Uzumaki was going through. Naruto, I think it would be nice if we could all get together tonight to talk and celebrate your success. Naruto looked at her with little enthusiasm. Believe me, it'll help you relieve some stress. You come to Chaoji's restaurant, eat something, have a few drinks with your friends, tell us what you think about everything that's happened since the war ended, and you'll also release tension and socialize a bit, which you need. Shikamaru, don't you think you've gone a little too far? You're very troublesome when you get like this, lighting a cigarette with the same bored expression that had accompanied him all his life. The blonde puffed out her cheeks from the annoyance that the lazy ponytail guy sometimes, almost always, caused her. I didn't say anything bad. I'm just worried that we all have strong bonds, all of us from our generation. Shikamaru, you're too lazy to understand me, with feigned sadness. Shikamaru, I'll do whatever you want. This is very troublesome. Smoking his cigarette, sometimes it seemed to be the only thing he did with interest, well apart from sleeping and looking at the clouds. Chaoji, we can have the meeting in the VIP room of my family restaurant. It's spacious and no one will bother us. Eager to eat and eat until he bursts, even if it's in his own business. Perfect, Chaoji. That's how you help a teammate, Shikamaru. The person addressed shrugged slightly with a bored expression as he finished his cigarette. Naruto, go to Chaoji's restaurant in about 2 hours, at 10 o'clock at night, don't be late, okay. Without another word, the blonde ran off, dragging the two boys along. Naruto stared at them with a huge bead of sweat on his temple. He spent the remaining 2 hours before the meeting taking a long, leisurely stroll through the village, receiving greetings and thanks from a huge number of people. So many, in fact, that Uzumaki had to take several detours to avoid the busiest streets. At 5 minutes to 10, the blonde shinobi arrived at the entrance of the Akimichi restaurant, bumping into many acquaintances he hadn't seen in a couple of weeks. The surprise of those who saw him was immense, as if he weren't the Naruto they were expecting. Uzu Chapter 2. The surprise was universal as they watched him approach, slowly, oblivious to being the center of attention for all his friends. Upon reaching them, he smiled, his usual smile. A keen observer might have thought of this pathetic gesture that the young Uzumaki was trying to appear the same as always, with no changes beyond his clothes and mannerisms, but the truth is, anyone who had known him for years would have seen a very different person at that moment. Naruto, hello everyone. Greeting each one of those present, Teams 7, 8, 9, and Team Guy along with their senseis except for Asuma, Kurenai, and Neji for obvious reasons. The two men were dead, one in the war and the other a long time ago, while Kurenai had just been discharged from the hospital after giving birth to a beautiful girl. Lee, Naruto-kun, you burn with an unstoppable fire that extinguishes ours. Crying, it's not known if from joy, rage, or envy, all this seconded by Gaizensei to the shame of the others present. Kiba, seriously though, you look too good, little fox. With a hint of envy in his voice, this was clearly because his teammate Hinata Hyuga was as red as a ripe tomato with her eyes fixed on the last Uzumaki. Naruto, hehe, thanks doggy. Returning his friend's teasing, the others also complimented his appearance, some more enthusiastically than others. However, it was the girls who, for one reason or another, remained silent, watching him with interest. The impromptu gathering outside the restaurant ended with Chaoji leaving, inviting them to follow him to the dining room. Dinner was very pleasant. The boys chatted animatedly among themselves. The sake began to flow freely, while with each sip Lee's witty remarks and Shikamaru's gestures became funnier. 45 minutes later, the stories about each of their battles began, some more true than others. While the girls also let themselves be carried away by the effects of the liquor, some more than others, starting with small gossip until they ended up challenging each other to eat the blonde. 2 hours later, everyone left the restaurant, most too drunk to say a proper goodbye. Ino took a nearly unconscious Sakura home, Lee and Guy did the same with Tent, while Kiba and Shino took a passed-out Hinata home. Naruto, who had drunk but not enough to be incapacitated, decided to walk home slowly. Luckily, at that time of night, the streets of Konoha were deserted, dimly lit by streetlights and the moon, which majestically presided over the night sky. The blonde hid his hands in the sleeves of his yukata, walking without flinching. He walked at a leisurely pace for another 5 minutes until he stopped abruptly and with a swift movement turned around, drawing a tanto, a short sword used by Anbu. Naruto, it's you, sighing in relief that he hadn't attacked without thinking. If he had had a few more drinks, he would have decapitated the person behind him. Saki, Didobe seemed always on guard. The Uchiha was very drunk. It was noticeable by how difficult it was for her to string words together. She was also very red from the alcohol. Naruto, Saki, I almost cut your head off. Luckily, I'm not too drunk, sighing and removing the blade from the woman's delicate neck. What's wrong? Do you need me to walk you home? Placing his hand on her forehead, to the boy's surprise, it was burning hot, quite the opposite for Saki, who felt the cold touch of her blonde companion on her skin. Saki, Dobe, I'm not feeling very well. Despite being very drunk, she had managed to follow him silently and hidden for a while, quite an achievement given her current condition. Can I go to your house? Naruto, Yais, don't worry, I have plenty of rooms and clothes too. When we get there, take a shower to relax. The brunette nodded silently and walked to his left without leaving his side. After 15 minutes of walking in rather awkward silence, they arrived at the enormous complex that housed the Uzumaki. The blonde politely opened the door and invited the Uchiha in. Slowly they took off their shoes and walked upstairs. Naruto led her to a room where he brought out a bathrobe and pajamas that were much too big for her. I'm sorry, but I don't have any smaller clothes. Please forgive me for this. His lips were closed by the girl who had grabbed the lapels of his yukata. Dazed by the taste of his friend's mouth, a mixture of sake and strawberry, Sake Wait were a little tipsy, nervous, and terribly excited. Lemon skipped. The next morning, a strong morning chill coming from one of the open windows of the room ended his peaceful sleep. He regained consciousness with a slight headache and a bit of bewilderment, but everything was overshadowed when he felt a weight on him. When his vision cleared and he distinguished the black of the hair that rested on his abdomen, he had a microinfarction. Naruto POV, damn, what have I done? Don't tell me I slept with her and it wasn't a dream. The boy tried to breathe calmly so that she wouldn't notice that he was awake. However, his accelerated heart rate betrayed him, waking the girl who was sleeping on top of him. Saki, oh god, what a headache, but what? The girl lifted her head in fright, realizing what position she was in and who she was with. D-dobe. Don't look at me, she jumped off the blonde boy, curling up in a ball with the blankets. Naruto, wait Saki, I'm naked too. All the heat in his body vanished instantly. Without a doubt, the mornings were very harsh in Konoha's winter. Kami, it's so cold. The young man jumped up and ran to put on something to cover himself and not lose what little warmth he had left. Saki, what happened last night? Dobi looking very seriously at the boy who entered the room very scared, dressed in dark beige pajamas. Naruto, I don't know Saki, it all happened so fast. I only remember meeting you halfway here and ending up here. This isn't even my room. The girl glared at him threateningly with her sharing. Saki, if what you told me is a lie, the three Tomo transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharigan, giving the girl a terrifying appearance. I intend to make you live through an eternal hell. The Uzumaki nodded as a chill, comparable to a knife's edge, slowly ran down his spine. Now get out of here, I'm going to get dressed and don't even think about looking. Naruto, yes ma'am. In 2 seconds the boy left the room terrified. Saki slowly got out of bed, looked at herself in the mirror, noticing small pricks of pleasure in her lower belly, placed her hand on it and sighed tiredly. Saki, thank goodness I at least managed to shut down my ovaries before I completely lost my mind. She picked up her clothes, which were scattered on the floor next to the blondes, and slowly dressed. She couldn't help but try to remember what happened last night, but everything was blurry. A few kisses, caresses, pleasure, but little else. Damn it, Dobi, why didn't you stop me, you idiot? The Uchiha left the room with a sour look on her face. She thought she'd find the Dobi waiting for her just on the other side, but he wasn't there. An enticing scent ended her reverie. It was coming from downstairs. Without dwelling on where Naruto was, she went down to see where that exquisite aroma was coming from. Naruto, oh, you're out already? I made breakfast. I thought you'd be hungry, and since you were taking so long to come out, well, I made something. The brunette didn't make a sound. She sat at the kitchen table watching stoically as the boy and 2 of his clones prepared everything. I know you don't like sweets, so I made coffee and some savory rolls. Toasted bread with oil and salt that is combined with vegetables or meat. Saki, the girl, tasted a little of the bun. Naruto watched her expectantly with sweat falling from his forehead. Luckily for him, it seemed that she liked it because the woman continued eating the bun without complaining. Naruto, about what happened last night, he was a little afraid to bring it up. Well, sometimes alcohol makes us make mistakes or do stupid things. Saki took a sip of her coffee while listening to the boy. Saki, why didn't you stop me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, not understanding what the brunette meant. Why didn't you stop me when I kissed you? You knew I was drunk. Naruto, I had been drinking too. Saki fixed her dark gaze on him. Naruto felt deeply intimidated by those eyes as black as the void of space. I was also blinded by your lips. Saki looked at him, interested in this last part. You know, ever since we were children and I saw you at the academy, I liked you. At first, you just seemed like another pretty girl. But when I found out what happened to your family, what happened that night, I felt an enormous pain in my chest. Seeing you alone, sad so much like me, I was afraid of seeing you become a vengeful person who would end up self-destructing. Searching for the one responsible for your pain, I couldn't allow that. I tried to make you see things differently. To show you that you can turn the page and be happy, but you left. And I couldn't bring you back. It hurt so much to fall for you. Clenching his fist and frowning as he sat down at the table across from her, Saki stared at him without making a single gesture. And it wasn't because I was defeated, it was because I couldn't bring you back with me when I woke up in the hospital, completely bandaged. I couldn't tell the Erosanin that what hurt the most was my heart. I had to wait a few years, training until I collapsed. To realize that it wasn't just me, a friendship bound us. And the day we met again in Orochimaru's hideout, I felt useless again. When I saw you escape once more, just like in our battle after you killed that bastard Danzo, and finally our last fight after Kaguya, luckily, I won and I was able to get you back. I was brave enough to face you many times. But I wasn't brave enough to tell you that I've liked you since I first saw you. Since I first fought you, since I first felt your sadness. Naruto sighed, his gaze fixed on the table. He noticed his throat drying out and beginning to hurt. His lip trembled uncontrollably, and the stinging that preceded tears bothered his eyes. Not knowing what to do and hesitating about whether he should do it or not, he looked up in surprise. Saki, the Uchiha, had her hands intertwined, hiding the lower half of her face. What surprised the blonde the most was seeing her beautiful eyes reddened, not from the use of the Mangekyo Sharigan, but from the tears that flowed from them. Naruto saw Saki eye very surprised by how the brunette was. Saki, not a word. Dobi trying to sound serious. Is what you said true? Naruto, from the first letter to the last, I'm no longer a coward who hides his feelings. I love you, Saki Uchiha. The girl felt her heart race at those words, a feeling of warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. But as you know, we're both involved in the clan restoration. Saki, Dobi, you say it as if that prevents us from being together. Since when do you blindly follow orders, even when they are unfair? The blonde sighed in frustration, while nervously tapping the wooden table. Naruto, Think about it, Saki, I must have at least 2 or 3 wives and I don't want you to think badly of me, I'm not a womanizer. And I only accepted it because it was my mother's and the leaders of my families. Saki, you forget that I too wish to restore my clan, but women aren't given the right to choose their husbands rather. We're forced to have children with any powerful shinobi who offers luckily. None of them have been lucky enough to have me. Naruto, but you would still be by my side even if you had to share me with 1 or 2 other women. The girl calmly finished her coffee, looking him in the eyes again. Naruto was under a genjutsu from the Sharigan. 3 minutes later, he came out of the trance a little dazed. What happened to me? Saki, I left a hidden gift if you decide to hurt me from today on Dobe. The blonde swallowed hard at this last part. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't curious to know what his girlfriend had done to him, but knowing her, he'd rather eat burning coal. Ozu Chapter 3. 20 minutes later, everything was back in its place in the Uzumaki kitchen. Naruto and Saki had had a serious talk about how things would work from now on. The Uchiha had asked him to keep it a secret from the outside world. Naruto would only notify the honorable name, and under a strict S-rank secret, no one would say a word outside the meeting room. Naruto was surprised when, before he could leave his house, the brunette grabbed him tightly by the neck and planted a deep, tongue-filled kiss on him that left him stunned. Then she transformed into a black crow and flew out the kitchen window in true Itachi Uchiha style. Naruto decided to take a shower to clear his thoughts, which were starting to stampede from his mind after what had happened minutes before. However, his morning relaxation was short-lived. An Anbu appeared, notifying him of an emergency meeting of the Honorable Council. Without waiting a second, the young man proceeded to get ready for his baptism of fire as a member of the clan council. He was undecided. He didn't know whether to dress elegantly in a yukata or, on the contrary, dress with a fierce appearance and honor the clan and his mother by wearing the armor that had been given to him as an inheritance. Kurama helped him make a decision. Remember, kid, that the respect of any group of pompous, power-hungry people is earned as much by sight as by hearing. After listening to his beast, he decided to don the armor and wear the Uzu headband on his right arm. The armor is incredibly similar to Madara Uchiha's, clearly omitting the red color for a bluish-gray. 15 minutes later, she entered the council chamber, receiving the gaze of everyone present. She shook hands with each member of the Honorable Council, receiving compliments on her appearance. Once the atmosphere had calmed down, Tsunade took the place of honor next to the 2 honorable elders, Himura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. Silence settled over the room, and the blonde took the floor to begin the debate. Tsunade, welcome to this clan council meeting. Our first item of business is the formal welcome to our newest member, Naruto Uzumaki, who will now be with us. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Now that we've been introduced, I'll explain the reason for this council meeting. The profound silence in the room prompted the Hokage to continue. As we know, the clan council is incomplete. While our new member increases our influence, we still need to resolve a problem that is causing division in our village. The silence was broken by murmurs in the room. All the clan heads were whispering among themselves. Naruto, who was next to Shikaku and Hayashi, remained silent, waiting to see what would come next. As you know, we once again have a member of the Uchiha clan in our ranks. As we all know, it is a very powerful clan, as well as a historical one in this village, a fundamental part, and therefore, I wish that you value the proposal of the 2 elder counselors to incorporate into this council the Uchiha heiress, Uchiha Saki, to assume responsibility as the only living Uchiha. Once again, the echo of words and whispers filled the room. Each and every clan leader debated with their surrounding comrades, evaluating either positively or negatively what the 2 veteran advisors had proposed. After several minutes of exchanging opinions, the woman took the floor, instantly ceasing the murmurs. Tsunade, well, before we put it to a vote, you should know that each and every one of you present can speak to personally assess this decision. She says this for Naruto, remember he's new. The assessments must be brief and it's allowed to add observations or new information as long as it's related to the topic at hand. In the council room, a hand was raised claiming a turn to speak. The one referred to was Shikaku Nara, the great brain of Konoha. Shikaku, Goddamn Hokage, call me cautious. But you know about the aforementioned woman's history. Naruto looked at his companion with interest. Furthermore, we also have to take into account that in these special cases to enter the council one must be engaged or be in the arc, and Miss Uchiha, being a woman, cannot aspire to the position unless she is engaged. Everyone in the room spoke among themselves, agreeing with the man with the ponytail. When he returned to his seat, another hand was raised. This time, the one preparing to personally assess this matter was our protagonist. Naruto, thank you very much, Hokage-sama. Bowing to the Senju woman who looked at him proudly, and thank you too, Narasan. Repeating the gesture with the man who smiled at him in the same way as the 5th Hokage, I would like to share a revelation with you, but before doing so I would like to invoke the secrecy of the room. This means that once the room is left, this matter cannot be discussed. Tsunade, Uzumaki-san, the council will consider whether the information you provided is worthy of such a privilege. The blue-eyed man nodded. Naruto, regarding Uchiha-san's inclusion on this council and Narasen's words, I must inform you of my engagement to Saki Uchiha. The room erupted in murmurs and surprise. All the clan heads exchanged astonished glances. The Uzumaki remained upright in his seat, waiting for the talk to subside. It was a decision we both made. Both she and I understand the importance of our bloodline and our duty to the continuity of our clans. Therefore, we decided to become engaged with the sole objective of preventing the arc for Uchiha Saki. For my part, I will remain within it, but I reserve the right to choose my wives and their number. The room was filled with murmurs again. All the clan heads were surprised by these revelations, especially the two elder counselors, whose true intentions toward the Uchiha were now obscured. Tsunade, order in the chamber, in an authoritative voice. If what you've told us is true, Uzumaki-san, the young man nodded slightly. And you have the blessing of the Uchiha heiress, we will put the following to a vote. All the leaders paid attention to the fifth Hokage. It was time to make important decisions. We will put the following to a vote: the acceptance of the engagement between Naruto Uzumaki and Saki Uchiha, which will consequently entail her acceptance into the clan council, her departure from the arc, and the secrecy of the chamber votes in favor. Several hands rose in approval, among them Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chusa Kimichi, Shibaya Burame, Tsuman Yuzuka, and even Hayashi Hyuga. Of course, Naruto voted in favor. Very well, we have a sufficient majority for this to proceed. Therefore, by virtue of the power vested in me by this council, I declare the engagement valid. The inclusion of Saki Uchiha in this is accepted. Council, she is excluded from the arc and the secrecy of the room is lifted. The woman banged her gavel, ending the session. All the leaders stood up sighing. Naruto did so deeply relaxed. Beside him, Shikaku Nara offered him his hand. Shikaku, you've been very good. Uzumaki-san, the young man returned the gesture, smiling at him. Naruto, there's no need for so many formalities. Shikaku-san, we're not in a meeting anymore. The man chuckled softly, agreeing with his new council comrade. Inoichi, Chusa, and Tsume also approached to congratulate him. Chusa, congratulations, Uzumaki-san, both for your commitment and your excellent communication skills at this meeting. Naruto shook his hand with a broad smile. Tsume, for her part, lightly punched him on the shoulder as a sign of congratulations, very much in the Inuzuka style. As they left the council meeting, Naruto formed hand seals and summoned a small toad. The creature greeted him enthusiastically in a high-pitched voice. Naruto, Gamasuka, I want to ask you a small favor. The amphibian nodded enthusiastically. I would like you to deliver this message to Saki Uchiha. The blonde took a small scroll and a pen from his kunai pouch. He had brought this to inform Saki, and at Kurama's suggestion, we know in politics and such you always have to carry a pen and paper. Gamasuka, I will deliver your message immediately, Naruto-sama. The small creature vanished in a puff of smoke before its summoner. Naruto smiled slightly as he walked towards his house. Again, he had to stop for a while to attend to everyone who stopped him to talk and praise him for his appearance and work. Our blue-eyed friend attended to everyone with a huge smile and exquisite manners. Without a doubt, he was the most idolized person in the village at that moment. After 30 minutes of being surrounded by crowds, he finally arrived home. He entered with a slight smile, a smile that grew when he noticed a subtle fragrance very familiar to him. He left his shoes at the door and walked down the long hallway of his home. The sound of metal plates was the only thing that could be heard between the walls of the building. Upon entering the living room, he could see her, sitting at the table with a serious and imperturbable expression, looking at its surface as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. She was beautiful. Naruto. Hello, Saki. The woman raised her face, looking at him impassively without showing any anxiety or concern. She was a woman in whom few people would ever see a hint of feeling. Only those very close to her could see her behind that facade of stoicism. Saki, hello. The young man sat down in front of her, smiling at her. Their black and blue eyes met at that moment. Naruto, I announced our engagement and I requested and was granted secrecy of the room. I was also informed that you will be joining the clan council, with the support of the majority of the leaders, with mine of course, and you are no longer in the arc. Saki smiled slightly. Saki, thank you. Naruto smiled slightly, got up from the table and walked around to sit next to her, taking the girl's pale hand and intertwining his fingers with hers. Naruto, you know, I'd like to show you something I found on a seal among my mother's inheritance. Naruto stood up and walked out of the room, returning a few minutes later with the scroll in his hands. He had also removed his armor, changing into a simple ash-gray yukata that made him look both elegant and homey. I found this the day after I received my entire inheritance, and believe me, it's very interesting. The young man opened the scroll and unlocked the seal, revealing a katana and a black handkerchief with a symbol that surprised the Uchiha. There was also a kind of letter inside. Saki, that's it. Looking at the symbol on the handkerchief and the sword, her eyes widened as she recognized it. It's not possible. My father said this sword was lost a long time ago, before the Third Great War. How do you have it? Naruto, you see it's all in this letter. Here at first I was a little embarrassed to read it, but my curiosity was killing me. I read it, and I was just as surprised as you are now. Saki took the letter and read it carefully. My dearest Idom, it's been hours since you left my sight. So unjustly seeing you take your last breath in my arms fills me with a sorrow that weighs heavily on my heart and brings me to tears. Knowing you're not here with me, that I'll never hear your voice again, I've asked the third Hokage to take my sword, the Uchigatana, and seal it along with all the techniques of the village. I'll also place the handkerchief you made for me, the symbol of our clan's union and a symbol of our love, alongside it, along with this letter I'm writing in these last moments of my life. I hope that one day a relative of ours will find them and know how to respect our memory, treasuring these, my most precious possessions, with the same care, affection, and tenderness that I poured into them. I wish to confess my deep sorrow at no longer having you by my side, my pain at seeing this beautiful village destroyed by a war none of us wanted to see. My sadness at seeing my family fall along with this land. I hope this will change in the future, and that in these moments on the threshold of my death, we can be together forever. I love you, Hidnaga Uchiha. Saki placed the letter on the table, perfectly folded. Her gaze swept across the table until it fixed on the weapon in question. Naruto smiled slightly under his breath. Naruto, go ahead, take it. Looking at her with a mixture of tenderness and affection, Saki took the weapon and examined its edge closely. A beautiful katana with a silver blade and a simple, austere, and unassuming hilt like the Uchiha clan. The only distinctive feature was the clan symbol on the black handle. It was incredible. One of the legendary weapons of the Uchiha clan was in her hands. You can keep it. I think it belongs to you more than to me. Saki, it's a shared inheritance. This was bequeathed to the Uzumaki descendants. I can't accept it. Naruto moved a little closer to her, smiling. Naruto, you're right, but you forget that this weapon, taking it from the woman's hands and observing her with a faint smile, was the representation and formalization of the union of your clan, and mine, a love gift from an Uchiha to an Uzumaki. Now this sword returns to your hands as a love gift from an Uzumaki to an Uchiha, as a symbol of the union of our clans, once again. But this time forever. Naruto placed the sword on the table and stood up slowly under the watchful gaze of the raven-haired woman. He walked until he stood before the sliding door that led to the mansion's garden, observing the landscape, thinking about what to say, how to find the right words to express what he had thought when he found and read Hidnaga's letter. Saki, I've changed a lot since I was a child. The girl continued, watching him curiously, not noticing that the handkerchief that had accompanied the weapon was no longer on the table. It now lay in the hands of the young man who gazed, captivated, at the green of the garden before him. Old dreams, goals, values have had to be set aside for maturity, and the discovery of my past and that of my entire family. Saki, Dobi, I don't understand what you're trying to say with all this. I never saw you as a man of deep reflection. Naruto, what I mean is it's what I've been thinking about these past few days, locked away here alone, invisible to everyone but with my clan in my deepest thoughts. The will of my mother, of my family, and all those who lived in Uzu isn't compatible with the goals. I once had the idea of reviving my clan took precedence over my family values. Saki nodded, as they had already discussed this that very morning. But there have also been other things that have changed my perspective on the future. Your brother, the woman gasped at this. Your brother gave me a gift. I must thank him, for he opened my eyes to my future. I dreamed of becoming Hokage, of rising as a great leader for this beautiful village, guiding it to peace hand in hand with the others, and preventing any hint of hatred that could shatter what we've achieved. So, I decided to forgive those who once destroyed my family, for the sake of true peace. Seeing them cheering me like a hero, becoming an example for many, I couldn't let myself fall into hatred for something that happened a long time ago and that I didn't experience. Saki, I don't understand what my brother has to do with all this. Quite confused by the man's words in front of her. Naruto, what I mean is, your brother opened my eyes by showing me that my dream of becoming Kage was built on a selfish purpose. I sought to become Hokage to be recognized and idolized by the people of Konoha. I was so naive. What kind of village puts someone in power who is an outcast and doesn't enjoy their acceptance? Simply put, a Kage is chosen as such after being respected and admired by their village, something I've achieved through my own effort. But I don't see myself as Hokage. I don't see myself abandoning my new goal. Saki, she raised an eyebrow. She was certainly a little scared. Naruto abandoning his greatest aspiration since he was old enough to understand. It was frankly insane. She even feared she was trapped in some bizarre genjutsu. Saki, and what is this new goal you're talking about so much now? Naruto, I thought about it a lot. I thought about you and what your brother told me. Don't let her fall back into darkness. Be her light and guide her and the future of the Uchiha clan toward a necessary change. Saki's eyes widened at this revelation. Memories of her brother flooded her mind. Fights, hatred, revelations of his past, his true intentions toward her, and then there was my family's will. To recover what was lost so long ago, the clan, Uzumaki, and the memory of Hinata, all of this made me ask myself a question: is it possible to unite all of this into a single goal? Am I capable of fulfilling everything I must? Naruto turned, the handkerchief extended. It held the Uchiha fan with a slight change. On its head was a swirl, a symbol that united both clans into one. That's why I thought that when we marry, neither of us should lose our clan. Let's unite what was once united. Uzu Chapter 4. The rest of the day passed without any interesting incidents. Saki left, but not before accepting her fiancé's proposal and giving him a farewell kiss. The young man, meanwhile, remained at the table enjoying tea, reflecting on the day's accomplishments. His gaze traveled around the room until it settled on the Uzumaki scroll. An uncontrollable urge to study its contents again overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but resume learning more techniques to expand his combat arsenal. In the early hours of the morning, with an enormous physical exhaustion matched only by his mental fatigue, he decided to stop studying the scrolls and have some dinner. He went to the kitchen and took some vegetables from the refrigerator, turned on the stove, and began to prepare them with some finely chopped pork. The smell of the food sweetened his senses as the kitchen filled with an aroma that invited anyone to sit down and enjoy. A few knocks on the door pulled him from his task, and the fact that the door was opened before he had even left the kitchen was the final straw that threw him off completely. When he peeked out, he saw Saki in the hallway, and in front of her, a pink-haired girl looking at her with a puzzled expression, quite surprised to find her. Naruto, hi, I guess. Raising his hand slightly from the kitchen, have you had dinner? They both shook their heads, looking at each other. Then I'll make some more dinner, come into the living room, I'll be right there. The blue-eyed boy returned to the stove while the Uchiha stepped aside, still keeping an eye on the pink-haired girl who was mirroring her in this particular staring contest. Once in the living room of the young Uzumaki's residence, both seated on either side of the table and accompanied by an awkward silence that seemed to be the dominant voice between them, Haruno Sakura set out to break the ice. Sakura, what are you doing here? Her companion and teammate did not take her eyes off her, and her serene expression did not change one iota. Saki, I just arrived. I was planning to have dinner with the Dobi. My question for you is, what did you want by coming here? Sakura, I came to keep him company. I haven't seen him in a long time, and my job at the hospital doesn't allow me much free time. I thought I could have dinner with him and chat about how everything has been going for him lately. Saki narrowed his eyes, looking at her with a bit of weariness. Saki, you saw him 2 days ago. It's not that long. This time it was Sakura who narrowed her eyes at that comment. It almost seemed like Saki was acting like a jealous girlfriend. Sakura, and for me, not seeing someone for more than 2 days, someone with whom I've shared so much time and am used to their daily company, means a long time. It seems like you're reproaching me for it. Her expression curved slightly, almost showing a grimace of displeasure at having to explain herself to that woman. Saki, I don't blame you for anything. I don't care if you've been very close. What strikes me is that you seem very interested in their friendship, throwing out the bait. Sakura, it's more than a friendship, but I doubt you understand these things. Looking at the living room door, frankly, she felt uncomfortable there alone with that woman. Saki, what kind of idea do you have in mind? A little annoyed by her companion's comment. Sakura, that's none of your business. It's a personal matter between him and me. It's none of your concern. Naruto entered the room with some glasses and a bottle of sake for his guests. Naruto, I hope you'll excuse me for not being able to join you until I finish preparing dinner. Seeing the two women looking very serious, he feared there might be some kind of argument. Sakura, don't worry Naruto, we're having a good time. Thank you for your hospitality and sorry for the inconvenience. The young man smiled at his pink-haired friend, placing the sake on the table. Naruto, don't worry, you're not a bother at all. In fact, I appreciate your company. I'll be back here with dinner in a moment. The boy left the room while Saki poured herself some sake. Sakura, are you going to start drinking now? Smiling slyly. Saki, it's rude not to pour yourself a sip of the drink offered to you. It's just common courtesy. Another light slap towards Sakura. Let's keep it between us. The green-eyed girl was starting to get tired of putting up with that woman, not that Sakura was an extremely patient person. Sakura poured herself a glass, savoring a sip of the liquor and wishing she were sharing that very moment with someone else, someone who entered the room accompanied by a couple of clones, all of them carrying plates of food. This was served before them, an exquisite stir-fry of vegetables and meat along with some noodles. Of course, there was no shortage of rice or roast meat. A very appetizing and delicious dinner, so much so that neither of them left anything on their plates. Naruto, I see that either you were very hungry or my food was good, smiling happily. Sakura, it was delicious. Naruto, I loved it. You cook very well, you'll be a good husband. The blonde put his hand to the back of his neck, laughing a little and blushing at those words. Saki POV, what a subtle hint. Thank goodness the Dobi is either playing dumb or he just didn't get it, looking with slight resentment at the two of them smiling amicably. Naruto, and you Saki, what do you think of the dinner? Looking at her expectantly. Saki, it was good it wasn't bad again, the boy smiled. Coming from her, it was almost like a "it's delicious, darling, I love you." Sakura POV, how rude, she doesn't even have the slightest shame in complimenting the one who invited her to dinner at his house. Looking at her with a slightly furrowed brow, our young host noticed the prevailing friction between the two women and decided to ease the atmosphere a bit. Naruto, let's have some sake and chat, shall we? Taking the bottle and pouring himself some, both women followed him. Sakura, and tell me, Naruto, what are your plans from now on? Playing with her cup. Naruto, well, there are a lot of things going on from now on, a lot of things to think about, you understand. Sakura, the girl, made a face of confusion. Look, Sakura, things aren't like they were a few years ago. I'm not an outcast anymore. Now I have responsibilities I didn't have before. Some goals have changed. It seems like everything has been turned upside down. Sakura, and since when? The young man looked at the ceiling, considering whether to tell Sakura everything he thought for a few moments, and remembered that his green-eyed friend wasn't the kind of person you had to insist on getting to tell you anything she'd heard. And adding to that, she was the old lady's student and Ino's best friend. A slight shiver ran down his spine. He could already see Obachan kicking down his door and lecturing him for not wanting to replace her and get the burden off her shoulders. Sakura, Naruto, are you okay? Looking at him with a little pity, the blonde boy came out of his thoughts and smiled at her as naturally as possible, trying at the same time to use the best excuse to avoid saying too much. Naruto, relax, I was just mesmerized. People just mature and realize that some things aren't as great as they seemed when they were kids, and other times things and duties come up that you never imagined for yourself. You know what I mean, right? The pink-haired girl nodded, not entirely convinced. Naruto had always been an open book to her, and it wasn't for nothing that she was an intellectual prodigy. Reading between the lines with her friend, everything pointed to him not wanting to be Hokage, or so she thought, or maybe no, she didn't think she had anything to do with it. Sakura, well, as long as you don't feel too overwhelmed by all of this. Looking at the ceiling, this gesture refers to the room, that is, the mansion, and with it, everything that has been happening these past few days. Saki, it's getting late, I suppose you'll want to sleep. Dobi. The brunette's gaze was stoic and cold. Naruto could see annoyance in it for a moment. Naruto, well, it's late, but I have no problem with you staying longer or even sleeping over. There are plenty of rooms. Sakura thought about it for a moment, looked at Saki, and could see that she looked away from her as soon as she noticed the clash of eyes. Sakura POV, this plot is somewhat. Naruto, well, Saki nodded. Saki, I'm tired, so I'll stay the night if you don't mind. Dobi the blonde smiled as usual, his blue gaze settling on the pink-haired girl who hesitated for a moment. Sakura, if you don't mind, Naruto, since it's quite late and I've had a bit too much to drink, you'd be doing me a favor if you let me stay. Sakura mentally scolded herself. Now Naruto was going to think she was a drunk like his teacher. Naruto, of course, don't worry. Besides, this mansion is so big that sometimes I feel a little self-conscious being here alone. With a slight blush of embarrassment upon admitting such a thing, the three of them cleared the table and washed the dishes. Naruto led them to their rooms, each choosing the one they liked best and saying goodnight to their host. Sakura slowly undressed, glancing at the closed door for a moment, wishing Naruto would come through it, or perhaps that she would go after him, but with what excuse? And besides, with Saki there, what on earth was she doing there? Why was she so unlucky to run into her? She folded her clothes and placed them on a classic-style upholstered chair by the door and settled down to sleep. Slowly, her eyes closed and she drifted off into a deep sleep. She felt a weight on her. At first, she thought it was a dream or perhaps the alcohol, but its persistence and a strange yet exquisite aroma made her open her eyes. Sakura. Her gaze went blank above her. Saki stared at her with the Mangekyo Sharingan shining in the darkness. Carefully, she got up and left the room with a slight smile on her face, heading to the blonde's room. Naruto was sleeping peacefully in his bed. He had always been a deep sleeper, but lately he seemed to have lost that ability. The faint sound of the door opening was enough to wake him up. He was amazed when he saw his fiancée in her underwear looking at him from the foot of the bed. She was perfect, and even more so when she smiled. Slowly, she approached, skirting the bed, climbing onto it from the side and crawling down without taking her eyes off him until she was on top of him. Lemon skipped. Uzu Chapter 5. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling fantastic. Memories of the passionate night flooded his mind, bringing him even greater satisfaction than he had experienced upon waking. He took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. After staring at the ceiling of his room for a few moments, he got out of bed, dressed in a white yukata, and went out into the hallway. Everything was exquisitely silent, as if no one but him were in that enormous house. His footsteps echoed throughout the hallway despite his slow pace and light steps. He entered the bathroom and urinated to relieve himself. His gaze fell upon the bathtub, and the idea of taking a quick shower seemed like the best he could have ever thought of. Her clothes were neatly folded and placed on one of the bathroom cabinets. She carefully stepped into the ceramic shower stall, closed the curtain, and turned on the hot water. It felt wonderful to feel the warmth of the liquid run over her body, cleansing and relieving any tension that had accumulated over the past few days. A sigh accompanied the sound of the water running continuously. She opened her eyes, feeling a little dizzy. She'd had a rather strange dream, a void in which she wandered for about 20 or 30 minutes without seeing anything or anyone. Her head ached terribly, a bad time to get sick. The last thing she needed was that, with Saki milling around and Naruto acting very strangely since they returned from the war carefully, she got out of bed, dressed in her clothes, and made the bed perfectly. She carefully folded the pajamas Naruto had lent her and placed them delicately on the bedspread. She left the room slightly hunched over, feeling unpleasant throbbing pains in the upper part of her forehead. Sakura POV, I hope Naruto has an aspirin in the medicine cabinet. I think he must have it in the bathroom. She checked a few rooms, stumbling across bedrooms. The upper floor was enormous. She walked down the long hallway until she came to another door. She was so dizzy and blinded by the headache that she didn't hear, or perhaps didn't want to hear, the sound of running water. She opened the door and entered the room. The warmth of the room surprised her, and her gaze couldn't be contained. Her eyes turned to the source of the water. Color rushed to her cheeks. Naruto was completely naked and wet. The small curtain that provided a little more privacy for whoever was using the bathtub had been moved moments before by him since he was about to finish what bad luck he'd had. Now he was doing his best not to show Sakura everything, covering his crotch with both hands, but he couldn't stop Haruno's jade eyes from taking in the boy's juicy backside. They both froze as the warm water bathed the blonde's entire being. Naruto's Sakurachin hello, the girl was completely red, like a living statue. She couldn't stop staring at him, observing every inch of his body, admiring his rear end, wishing he would reveal the only part of his anatomy that still remained hidden from her. What are you looking for, Sakurachin? The pink-haired girl reacted by blinking rapidly and shifting her position. Sakura, sorry. I was just looking for something for my headache, I'm sorry. The woman turned around to leave the restroom, but her host's voice interrupted her exit. Naruto, wait, the headache pills are over there. He carefully removed one of his hands from his groin and pointed to a small white cabinet placed in the corner next to the window. Sakura nodded, covering the side of her beautiful face that faced the naked man. With a clumsy and nervous step, she rummaged in the cabinet drawer until she found the appropriate medication for her ailment. Sakura, here it is. Thank you and sorry for interrupting you. The young woman left the room as quickly as she could, covering her face to avoid seeing the Uzumaki, not because she didn't like what was there, but because of the terrible embarrassment she was suffering at that moment. Naruto POV, oh my god, how embarrassing, and the worst part is, I don't know if she's noticed I got turned on when I saw her observing her crotch. Once out of the bathroom, she allowed herself to regain the composure she'd lost in that unfortunate incident. She looked at the small white pill in her hand and closed her fist without applying much force. The last thing she wanted was to crush the medicine. Completely red-faced and dizzy, she started downstairs. Once she left the last step, she headed to the kitchen. Saki watched her with a raised eyebrow. Sakura, why are you staring at me so much? Her voice still trembling from the embarrassing situation just moments before. The Uchiha didn't take her eyes off her, a faint, knowing smile adorning her pale face as she saw her so distraught. Saki, a bad night. The pink-haired girl didn't respond to her teammate's playful comment. She simply grabbed a clean glass from the counter and filled it halfway with tap water. Saki's smile widened slightly as she watched her medicate herself. Well, don't you have work today, or did the sake hit you that hard last night? Sakura placed the glass in the sink. She was getting tired of her. She had a terrible urge to reorganize the kitchen, using that woman as a hammer. She forced a smile and slowly turned away. Sakura, you're getting on my nerves a bit. Why don't you just shut up and leave me alone? She had never been a sly and patient woman, but Saki managed to make her so tense that she wanted with all her being to break her face, her back, her legs, every single bone in her body, enjoying it every second. Saki, you're nobody to order me around, and with that temper of yours, you're not going anywhere. But oh well, from such a teacher, the sound of wood breaking shattered the tranquility of the home. What had once been the Uzumaki's pantry was now a pile of splinters, glass, and scraps of various foods. See. Thanks to your great self-control, now the doppelganger will have to spend money on furniture and food. The brunette had swapped places with the pile of splinters before receiving the punch from the medical support ninja. Sakura, damn it, turning around to throw another punch and not miss this time. Naruto, stop right now. The host of the two women came down the stairs as fast as he could, his hair still wet from the shower. Surprise and a little anger were visible on his face. What the hell is going on here? He looked at the destruction in surprise. Saki, Sakura lost her temper because I told her she had drunk too much. The blonde man looked up from the furniture to the suspect in the crime. Sakura, she's lying. She was provoking me for a while. I lost my temper and attacked her. She used the substitution technique and I hit your cupboard. I'm so sorry. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her childish behavior. Naruto couldn't contain his anger at seeing her like this. He sighed wearily, massaging his neck. Naruto, it's okay, whatever happened here, let's just forget about it. Sakura, it'll buy you a new piece of furniture. And also the food that was in it. The boy smiled and dismissed it. Naruto, it doesn't matter, I have enough money for that, don't worry, just don't let it happen again and I'm happy with that. Saki, HPMF with a neutral expression, although inside she was annoyed by her fiancé's chivalry. Sakura, with your permission, Naruto, I'm going to the hospital for work. I'll see you soon if you want. The blue-eyed boy nodded with a slight smile, stepping aside to let her pass. Sakura walked calmly to the doorway and turned to look suspiciously at the Sharigan wielder. Saki returned the look coldly. Naruto lightly touched the cherry blossom Kunoichi's shoulder to break the almost constant hostility she felt towards the other female member of her team. Naruto accompanied her to the door and with a show of politeness proceeded to open it, bowing slightly. Naruto, thank you for your visit, Sakura. I hope you'll come back soon. The jaded girl smiled, blushing slightly at such a display of chivalrous manners. She left the Uzumaki compound, but before stepping outside she shyly kissed the boy's cheek. With a radiant smile and a faint blush, the young woman walked off to work, leaving her host spellbound, noticing the sapphire resting on his back. Saki, HPMF. The other young woman growled from the hallway. She had seen everything and frankly, she had wanted to run her through the spine with the sword that HER fiancé had given her shortly before that damn that Haruno. She couldn't even think straight. Naruto, Saki, are you going to explain what you did to make her act like that? With a bit of curiosity. Saki, why bother if you just act like a fool when he whines because he can't control his impulses? The brunette went back into the kitchen, followed shortly after by her fiancé who smiled at her annoyance, the product of a jealousy he would not have expected in an Uchiha. Naruto, Saki, don't be like that. He hugged his partner from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. I love it when you get jealous. The girl frowned. Saki, I'm not jealous, don't make things up. Trying unsuccessfully to break free from the arms that surrounded her, our protagonist smiled behind her back. He had discovered a new side of his almost wife that he loved. He kissed her cheek gently to finally release her from his loving grasp. Naruto, whatever you say, my love, do you want some coffee? Heading to the coffee maker to add his food and prepare such a magnificent drink. Saki didn't answer. She focused on preparing some toast with tomato and salt. She was very upset about what had happened moments before. She hated to admit it, but she felt a certain resentment towards Sakura Haruno. At first she was a princess idolized by everyone, and she was a useless crybaby incapable of putting up a fight in a halfway decent confrontation, and now an elite ninja, disciple of a respected Sannin who held the title of Hokage, a war heroine for saving countless lives in a medical tent, the pride of a ninja branch as important as medicine with parents proud of her and who cared for her, and now she was Saki Uchiha, a renegade whose only respect, if it could even be called that, was the fear she instilled in all the inhabitants of Konoha. Reduced to nothing more than a vessel to perpetuate a cursed clan in the eyes of almost every villager in the land of fire, disciple of a sinister traitor. Completely deranged with the goal of achieving immortality, burdened by the weight of having killed what little remained of her family due to her stupidity and immaturity, the tables had turned. Now she was seen as a blight on the village, and Sakura as a source of pride and a role model for all the Kunoichi who would come in the following years. It disgusted her. She knew perfectly well that if she wanted to, she could to wipe the floor with her, to put her back in her place, to prove that Saki Uchiha was a formidable and lethal warrior, but what would he think? Her gaze fell on her fiancé's back. If she did that, she wouldn't let him down. She risked her reputation to save him from the miserable fate the higher-ups had planned for her. Could she afford to leave Naruto Uzumaki looking like a naive fool who believed in his partner's loyalty for the third time? Naruto, this burns so hot. Shaking his injured hand vigorously, the idiot had burned himself by not holding the red-hot coffee pot properly. Saki, Dobi, let me see. She gently took his hand and guided him to the faucet. Naruto smiled slightly, blushing and a little embarrassed. He should hurt himself more often, a kamikaze thought that was more stupid than the way he had burned himself. They had breakfast peacefully. The coffee did wonders for Uzumaki, helping him recover the energy he had spent so productively the night before. Saki, for her part, simply enjoyed both the coffee and her toast. A few knocks on the door of the Uzumaki compound ended their privacy. Uzu Chapter 6. He opened the door to greet Kakashi and Yamato, who both smiled at him. Naturally, the owner of the mansion let them in. The two men thanked him and entered the building. The hospitality of his student and subordinate was evident as they walked behind him to the living room where Saki calmly awaited their visitors. Kakashi, here you were taking a seat, followed by the captain. Naruto offered to offer something to his guests. Naruto, would you like coffee, or perhaps tea? Don't be embarrassed to ask, make yourselves at home. Frankly, Naruto had become too refined. Kakashi smiled slightly. He had dealt with this new man before. This was not the case for Captain Yamato. His expression was almost an ode to utter horror. Kakashi, well, if you're so kind, I'd like some tea, please. The masked pervert lightly tapped his brown-haired companion's arm to snap him out of it and get rid of that unsettling look that had settled on his face. Yamato, I'd also like some tea, like Kakashi-senpai. Thank you, Naruto. A clone appeared behind the original and proceeded to prepare his guest's request. The original blonde decided to question the presence of both jounin at this hour. It's still early in his house. Kakashi, Saki, you didn't report in first thing this morning, can I ask why? Saki, I forgot to report. I stayed here overnight and because of Sakura and her bad temper it slipped my mind. At least Haruno would serve as an excuse now, as some experts say every cloud has a silver lining. Yamato, you're under very strict surveillance, you can't just forget your duties like that. Remember, to the council, you're still a potential danger and a problem. They're nervous about your performance in the village. It's best not to alarm them more than necessary or they might make radical decisions. Silence settled in the room. Naruto was serious. He had completely forgotten that although the council appeared to be acting normally, with respect to his partner, there were certain threads of resentment, reproach, and hostility toward his romantic partner. For the moment, he could only support her and at most, prevent the eternal Uchiha pride from ending up with her in the dungeon. Ending the fear and distrust that weighed on her shoulders depended exclusively on Saki Uchiha, on her decisions and her behavior from now on. Naruto could only be an assistant. Saki, HMPH, turning her head with a very funny pout, she almost looked like a spoiled child being scolded by an adult. Those things made Uzumaki smile. Kakashi, Naruto. Trying to change the subject a bit, the blue-eyed boy focused his attention on his jounin mentor. Could you explain why Sakura and Saki stayed here to sleep? Lately, the silver-haired boy had been very curious. Naruto, I invited them to dinner and drinks of course, and it got late. I asked them to stay the night, and since we went to bed quite late, I'll send you the report if necessary, implicating me as the one directly responsible. Saki remained serious, silent, neither doing nor saying anything. Kakashi smiled pervertedly from beneath his face mask. He was a formidable and very intelligent shinobi. He knew there was something beneath the excuses, something shameful that his students didn't want to tell him. Kakashi, well, don't worry, anyone can make a mistake, and I'm not exactly a good example of punctuality, so I could be partly responsible too. Naruto, don't say things like that, sensei. Smiling and suppressing a laugh, it had been a good point from his mentor. Yamato-senpai, I didn't think you were funny, suppressing laughter. Kakashi, were you saying something? Yamato, with a nonchalant air. Yamato-senpai, don't ignore me. The blonde couldn't hold back his laughter. Kakashi was quite sarcastic that morning. His behavior certainly deserved a hearty laugh. Even the true cause of this mess was smiling discreetly. The young man's clone returned from the kitchen with a tray and 4 steaming glasses. The delicious green tea was ready to be served. Each person received their respective container, and the blonde man tried to change the subject of conversation with his guests. Naruto, and well, apart from your duties as nannies, is there anything else interesting you can tell us? Enjoying the tea calmly, this acting all fussy wasn't so bad after all. Yamato, now that you mention it, in the ANBU headquarters, they're constantly talking about you and your achievements. You're the man of the moment in this village and maybe in others too, and if I told you, she moved her eyebrows suggestively. Naruto, come on captain, don't play hard to get now, I don't like being kept in suspense. Smiling calmly, a new sip of tea revived the conversation of the captain of Team 7. Yamato, you see, yesterday I was in the common area of the ANBU headquarters. A couple of colleagues came in after me and sat at the table next to mine. His 3 listeners listened without even blinking. I didn't pay attention to them until I heard your name, Naruto, and what came next I couldn't believe it. Smiling at his blonde subordinate with a mixture of joy, mischief, and envy. Naruto, it's probably just gossip. If what you heard was important, you wouldn't be beating around the bush. Kakashi smiled slightly, shifting his attention from the Uzumaki to the XANBU. Kakashi, Yamato got you there. The brunette rolled his eyes in unease. Yamato, you're very hard on me, senpai. The silver-haired man shrugged, not understanding the reason for his comrade's complaint. But I assure you it is very important. Naruto, well, tell me already, you're killing me inside. Yamato, I heard rumors that you and Saki are having a romance. Naruto was startled a little, however it was barely noticeable to his 2 guests that morning. A few slight butterflies in his stomach and a little discomfort were not that big of a deal. Naruto, what I told you, captain, are just rumors. Gossip spread with the malicious intention of causing problems for other people. The old shinobi looked at him seriously. Yamato, the problem, Naruto, is it's not an isolated incident. There's more to it. Whether the rumors are true or not, there will come a time when they'll be taken as absolute truth. The blonde boy glanced discreetly at Saki. The Sharigan wielder was serious. There was no sign of emotion on her face to betray how she was taking it. Her gaze shifted from her fiancé to the surface of the table. For a few moments, she considered telling her senseis the truth, but she didn't think it was the right thing to do, at least not yet. Naruto, you're right. Yamato-dechu, a lie repeated 1,000 times eventually becomes an irrefutable truth. It's very dangerous. Kakashi, even more so if Saki decides to spend the night here from time to time. The 2 young people again felt the slight tickle of discomfort caress their stomachs. I'm not saying it's wrong, on the contrary, but misunderstandings can lead to problems in the long run. Naruto, I understand you perfectly, sensei. However, rumors based on people of such exalted influence and fame as our case are not easy to deny. People will talk, and there's nothing we can do but deny it. Kakashi, well, it's up to you. We're going to give you the report on your whereabouts, Saki. The young woman nodded slightly. The two jounin got up from their seats and were escorted to the exit by their host. After saying goodbye to his guests, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the room, lost in thought. Saki, it will soon cease to be a secret. Looking into his partner's eyes, Naruto returned her gaze from the doorway, slowly walking towards her and taking a seat beside her. Naruto, I know. Stroking the woman's black hair, Saki closed her eyes, letting herself be carried away by the softness of the hand that ran over her. Have I told you that you are beautiful? The Uchiha continued enjoying the caress without opening her eyes. Saki, only when we make love. The young man smiled mischievously. And don't tell me that her lips were overshadowed by those of her partner. At first she tried to resist a little, but she gradually let herself go. They went from a shy kiss to a more passionate one, their tongues fighting to dominate the other. Saki couldn't help but suck and lick it. She loved those kinds of kisses. Naruto, Saki, you know that I love you. The brunette continued devouring his mouth with immense voracity, one of her slender hands sliding down his yukata, caressing his lower abdomen. Naruto felt himself burning, consumed by madness and excitement. His two hands gripped his girlfriend's buttocks, forcing her to press against him. The kisses gave way to tender licks on his neck, soft bites there, licks on his ears. Saki Dobi taking off her clothes. Do it to me right here. Her blonde lover went wild, lunging towards her breasts, expertly fondling and licking them. Saki moaned with pleasure, ruffling her lover's hair. Gently, she finally pushed him away, her eyes dropping to her crotch, still hidden by her clothes. Let me take care of you. The Uchiha knelt down, fondling the enormous bulge that threatened to burst through the garment. Naruto smiled lasciviously, taking her chin and leaning down to give his fiancée a passionate kiss. Naruto, Saki, I can't take it anymore, take it out. Despite the rumors, regardless of gossip and crude tales, they had hex all morning. Uzu Chapter 7. They remained embraced in the bed in the Uzumaki's room. Naruto smiled, inhaling the fragrance of his female companion. Saki Uchiha was an intoxicating woman both in and out of bed. She was beautiful. Right now she rested on his chest like an angel on a bed of clouds. The blue-eyed boy couldn't resist the urge to caress her pale face. The woman allowed it, enjoying the gesture from her beloved. Naruto sighed, feeling very relaxed. He loved being like this, and even more so with her. Never in his short life had he thought she would reciprocate his feelings and end up naked, using him as a pillow. He smiled contentedly. Saki, who do you think started the rumors? The man sighed again, but this time the release of air carried with it doubt, exhaustion, negative feelings in the context that guided the conversation. Naruto, some member of the council must have let the cat out of the bag. I asked for the secrecy of the room, and they're keeping it that way. What nerve, stroking his lover's raven hair. Saki, at the next council meeting we can bring up that someone in the room did not keep their oath. Naruto looked at her amused. Naruto, they'll probably blame our irresponsibility. Remember that Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-dechu came looking for you because you forgot to report. His fiancée growled in annoyance, as she tightened her hug around her boyfriend's torso. Saki, you tired me out a lot last night, and with Sakura around I wasn't going to leave early and leave her alone with you. The last. Uzumaki smiled wickedly. Naruto, are you jealous, my little Sharigan princess? The girl in question raised her head, looking at him annoyed. Naruto smiled tenderly. The young man brought his face closer to his partner's, kissing her tenderly. I don't know what's wrong with you and Sakura, she's a good girl. Saki, and you like it? The boy smiled, unsure what to say. Naruto, let's see, I like it, but not as much as I like you. The wielder of the legendary Daojutsu continued to focus her eyes on him. Naruto was starting to feel uncomfortable because of the black iris resting on the blue of his eyes. It's nothing bad, we already talked about this and you accepted. Saki, I accepted that you had one more wife or two, but I never said I would accept just any candidate. Resting her head back on her partner's chest. Naruto, why so much contempt for Sakura, being the main prey of curiosity? Saki, do you happen to remember what she was like at the academy? Naruto, Saki, that was many years ago. People change, look at me for example. Saki, yeah, but the thing is, every time I see her she reminds me of that little Sakura who used to scream, and it puts me in a bad mood. Naruto couldn't contain his laughter. It was the worst excuse he had ever heard after Kakashi's, of course. Naruto, please Saki, I don't think that's what's bothering you. Saki, whatever you say, Dobi. They both spent a couple of hours in bed, resting from their amorous activity. The young man got out of bed and left the room to go to the bathroom, but a few knocks on the door ended his visit to the sink. He returned to the room, observing Saki hugging the pillow, inhaling his scent. The Jinchuriki smiled tenderly, picking up his yukata. Moments later, he opened the door to his residence. Hello Naruto-kun. The young Uzumaki was surprised to see the Hyuga heiress in his home. Although something inside him was triggered as a sign of alarm, he decided to be polite and invite her in. They both walked inside the room. The young woman with pearly eyes walked with her head down, following behind her host. Naruto, for his part, walked with a serious expression. He hadn't expected a visit from this girl. He politely invited her to sit down and have some tea, but the beautiful young woman declined, saying she didn't want to bother him. "Naruto, what brings you here, Hinata?" The girl seemed doubtful at first. She had always been like that, which is why it was never possible to decipher what she was thinking. "Hinata, I stopped by to visit and I hope I didn't bother you." Naruto raised an eyebrow, doubtful of the young Byakugan user's words. "Naruto, have us." "I don't know what you're talking about," Hinata, visibly annoyed. "Hinata, I could see that Saki-san is in the room upstairs." The blonde boy looked at her annoyed. "Naruto, I don't think it's right for you to invade my privacy like that, especially in a situation like this. I'm not going to lie to you, it's not worth it. You already know that, but before I do, I'd like to ask you something." The Hyuga nodded, her gaze lowered, a little embarrassed by the little lecture her crush had given her. "Did your father tell you that Saki and I are together?" "Hinata, father told me that you could marry several women. I heard around that you were seeing Saki-san and Sakura-san." Naruto scrutinized her intently with his eyes. The poor Hyuga princess felt almost undressed by the man's gaze. Behind him, a young woman with loose, tangled black hair, dressed in a black yukata too wide for her, entered slowly without taking her eyes off him. The young woman, Uchiha Saki, took a place next to her fiancé, all this without taking the black of her eyes off the clean white of the guests. "Naruto, did you hear what he said?" Saki nodded with a serious expression. She was starting to get annoyed with all the rumors and gossip circulating in the village. If this continued, Sakura might find out, and then there would be a fight, and if that wasn't the outcome, the other possibility would be seeing her husband regretting having broken another woman's heart. "Saki, and what brings you here?" Without mincing words, in true Uchiha style, the poor heiress of the clan of the White Eye Daijutsu was trembling with nerves in front of them. Naruto relaxed his expression a little when he saw her like that. "Naruto, calm down. Hinata, don't worry, tell us why you've come," trying to comfort her with a faint, reassuring smile on his face. "Hinata, Naruto-kun, I came to ask you if would you like a dinner with me?" The blue-eyed boy wasn't surprised. Honestly, he expected that proposition would eventually come to him. Sooner or later, he would have to talk to the woman who confessed her feelings to him and saved his life. But with honesty as his guiding principle, he didn't imagine it would be so soon. "Naruto, Hinata, I thank you for saving my life in my fight against pain and for your confession, but right now I can't let myself be seen with anyone." The girl was stunned. She was really confused. She didn't know if he had rejected her with a pathetic excuse, if he was telling the truth, or if everything simply stopped making sense and absurdity took over. "Hinata, but you and Saki-san are." "Saki, we're engaged. However, your father wasn't lying when he told you that Naruto can choose polygamy." The young man with golden hair narrowed his eyes, observing his partner. "Naruto, that's supposed to be my decision." The Uchiha fixed her dark eyes on him. Uzumaki. Naruto felt himself shrink like a mortally wounded prey before its predator. "Saki, we talked about this before, remember?" The Jinchuriki nodded slightly. "If you decide to opt for polygamy, I as your first wife have the right to decide which candidates can choose you." "Naruto, I haven't accepted polygamy yet." The young raven-haired woman continued to fix her eyes on him, a penetrating gaze that seemed to mentally undress him. "Saki, you'll end up accepting her, and when that happens, I'll be the one who accepts or rejects the women you bring home." "Hinata, I understand if you don't like me." The young man looked at her, startled. He couldn't break that girl's heart, he wasn't like that. "Naruto, no, Hinata, I think you're a very attractive woman, really. There's just one problem, well, two problems. The first one," Saki explained. "The second is that for now, I want to avoid being seen with potential partners in public. That's why I can't accept right now." "Saki, let her stay for dinner here with the two of us. I'm sure she'll love the idea, right?" Hinata. The person being addressed was completely overwhelmed. Her brain was fried by so many excuses and so much information. She was completely blocked. Naruto, for his part, was staring at his fiancée with wide eyes. "Naruto, Saki, what's this about?" "Saki, I like her." Uzu Chapter 8. Poor Uzumaki. Naruto was stunned. Saki Uchiha, admitting that she liked someone. It had to be a joke. The poor girl with pearly eyes hid her gaze from them as best she could. She was deeply embarrassed and was beginning to think that it hadn't been a good idea to go to the Uzumaki clan mansion to talk to her friend and classmate. "Naruto, Saki, no, I don't understand you. I don't know if I'm just really stupid, or if I don't understand women. If you don't remember what happened this morning, but I'm lost. No, I don't know." The blue-eyed owner of the property was completely lost. First, his future wife was complaining about Haruno Sakura's presence in her fiancé's house. And a few hours later, she was by his side inviting another woman to dinner who, to make matters worse, had strong feelings for him. "Saki, I've already told you I like you, so Hinata, will you join us for dinner tonight?" The Hyuga heiress still stared at the ground, a prisoner enslaved to her enormous shyness. "Hinata, Roman 2, I don't." Naruto was perplexed. It wasn't that he didn't like Hinata Hyuga, she was a beautiful woman, very tender and kind. She had already risked her life for him twice, and she had confessed her feelings the first time she put herself in danger against pain. The user of the white eye was a bundle of nerves. Well, I'd like to, but I don't want to bother you. Naruto, you're not bothering us. Hinata, forgive me if I got a little carried away when I invited you over. I suppose if you'd like to have dinner with us, it would be a pleasure to invite you to my house. The Uzumaki sighed, stunned by what had just happened. He mentally prayed to Kamisama that Sakura wouldn't come to his house for dinner that same night. If she did, he didn't even want to think about what might happen. Hinata, thank you so much, Naruto-kun. I'm very happy. The young woman with pearly irises raised her eyes, smiling tenderly at him. She was a beautiful woman, Naruto had to admit it. She was in every way a sweet and delicate princess. Saki, well then, it's settled. The three of us will have dinner tonight. Come at 9:00 p.m. Naruto will make dinner. The young Hyuga nodded shyly, saying goodbye. Naruto politely escorted her to the door. The girl left with a charming smile on her delicate face. For his part, Naruto Uzumaki was somewhere between scared and anxious. This night was going to be entertaining, he was sure of it. He walked back to the living room, lost in thought. Saki watched him with a slight smile from the table. So soon and already nervous, Naruto. The blonde young man gave her a serious look, but there was no ill will in it, just doubt. Naruto, Saki, do you know what will happen if Sakura decides to come to dinner tonight? If she was already in a bad mood with you here, can you imagine if we include Hinata? The brunette didn't change her facial expression one bit. Due to her future husband's words, she was able to glimpse some things. Saki, so you like it? The young man looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He had stopped his endless pacing in circles due to the nervousness that weighed on his shoulders. Naruto, like who? The last Uchiha looked at him mockingly. Saki, well, I should have said that you like both Hinata and Sakura. The young man approached the table and took a seat next to his fiancée with a nervous gesture. Naruto, Saki, let's see, I like Sakura, you know that very well, and Hinata, she's beautiful. The Sharigan user observed him stoically, without erasing the mockery from her face. Saki, I know you like Sakura. What I didn't know is that you'd also like Hinata. Naruto, and you assume that based on what? With a serious expression. Saki, based on what you don't deny, also on the fact that you're more worried about Sakura not being here and her getting angry than about Hinata being here tonight, also on the fact that you apologized to her for telling her she shouldn't use her Gekkei Jinkai to spy on us. And well, I noticed a little bit of joy down there when I told you I liked her. The blonde young man's eyes widened at the last part. Right now he was more embarrassed than Hyuga herself, if that was even possible. You see. I won't object if you decide to start a relationship with Hinata, but not with Sakura. Naruto, I still don't understand why you like Sakura so little. With a curious and slightly sad look. Saki, someday I'll tell you, but listen carefully. If you decide to take Hinata, let her know that you're mine too and I'm your first wife. If she accepts it, fine. If not, let her leave and never look at you again. The Uzumaki swallowed hard at his girlfriend's words. He didn't know whether to feel flattered or terribly scared. The rest of the day passed without incident. Naruto and Saki said their goodbyes to continue with their daily routines. Sakura, on the other hand, was forced to perform numerous tasks at the hospital due to the accumulated work she had been putting off to complete someday. It certainly wasn't good that the hospital director was her teacher, that she was in a bad mood, and to make matters worse that she had been caught sneaking off her duties to take a break and have a coffee. In short, today was not Sakura Haruno's day. Night fell on the Hidden Leaf village. Naruto entered his home after finishing a walk through the village. He took off the yukata he had worn outside, changing into a more comfortable and simple one to wear at home. Without wanting to wait any longer, he decided to start preparing lunch. Minutes after he began, a crow flew into his kitchen. Saki Uchiha had arrived. Saki, hello Naruto. The boy tenderly kissed his fiancée, then continued with his task of preparing dinner. Saki walked to the living room. Moments later, some knocks on the door made her get up from the table. At the door, Hyuga and Uchiha looked at each other with faint smiles. Hinata, good evening. Saki-san, the woman carrying the Uchiha jeans, invited the pearlied maiden to enter. Both walked towards the mansion's hall. Saki, I hope tonight will be very fruitful for the three of us. The shy young woman nervously lowered her gaze. Anyone would understand a hidden intention in those words, and she was no exception. Hinata, I hope we have a great time. Saki smiled at her guest's speech difficulties. She greatly liked that aspect of the Byakugan princess, but she wasn't sure if her partner shared the same opinion. Naruto entered the room with a nervous smile and greeted his guest, who could barely meet his gaze. Naruto, good evening. Hinata, I hope you don't mind waiting a little while for dinner. I got a bit delayed taking a walk. The young woman smiled faintly with a deep blush on her face. Hinata, don't worry. Naruto-kun, Roman 2, enjoy having dinner with you. The blonde young man smiled a little more relaxed, thanking his guest again for her politeness and understanding. He glanced slightly at his girlfriend, smiling a bit more calmly. Saki returned the gesture with an almost imperceptible smile. Uzumaki Naruto went back to the stove, leaving them alone in the living room. Moments later, Naruto came out of the kitchen again with 3 small glasses and a bottle of sake. He placed them on the table and disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was a clone. Saki took one of the glasses and poured the liquor into it, handing it to Hinata, who accepted it with a smile. She then took another glass, pouring it for herself. Together they drank the liquor, enjoying its flavor. Naruto finished dinner and created a couple of clones. Carefully, he collected the plates and distributed them among his copies. The 3 blondes walked to the living room. Once there, they served the 2 women, who were captivated by the aroma of the food. Breaded chicken fillets with vegetables, vegetable soup, rice, and grilled meat. Naruto dissolved his clones and sat at one end of the table, with each of the women on either side. The young man reached for the liquor to pour himself a glass, but Hinata's gentle hand stopped him. Naruto was surprised by the enormous boldness of the usually shy Byakugan princess. What he didn't know was that they had both drunk the entire bottle, and Saki had replaced it with another without him noticing. "Hinata, please allow me." Naruto-kun, the woman served the liquor to her host with a smile and a huge blush that almost overshadowed her. "Naruto, thank you." Hinata, the man, downed his liquor in one gulp. Something inside him told him that this wasn't going to be a quiet night, that he should loosen up a bit thanks to the alcohol. True to his nature, he followed his instincts. The 3 of them ate dinner and drank without holding back. Naruto counted 2 completely empty sake bottles, unaware that the 2 women had another one in their lockers. 2 clones emerged from puffs of smoke, carrying utensils and other items to the kitchen. Naruto sighed nervously. Silence, an awkward and heavy silence, had settled between the 3 of them. The blue-eyed man had noticed the multiple fleeting glances the ferried girl had given him throughout the evening, and even worse, the less than innocent looks Saki had directed at both of them during the meal. He was nervous. Anything could happen in the next few hours, and he didn't know how he would react with the alcohol taking its toll on his body. Saki stood up with a faint, malicious smile on her face, skirted the table past her fiancé, and sat down next to her guest. The boy looked at her, not understanding what she was up to, but something in his mind was pressing the button of maximum alert. Without anyone reacting, Saki kissed the blue-haired young woman passionately. Naruto and Hinata herself felt butterflies in their stomachs, surprised by the unexpected nature of the Sharigan wielder's action. The Jinchuriki couldn't tear his gaze away. A heat coursed through his body like a blazing fire. His blue eyes remained fixed on the mouths of the 2 women, now joined in one before him. At first, it seemed Saki was kissing Hinata. Seconds later, Hinata began to reciprocate. The 2 women devoured each other with passion before the astonished gaze of the young Uzumaki. Saki gripped Hinata's neck as their tongues intertwined with even more veracity than before. Naruto felt a certain part of him awaken as he witnessed this, but his body wouldn't respond. They separated for lack of air, a thin strand of saliva maintaining the connection between their mouths. The Hyuga heiress had a vacant stare and a deep blush spread across her face. Saki, for her part, licked her lips. With delight, the Uchiha licked the corner of the lips she had just tasted, her mouth now mere centimeters from the others, her tongue flicking out and brushing against the rounded lips of the princess of the noble Konoha clan. Seconds later, Hinata's tongue timidly emerged, joining hers. Uzu Chapter 9. Naruto was mesmerized. Before him, 2 beautiful women kissed passionately. He watched, mouth agape, as saliva trickled from the corners of their lips. Their underwear was about to give way. Saki glanced at him discreetly while Hinata's beautiful eyes were closed in arousal. A soft, delicate hand slipped through the opening of her yukata, and Hinata felt even more ecstatic. Knowing that the blue eyes of her beloved and idolized Naruto were watching her, perhaps with lust and desire, ignited her even more. She almost felt like a different person, and to be honest, she liked what she was feeling. Saki. Hinata the Uchiha fondled one of the Hyuga heiress's breasts while licking her neck. The maiden with eyes like pearls moaned and breathed deeply at these novel sensations in her body. Hinata POV. Naruto-kun is looking at me. Saki-san touches me so well. Saki's tongue traced her thin, pale neck, sending shivers down her spine. Hyuga Hinata felt like she was dying with every inch of her skin that became moist with the saliva of her beloved's fiancé. Lemon skipped. It was going to be a very long night. Uzu Chapter 10. Naruto woke up feeling very tired. His body seemed to be carrying a heavy burden. From the darkness in his room, he deduced it was early morning. He felt weight on both sides. The faint light from the sun's reflection on the moon offered little visibility, just enough to see Hinata clinging to his right side and Saki holding his left arm. Both were naked and smiling tenderly. The young Jinchuriki could do nothing but mirror their smiles. It had been a magnificent day. Carefully, he got up to go to the bathroom and do what nature needed. He urinated slowly while looking out the bathroom window. He sighed wearily, walking back to the room and taking his place between the 2 women who again clung to him, seeking his warmth. The sunlight disturbed his rest. The heat of the new day covered his body, flanked by 2 women. The blonde opened his blue eyes like the clear sky, sighing. Both Saki and Hinata were clinging to him without an apparent hint of wanting to release him. The young Uzumaki heir smiled slightly, caressing each of his bed companions. Hinata opened her beautiful eyes, meeting that of her beloved, and awkward silence fell between them. Naruto. Good morning, Hinata. The young woman looked at him, stunned by his closeness. Seconds later, she noticed something quite important, that both of them were naked in the same bed. A crimson blush spread across her face as her hands tried to cover as much of her erogenous zones as possible. Hinata, Naruto-kun, what happened? The young Hyuga princess was completely disoriented. She thought that everything related to the previous night had been an erotic dream, one of the many she used to have. However, it was the pure and raw reality. She had had sex for hours with Naruto and Saki, and much to her personal shame, she had enjoyed it immensely. Naruto, we had a busy night, smiling at the woman who felt her cheeks flush. And to be honest, I enjoyed it a lot. The young woman with pearly eyes felt her heart race at those words from her platonic love. His smile and his blue eyes, like the calm sea, had her completely bewitched. Hinata Hyuga was a prisoner of the feelings stored in her soul and heart for that man who lay naked with her in bed. Hinata, I also liked Naruto-kun a lot. The blonde-haired man closed his eyes with a faint smile on his face. Hinata was a beautiful and charming woman, as attractive as Saki. And yet so different from her. The young shinobi felt lips on his incredibly. Hinata was kissing him shyly despite her perpetual embarrassment. The boy happily reciprocated the cute gesture of one of his nighttime lovers. Saki, well, look at you now. Hinata, the shy young woman, pulled away from the man, looking at the dark-haired woman from the fan clan. Saki Uchiha was watching her with a faint smile. The former rogue ninja's behavior with the Byakugan maiden was starting to get a little too strange. First thing in the morning and you're already all lovey-dovey, and what about me? What about Naruto? The young man turned to face his teammate, who without hesitation took his lips in a passionate and more mature kiss. As I said, they were very different women, but excellent in their own right. At Konoha Hospital, Sakura Haruno stared at the endless pile of documents and patient files swirling across her desk. She'd been working almost all day without a break, thanks to a punishment threat from her teacher. The blonde Hawkeye had urged her prodigy student to finally finish all the work that had accumulated over the past few weeks, and perhaps even months. Too many reports on, well, too many patients, some of whom she hadn't even treated herself. Her intellect was exceptional, but even a hopeless fool would notice that her teacher had taken on some of her own workload. With nothing to do but curse her mentor, Haruno Sakura filled out, sealed, organized, and evaluated report after report, paper after paper. She was on the verge of losing her composure and smashing her office. A few knocks on the door banished that possibility momentarily. Sakura, come in. The door opened, revealing her friend Ino Yamanaka, dressed in her doctor's coat and her classic ponytail hairstyle. The blonde observed her companion and friend submerged in a white sea, about to drown in it. Ino, God, Sakura Tsunade-sama went too far by giving you so much work. The rose looked at her friend and then refocused on the whirlwind of paperwork that was undermining her existence. Sakura, she didn't go too far by telling me to finish the backlogged paperwork. She went too far by a lot, by taking advantage and putting part of her work into mine. That her was expressly emphasized by the jaded girl in front of her friend's mocking smile. Ino, and I suppose because of all this, emphasizing the entire room, you couldn't go see Naruto, right? The fifth homie student sighed dejectedly, finishing sealing a document and placing it on a prominent column of papers to her right. Sakura, and what do? I can't do anything else. If I dare to shirk my responsibilities without finishing everything, and it's all the work. Tsunade-sama will leave me worse off than most of the patients in these reports. She put her hand to her forehead with a defeatist expression. Ino, if you want, I can do some of what's left for you. I have nothing else to do. The rose lifted her head from the desk like a spring, looking hopefully at her best friend. But wait, I won't do it just like that. You'll have to give me something in return. Sakura, I don't understand what friendship means to you. The blonde smiled, teasing her pale pink-haired friend even more. Ino, well, friendship is great, but doing paperwork for a friend is too much to ask for in return. The rose sighed in defeat. It was better to listen to the proposal and then decide whether or not it was acceptable. Besides, she was already on the verge of collapse from so much signed paperwork and the rest still waiting. It's just a tiny little thing. Do you remember the dress I told you I really liked? Sakura, you like any garment that costs a lot of money? Ino, yes, I mean the purple dress we saw in the shop in the center of the village, the one in the window. I'd like to have it and maybe wear it for a date with Sai. The green-eyed girl sighed dejectedly, facing her very modest blue-eyed friend. Sakura, by any chance do you remember how much that dress costs? The blonde brought one of her hands to her chin, trying to remember the price of the garment of her dreams from that week. Ino, well, I don't remember. Sakura, 87,999 ryos. You know that's my salary for 2 months and yours for 4. That's why you didn't buy it as soon as you saw it. Yamanaka nodded, remembering the huge amount of money for her future formal dress. Ino, Well, I propose we split the cost. It's a good deal, right? Sakura firmly stamped the seal on the poor document that had the misfortune of passing through her hands at that delicate moment. Sakura, no whale pass. For a few papers you're just going to take. I'm not going to spend a month's salary so you can go around bragging about how divine you are and how generous your bank balance is. Ino, please, Sakura, I have to have that dress by this week. The blonde gave her friend and superior at the hospital puppy dog eyes. Sakura took another piece of paper and signed it, applying more force than usual to the pen. It gave way and broke, making a mess everywhere. Sakura, her expression remained neutral, as if she didn't care about her stained desk and her hand completely black with ink. Ino was completely frozen. She knew that in a few seconds. Shanaru woo woo woo. Loud crashes and screams echoed through the hospital, alerting both medical staff and patients. More than one person experienced a drop in blood pressure, and some even suffered minor heart attacks. In Deputy Director Haruno's office, Ino Yamanaka stared at the document split in two, her friend standing with her palm open over the center of the two halves of the piece of furniture. It had been a sharp, excellent blow. Sakura, the dress is yours if you tidy my office and finish my work. Ino jumped, unsure whether to leap for joy or offer her friendly friend with cherry blossom hair a different deal. Does that seem fair to you? Ino, yai's fairer than splitting a cake in two to divide between siblings. The Rose walked towards her, passing by her and leaving her place of work, perhaps to get some fresh air or God knows why. Naruto calmly prepared breakfast while Hinata and Saki chatted quietly in the living room. It was strange to see those two talking. Naruto discreetly watched them from the kitchen. It was incredible, or perhaps terrifying from the point of view of any normal person. Those two women couldn't possibly get along. One was tender and helpful, the other harsh and reluctant to cooperate. One was light, the other darkness. Naruto sighed, remembering the Sage of Six Paths and his two sons, Indra and Ashura. An idea came to him, causing him to chuckle slightly. Naruto POV, if I'm the descendant of Ashura and Saki the descendant of Indra, could that be considered incest? Or worse, yet what would those two think if they saw what we've done these last few days? A few knocks on the door pulled him out of his trance. Hinata got up from her seat, asking the Uchiha for permission to attend to the visitor herself. The door was opened by the girl, revealing the copy ninja, Kakashi Hadake, who was visiting his student again and was once more perplexed and taken aback to be received by the Hyuga heiress in that house. Kakashi, hello. The young woman with pearly eyes bowed respectfully, inviting the sensei of her hosts to enter. The jounin entered, still gripped by a bewilderment that gnawed at him from within. In the living room, Saki Uchiha greeted him with a serious expression. Naruto, good morning, sensei. Would you like to join us for breakfast? The veteran shinobi nodded, taking a seat at one end of the table. Saki and Hinata remained in their places, each on one side. Naruto emerged from the kitchen accompanied by a couple of shadow clones. One carried a tray with tea and a teapot, while the other held a tray with toast and various toppings. The young man took his seat at the other end of the table, flanked by his nighttime playmates and with his sensei at the front. A few knocks on the door disturbed the atmosphere once more. Hinata was about to return the courtesy, but Naruto stopped her, offering to greet the new visitor himself. Anxious to know who it could be, he walked slowly down the hallway to the front door. His hand moved slowly to the handle, opening it gently. Sakura, good morning. Naruto, how are you? Naruto, hello Sakura, see come in, we were about to have breakfast. Sakura, were you there? Who were you? Entering the gaze of her teammate and academy partner with narrowed eyes. Uzu Chapter 11. The blue-eyed boy didn't know what to do at that precise moment. The hallway of his apartment seemed longer than usual. Behind him, Sakura walked, serious, quite serious in fact. The fact that someone was having breakfast with Naruto didn't give her a good feeling. They both reached the threshold of the door that led to the living room. The blonde boy stepped aside, letting the pink-haired girl pass. She raised an eyebrow, surprised to see her sensei and Hinata there. Saki, well, I knew she'd be there. That damn girl seemed to live there lately. If they were left alone, how she was going to enjoy it? Her sensei's voice pulled her from her thoughts, homicidal thoughts directed at the Sharigan user. Kakashi, hello Sakura, it seems the whole team is here today. Well, sighs missing. Kakashi had a bad feeling. Something told him that by XD nothing in this world, the next, or the one beyond should anger the green-eyed girl. Sakura, yeah, the truth is I wasn't expecting so many people here today, and may I ask what you're doing here? Naruto had a mini heart attack when he saw that Saki was about to answer him, surely with her usual tact, none, especially if it was Sakura. Naruto, well, you see, Kakashi-sensei came by to find out how things were going with my inheritance. Hinata stopped by to let me know that her father wants to have a private meeting with the clan leaders, and Saki she stopped by for a visit. Smiling nervously, due of course to the 4 pairs of eyes scrutinizing his words, Sakura narrowed her eyes, not entirely convinced by the Jinchuriki's explanation. Meanwhile, the other 3 guests preferred not to contradict him. If he said that, there must be a reason in his mind. Kurama, lying on the grass, watched everything happening outside with a nervous smile. He decided to speak with his container and explain his point of view regarding the terrible excuse he had given to the Konoichi disciple of Tsunade Senju. Kurama, Naruto, do you happen to know what will happen to us? Emphasizing the us, if that bubblegum-haired brat finds out what you did with the other two. The blonde's voice echoed throughout the vast valley inhabited by the demon fox. Naruto, and what the hell do you want me to do? We're screwed from A to Z, I just hope they tell me the game already. Saki, don't let the cat out of the bag, out of his mind. Sakura had sat down next to the Hyuga princess. The blonde took the seat in the place he had chosen earlier. Kurama, I hope so, because if that Sharigan brat lets her tongue loose, that woman will give us a terrible beating, and I don't think she can heal you in less than 2 weeks if you even survive. The young Uzumaki froze in his seat as a couple of hours' worth of sweat, cold as an iceberg, slowly trickled down his forehead. Naruto, don't be a pessimist, because if that happens, you'll be the one shoveling dirt on me at my burial. Besides, if he kills me, you'll be reborn completely free. The enormous beast smiled maliciously. Kurama, yes, but nobody can take away the barrage of blows, so you pray because I'm going to start making chakra flow throughout your body so that you don't die. The young man swallowed hard, sighing dejectedly. An uncomfortable silence had settled over the table, which did not bode well. Naruto, and well, Kakashi-sensei, how are you doing? I've made a lot of progress these days with my family techniques. I'm very satisfied with my progress. The silver-haired man pretended to be interested and played along with his student. Kakashi, I am deeply pleased. I hope you continue like this in progress until you manage to learn all of your parents' legacy. Smiling from beneath his mask, even though he had not gone to his pupil's home to find out about his progress. Naruto, thank you so much, sensei. At least I didn't tell a lie after all. Smiling nervously. Kurama, don't make any mistakes. I don't want to be a punching bag, especially if the one hitting can crumble mountains with her fists. The boy with eyes as blue as the sky had a huge drop of sweat falling down his neck. He had forgotten the monstrous strength of his companion with hair as pink as a cherry blossom. Sakura, well, isn't that nice? The blonde turned his gaze to focus on Haruno, who was calmly drinking her tea. Naruto, well, yes, I'm very happy with my progress on all levels, both in terms of power and on a personal level as clan leader. Sakura, that's right, how have you been these days attending the council? The Jinchuriki took a sip of his tea so he could begin his part of the conversation. Naruto, perfectly fine, I have no problem with my current status. I'm respected on the council, and well, I'm friends with many of the leaders of the most powerful clans, and besides, he hesitated, wondering whether to say it or not, and finally, he blurted it out. Saki also managed to serve as the Uchiha clan leader on the council. The woman in question raised her head slightly with pride, and Sakura shifted her gaze from the blonde to the brunette. Sakura, but how is that possible? Until recently I was a traitor, a daring renegade in the bingo book. I don't understand. No, I can't wrap my head around the fact that crimes can be overlooked with so little time. The woman with jet black hair narrowed her beautiful black eyes, meeting the fifth homie student's gaze, a rather hostile gaze. Saki, what's going on? Can't I exercise my right to represent my family? Naruto felt a chill. This was going to end very badly if he didn't stop the argument between the two women. Naruto, let there be peace, calm down both of you please. Both women continued their argument without caring in the slightest about their host's words. Sakura, don't yell at me. Who do you think you are, coming to Konoha and regaining all your privileges in just a few days after all the damage you caused this village, after the shame you brought on us as your comrades when you abandoned us for a stupid revenge that didn't satisfy you in the slightest? Isn't there any justice? Saki stood up abruptly, facing her rival with a terrifying grimace of anger. The other three present in the room were scared, no, terrified of what was to come if things continued the way they were going. Saki, no, who the hell do you think you are, you, telling me if I haven't paid enough for my crimes? I have to live every day with people who look at me with contempt when I walk down the street. I have to live with the disgrace my family accumulated during their existence before being massacred. I have to endure knowing that I killed my brother, the last of my clan, for a stupid revenge that shattered and undermined me as a person and a ninja. I have to move on after knowing that I was deceived for most of my life by my own family and by my own brother who sacrificed himself so that I could live and become strong. And no, I'm not going to let you come and demand anything from me from your comfortable position. Don't even think about it. Sakura also stood up to confront her. Things were taking a sinister turn. This had to stop. Sakura, tell me outside if you have the guts, you traitor. Saki clenched her teeth furiously, ready to go outside and beat her to a pulp. She didn't care about anything else anymore. Saki, let's go then, you damn bee. Naruto, silence, both of you, that's enough. This is my house. The blonde Uzumaki shouted authoritatively, also getting up from his seat. You're not going to do or say anything else about this, understood? The two of them stared at him, not knowing what to say. Sakura, I am sorry I didn't have a good day at the hospital, the Rose replied, sitting down in her seat embarrassed. Saki, HMPH fine. The medical Kunoichi glared at the Uchiha for not apologizing for her spectacle. The woman with black eyes and hair returned the gaze with similar perception towards her. Naruto thinks it's nothing. He sat back down, looking a little more relaxed. Kakashi and Hinata breathed a little easier after the verbal storm between the two Kunoichi. The one formerly known as the copy ninja of Konoha spoke up to break the heavy atmosphere that had taken over the room. Kakashi, this besides coming to supervise your training, I also came on the Hokage orders. The blonde boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't know if his sensei was going along with the lie or if he was serious. Naruto, and what does the old lady want? Crossing his arms impatiently. Kakashi, I don't know. He summoned me first thing this morning and sent me to find you to inform you that he wanted to meet with you as soon as possible, smiling beneath his face mask. Naruto, in that case I think it's best to go as soon as possible. I'll go get dressed appropriately. Will you wait for me? The four nodded. The young man got up from his seat and walked calmly to leave the room. He calmly went up the stairs to his bedroom. There, he opened his closet looking at a large number of outfits, most of them yukata of sober colors with few or no prints on them. Kurama, I'm glad you always dress decently now and not in that flashy tracksuit crap that made you a walking target every time you went on a mission. Yawning lazily on the grass of the mental landscape of the boy with curious marks on his cheeks. Naruto, I love you too, Kurama. Passing over some clothes he wasn't happy with his right hand. I think I'll take this one. The young man took a navy blue yukata with gold swirls on its lapels from the wardrobe, slowly removed his clothes and put on his new outfit, left his old clothes folded on the bed and went to the bathroom to groom himself a little. He combed his hair properly, slicked it back, rinsed his mouth. He even smiled at himself in the mirror. Kurama, you're a conceited pup, smiling cruelly at his affront to his container. Naruto, I've already told you I love you very much, Kurama. The boy chuckled softly, hearing the snort of the terrifying beast inside him. The Uzumaki heir left the bathroom, ready to meet with the cage of Konoha. He descended the stairs, pleasantly surprising his four guests, who were already waiting for him at the entrance of his mansion. Kakashi, wow, you look impeccable. Naruto smiling at his student. Hinata, Naruto-kun, he's beautiful. The maiden with the white eye, redder than a ripe tomato, thought. Sakura, you look great. Naruto with a slight blush on her pale and beautiful face. Saki, are you all right? Turning her face away so no one could see her faint smile and the faint blush rising to her cheeks. The property owner finished his descent down the stairs, thanking his guests for their compliments with a touch of embarrassment. Naruto, thank you very much. We'd better head to the tower now. Let's see why the old woman called me. Everyone left the Uzumaki residence at a slow pace. The journey through the streets of Konoha was almost an odyssey for the four companions of the blonde man. He received the gazes of all the passers-by and was forced to stop every 10 steps to receive warm displays of affection from the people of Konoha. The one now popularly known as the Prince of Leaves distributed smiles to all those who wanted to approach him. Sakura, Kakashi, and Hinata watched him with smiles. They saw before them a man who had fought hard for the love and recognition of his village, and who after bleeding, sweating, crying, and fighting had achieved one of his dreams. Saki, for her part, lagged a little behind to avoid overshadowing her fiancé. She felt the fearful and suspicious glances of some of the villagers passing by. It hurt, yes. But she had brought it on herself with her actions, what she would never do. Overshadow her future husband with her negative presence at a time like this. She didn't want to upset him, however much it hurt her to be away from him at that moment. After a while longer of being greeted by the crowds, the boy and his companions arrived at the tower that presided over the Hidden Leaf Village, ascended to the top floor and reached the door of the office of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. 3 soft knocks were given on the door, receiving a slight come in response. The visitors entered the office of the leader of the Leaf Village. Tsunade, oh Naruto, I'm so glad you're here. I needed to talk to you about something very important. Naruto, you call me Hokage-sama, I am at your complete disposal, bowing slightly, eliciting a faint smile from the legendary loser. Tsunade, before we begin, I think it would be best to ask everyone else to leave the room. It's nothing in particular, but I think that way we can talk more calmly. The 3 girls were about to complain, but Naruto spoke first with a serene expression as well as a calm tone in his reply. Naruto, don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I don't think there's any problem with you staying here. In fact, I'd like it if you did, if you'll allow me, of course. The Hunjied woman couldn't refuse the man's enormous politeness, so the conversation wouldn't be entirely private. Tsunade, in that case, Anbu, place silencing seals and leave the room. A few moments later, the 5th Hokage began her request. You see, Naruto, I've been thinking about this for some time. I've seen many things from this room. I've spent an immense amount of time watching over this village and its inhabitants. She continued, looking out the enormous window that offered a panoramic view of the entire village. However, at my age, I'm no longer as suited for the position as I once was. I accepted the post because of this village's need to recover from its wounds. I've already lived a long time sitting in that chair, smiling nostalgically at her desk. I've lived through an invasion, destruction, and a world war behind this table. Konoha has prevailed under my leadership during these years, but I must also be honest, it wasn't entirely thanks to me. We all did our part to protect this land that belongs to us all. We fought and gave our all to keep alive the flame of the will of fire that our ancestors nurtured before we, and there is no one on this beautiful land who better exemplifies our philosophy, our way of understanding the shinobi world, our will, our loyalty, our strength. She paused briefly, looking at the young man before her who was observing her somewhat nervously. That you Uzumaki Naruto, I wish to formally propose to abdicate in your favor, the hero of Konoha and of the Fourth Great War, now known as the Prince of the Leaves, so that you may guide us along the path of glory and peace to which you have led us all. Everyone in the room fell silent. It was something they hadn't expected that very morning, but it had happened. Now all that remained was to wait for the blonde man's response, who stood stoically before them. Chapter 12. Silence reigned in the office of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. None of those present had the courage at that moment to break the heavy atmosphere that had settled within those four walls. Tsunade calmly observed the young man with golden hair, waiting for him to assimilate all the words she had spoken. It's not every day you're offered the position of Kage without warning. It was all a matter of time. Naruto, Tsunade-sama, eye staring intently into her honey-colored eyes, unable to find the right words to explain himself. I am deeply honored to receive your trust and willingness to abdicate in my favor. I am fully aware of the weight of your words, of the immense satisfaction your support and interest in handing over the position to me brings me. Everyone expected the young Uzumaki to accept the position as leader of Konoha without hesitation except for Kakashi and Saki, who, for obvious reasons, had spoken at length with him about this matter. The blue-eyed man continued his reply. But I'm afraid I must decline your offer, the three women who weren't Kakashi or Saki gasped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. I don't feel prepared for such a great responsibility, nor do I believe I'm the most suitable person for the position. And I'm sorry to admit that I now have other priorities that are completely incompatible with the post you're offering me. I hope my reasons are sufficient to justify my refusal of your offer, Hokage-sama. The young man finished, bowing slightly to the surprised leader. Tsunade, wait a minute, are you telling me you don't want to be Hokage? Very dismayed by what was happening. Naruto, you see, a few weeks ago I would have accepted without thinking twice. But now I have other goals in my life. I have promises to keep, and to put it bluntly, I have very ambitious objectives ahead of me that I won't be able to achieve if I accept your proposal. I hope you can understand. The boy blurted out, arms crossed, with a serious and impassive expression. Tsunade, the elderly Sanin sighed, bringing her right hand to her forehead in lingering shock, but as much as she disliked the blonde's refusal, she had to accept his decision. At least could you explain the reasons for your refusal in more detail? The Jinchuriki remained silent for a few moments, weighing whether to tell the blonde everything that prevented him from fulfilling his old dream. After a few seconds of awkward silence, he decided to open up to the veteran shinobi. Naruto, you see, Hokage-sama, my goals have changed. After fighting in the war, I felt a growing need to learn more about my clan. This feeling intensified even more once I received my inheritance. I've spent these last few days reading and weighing everything my family guarded so carefully for years. I feel a greater responsibility on my shoulders than simply holding the position of Kage of this wonderful village, because it concerns me personally. I have the duty to restore my clan, to recover its pride and power, to reclaim everything that was taken from them after the war that almost completely destroyed them. Such was the will of the three Uzumaki in their memories, and that of my mother. Please understand, they are my family, and only I can continue their legacy. Only I can breathe new life into their dreams, and for that, I have to sacrifice one of my greatest dreams, but I can't abandon them. Tsunade took a seat behind her desk, sighing in defeat. She wanted to leave the position to, well, have more free time for her vices, drinking until you drop, gambling in any casino that would open its doors, spending hours in the thermal baths. Tsunade, I can't change your mind, can I? She put her two hands together to use them as a support for her head. Naruto, I'm afraid not, Tsunade-sama, but I deeply appreciate your proposal. I feel very honored to have been chosen as your successor. He elicited a small, proud smile from the fifth Hokage. Tsunade, in that case, I can only wish you luck in your new ambitions and formally offer my full support for them. I hope you achieve your new goals successfully and that their attainment benefits us all. Naruto, you can count on it, Tsunade-sama, bowing respectfully in farewell. The young man turned to leave, but the voice of the elderly leader of the Hidden Leaf Village stopped him. Tsunade, wait a moment. Since you rejected the position, you should know that you will have to attend a council meeting to choose the new Hokage. This was directed at the blonde and the Uchiha. Both sighed dejectedly, because council meetings were never fun, and surely this one in particular was going to be one of the long and tedious ones. Naruto, and when is it? Tsunade, this afternoon at 6 o'clock sharp, don't be late. Start thinking about a suitable candidate for the position and writing up your reasons for supporting them. I wish you both the best of luck. Everyone left the office, leaving Tsunade alone. The Senju sighed dejectedly, facing the thick pile of paperwork on her desk. Good heavens, and I thought someone else would already be in my place. Outside the Hokage Tower, Naruto maintained his serious demeanor, followed by his three companions. Sakura was still reeling from the young Jinchuriki's refusal of the cage position. She simply couldn't fathom the absurd idea of seeing someone who had so often proclaimed his ambition to reach the highest rank in the shinobi hierarchy denying it when it was within his grasp. It was utterly inconceivable. Sakura, Naruto, you have to explain why you refused Tsunade-sensei's proposition. The boy turned around with a slight smile, making her blush a little. Naruto, I'll explain it to you in due time. Right now I have a meeting to prepare for, and if it's not necessary I'd like to go home to consider a candidate and build a solid argument to guarantee their election. Sakura nodded, a little disappointed to have to postpone her talk with the fox boy, but she perfectly understood that there were other priorities ahead. Without saying more, the group separated, each taking their respective paths. The blue-eyed man finished his walk back at the door leading to his mansion, opened it, and entered with a sigh of weariness. He left his shoes at the entrance and walked down the hall through his living room and ended up in the kitchen. He prepared the teapot and placed it on the stove. He would need a lot of tea to discern a good candidate for the position of cage. He left the kitchen, leaving a clone watching over the pot, and found Saki sitting at the table with a serious expression. Naruto, hello again. The brunette crossed her arms, slightly annoyed. What's wrong, Saki? The young man asked his future wife, concerned. Saki, it just so happens that your little friend Sakura was almost under my Tsukuyomi, that's what happens. Slightly twisting his lip as an absolute sign of his anger, Naruto smiled slightly, approaching her and taking a seat next to her. Naruto, oh come on, Saki, words are words. Besides, you heard her, she had a bad morning, and with the other day, that makes two. Saki couldn't suppress a faint smile, as she remembered how he provoked the Jadid girl's anger with just a couple of incisive and sharp phrases. Naruto moved even closer to her and lifted her face slightly, using his hand, strategically placed on the Uchiha's delicate chin, to give her a passionate kiss that took tenths of a second to be reciprocated in the same way by the Sharigan clan maiden. They spent some time exchanging kisses and caresses until the clone arrived carrying a tray with a teapot and a couple of cups. It was time to get serious and consider their responsibilities as clan leaders. The blonde man took the two porcelain cups and poured the teapot's contents into them. With a small smile, he offered the cups to his future wife, who accepted without hesitation. And now that we're ready, he said, we need to think of a viable candidate to hold the position of Hokage. Did you have someone in mind? Saki, I have a couple of names in mind, but none of them quite convince me. Sipping some tea. Naruto, can I ask who they are? Saki, I was thinking about Nara Shikamaru. He's a good strategist, very intelligent, and has great prestige both inside and outside the village. The problem is Naruto, he's lazier than someone I know very well. The blue-eyed youth finished, chuckling softly while an annoyed huff echoed in his mind. And your other candidate? Saki, candidate? The boy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Naruto, excuse me, candidate, and who is this? Suffering an unprecedented attack of curiosity, so much so that he drank several sips of tea in a row without letting go of the cup. Saki Haruno Sakura. The boy began to cough desperately, and it was no wonder. Because of the shock, a large part of his last taste of tea had ventured to the wrong place. Saki remained impassive, waiting for her partner to recover from his little accident. Naruto regained his composure enough to formulate the million-dollar question. Naruto, and how come she's your candidate? Fixing his blue eyes on the young woman with dark eyes and hair. Saki, it's very simple. She's a disciple of the current Hokage. She has a great reputation in the 5 great ninja villages. She's powerful enough to aspire to the position. She knows firsthand the bureaucratic procedures and paperwork. Naruto, and if she's so good, what could be causing his doubts about nominating her for the position? The Cubai's container thought, more puzzled than ever. The powerful nine-tailed beast decided to answer the question the boy had thrown into the air. Kurama, it's very simple, brat. The beast, lying on the grass, spoke in a deep, cavernous voice. It seems to me that your girlfriend is thinking of eliminating the competition by forcing that other brat to hold a position that requires almost all of her time to perform properly. Clever girl. The Biju laughed, amused by the drama that was about to unfold in Konoha. Naruto, and if that's the case, why isn't she completely convinced to support his candidacy for the position? The boy countered, his inner beast with a drop of sweat slowly sliding down his neck. Kurama, who knows, maybe he's not convinced by your idea, or maybe he's afraid that with that bubblegum brat in a position of great power and influence she could find out about you and cause an apocalyptic mess. or simply he doesn't dare out of cowardice. The imposing fox yawned lazily, rolling around in the green of the immense meadow of his container's mental space. Naruto, I'd better tell her, I don't want any trouble. These two are capable of starting a civil war in the village if they have the right motivation. The boy continued, 5 beads of sweat trickling down the back of his head. The blonde boy turned his attention back to the Uchiha girl calmly refilling her cup. Saki, the girl looked at him with a raised eyebrow as she sipped her tea. Have you considered for a moment that if Sakura is appointed 6th Hokage she might find out? No, rather, she'll find out about our engagement. The dark-haired girl calmly placed the porcelain cup on the table without looking at her companion. Saki, of course I know that's precisely why I'm hesitant about proposing it. Naruto, it's a terrible idea. Besides, Sakura will absolutely refuse to take the position, especially if you're the one proposing it. She'll surely think you're up to no good, the blue-eyed boy replied, finishing his drink with a serious expression. Saki, and then, who have you thought of for the position? The Kyuubi boy put his hand to his chin, thinking carefully about his candidate. Names like Shikamaru, Kurenai paraded through his mind until he found his perfect candidate. Naruto, I've got it, I know who I'm going to propose to the council. The raven-haired girl scrutinized him with her gaze, waiting for him to reveal the name of the lucky one, and if it was good, perhaps she could support him too. Uzu Chapter 13. Saki raised an eyebrow, waiting for her partner to announce her choice for the cage position. Naruto remained for a few moments with his arms crossed, his expression serious, as if he were having an internal debate due to his uncertainty about his choice. The dark-haired woman with dark eyes extended her hand without making a sound, charged her attack, and without thinking struck the blonde man in the ear with her finger, making him jump out of his trance. Naruto, Saki, what are you doing? The girl smiled slightly, having annoyed her boyfriend. Naruto was mesmerized, staring at her faintly pink lips. It was impossible to get angry with her when she smiled, she was so beautiful. Saki, are you going to tell me once and for all which poor devil you've chosen to propose to the council? The Jinchuriki blinked a couple of times, the image of his chosen one returning to his thoughts. Naruto, yes that's right, well I was thinking about Kakashi-sensei. Saki had a flash of insight. In her imagination she could see a silver-haired man sitting behind the Hokage Tower desk with a huge amount of unprocessed paperwork. The copy ninja was reading his precious Ika, supposedly smiling beneath his mask. In front of him, a very desperate Shizune was imploring him to start taking his new rank seriously for the good of the village, although, to her misfortune, the perverted shinobi was completely ignoring her, immersed in the fiery tales of the Gamma-san and Jirya's work. Saki, he's not the most suitable for the position, right? With an accusing look towards her future husband, who returned her gaze with a bit of nervousness in his facial expression. Naruto, I think he would undoubtedly be a great candidate for the position. He has a very good reputation among the shinobi and the common people. He has great power, intelligence, and he sighed dejectedly. He's quite lazy, not very punctual. Sometimes he doesn't take things seriously. I'm telling you this because he's one of those in charge of watching you, and he doesn't even care about your whereabouts once you go to the registry. A huge drop of sweat slowly trickled down the back of his head. Maybe I chose the wrong candidate, scratching the back of his neck in despair. Saki, well, you're off to a bad start. With her arms crossed and chin slightly raised arrogantly, the boy observed her for a few moments before gently grabbing her neck and giving her a very hot kiss with tongue. Saki was slightly dazed, with a little saliva rushing from the corner of her lips. Naruto, well, give me a viable option. Uchiha smiling as he moved dangerously close to the black-haired woman's face and playfully licked her ear. Saki let him do it, happily pondering who a halfway serious proposal would be so as not to look ridiculous in front of the Konoha council. Any ideas? Biting her ear. My Sharigan princess. Saki, honestly turning her face and kissing her golden-haired lover passionately. I'll take your side. Kissing him again as one of her hands slowly slipped inside the man's yukata through the chest opening, the mischievous limb descending calmly until it almost touched the young man's crotch, who moaned softly. We won't have time to finish this, but the hand slipped inside the underwear, finally touching the boy's semi-erect member, and began to stroke it with slow movements while her mouth took hold of the fox boy's. Naruto. Saki, the maiden, bit her lips, sticking out her tongue to continue licking his neck while her hand moved his sexual organ, completely hard from excitement. Saki, my little doby, biting his neck without applying much force to avoid leaving a suspicious mark. Although inside, Uchiha Saki fervently wished to mark him as hers so that Sakura Haruna would know that the doby was hers. A few knocks on the door abruptly ended the erotic atmosphere that had settled in the Uzumaki mansion's living room. Naruto stood up, revealing a prominent erection that threatened to burst through his clothes and leave him naked. The boy touched his privates, trying to conceal his member as best he could. Once he had achieved his goal, Naruto Uzumaki, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, left the living room and headed for the door. He opened it to find an Anbu wearing a dog mask. Anbu, Uzumaki-sama, the council meeting is about to begin. Please present yourself as soon as possible. The shinobi disappeared in a burst of smoke, leaving only the Jinchuriki. Saki peeked through the threshold of the door that led to the hall. Saki, do we have to go now? The boy with blue eyes nodded. In that case, we have no choice but to propose Kakashi for the position, with a slight expression of concern on his face. Far from there in the training fields, a jounin with silver hair was calmly reading his favorite book, lying comfortably on a rather sturdy branch. The man suddenly felt a sensation similar to that of the edge of a kunai, or worse, a katana, slowly and tortuously traversing his back, ending its fateful journey at the nape of his neck. Kakashi POV. Something tells me today is going to be a bad day. A sound coming from some branches above alerted him. A black blur emerged from the emerald green of the leaves, grabbing the book and fleeing. Kakashi was startled and reflexively threw a kunai at the creature, which lost a couple of feathers. The son of the White Fang of Konoha lost his balance and fell face down on the ground, unconscious with a huge bump on his head. The meeting room was packed within minutes. All the clan leaders took their seats, exchanging a few personal opinions before the meeting began. Naruto exchanged a few words with Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka, jokingly telling the veteran strategist that he had considered nominating his son for Hokage. The man chuckled softly, shaking his head. "My son is too lazy for such a big responsibility," he replied with a small smile. Tsunade Senju, the current leader of the village, took her seat next to the two longest-serving advisors in the room. "Tsunade, silence." The outgoing leader snapped, calling for order in the room. "I hereby open this extraordinary meeting to elect the successor to Hokage, as I have decided to abdicate and leave the position to someone younger. Without further ado, let's begin proposals." The blonde Kage took a seat, waiting for someone present to raise their hand to speak. A hand went up. "Hamura, the floor is yours." Lord Hayashi Hyuga, the person addressed, stood up from his seat with a serious expression. Hayashi, since the favorite for the position, he observed the blonde man for a few moments, who returned his calm gesture. "Has decided not to run. I have decided to put myself forward as a candidate for the position of Hokage." A large number of murmurs began to resonate in the room. Naruto whispered in Shikaku's ear. "Naruto, if he accepts the position, he'll have to resign as clan leader, and without Neji, he doesn't have a clear successor. His daughters aren't ready for that responsibility yet." "Shikaku, Uzumaki-san is right anyway. I don't think I'll get the necessary support." Tsunade slammed her fist on the table to silence the commotion and continue. "Tsunade, thank you very much." Hyuga Hayashi, the man in question, sat down seriously. "Before we proceed to the voting, does any of you have another candidate to put forward?" Silence fell over the room. Hayashi was surprised that no one proposed a rival for his candidacy. Just when he was about to celebrate victory, a hand was raised in the room. Uzumaki Naruto, the one who had rejected the position, had asked for the floor. "Naruto, thank you very much, Hokage-sama." Bowing respectfully fellow council members. Repeating the action, I take the floor to announce another candidate who, in my opinion, meets all the requirements to hold the position currently held by Tsunade-sama. Koharu. And who is Uzumaki-san? Naruto, I consider my sensei and war hero Hatake Kakashi suitable for the position. Everyone in the room looked at each other, some more convinced than others. The reasons I chose him are as follows. Hatake Kakashi commands great respect among our military forces and the common people. He fought in the last Great War. He possesses great influence beyond our borders. He has vast experience as a high-ranking shinobi, and to support this last point, I remind you that my candidate holds the record for youngest entry into the Anbu. He was a disciple of the 4th Hokage and the son of the feared White Fang of Konoha. I also emphasize his enormous strategic qualities as captain of the 1st Division during the war. For these reasons, I endorse Kakashi Hatake for the position of 6th Hokage. A great number of murmurs once again echoed in the room. Naruto sat down calmly, being congratulated by Shikaku and Inoichi. Hayashi asked for the floor again, obtaining permission from the Kage. "Hayashi, after Uzumaki-san's monologue, I am therefore obliged to state my qualifications for the position in question. As you all know, I have extensive leadership experience, as does Uzumaki-san's candidate. I also wield considerable influence within the village, and I am by no means weak." Again, murmurs filled the room. Naruto raised his hand once more to address the leader of the Byakugan clan. He received permission from the 5th Hokage and stood up again. "Naruto, without meaning to diminish Lord Hayashi's words, I consider several points detrimental to your candidacy." Everyone in the room looked at him with interest, including Hayashi. One of them is 8. Let's remember that the current Hokage has stated that her abdication is due to her advanced age. Tsunade felt a huge vein throb on her forehead at those words. "You're not much younger than her, understand? I'm not saying you're not a great shinobi." Another point of contention is the question of who would lead your clan. In this story, the position of Kage is incompatible with clan leadership. To put it simply, if a Kage also held the position of clan leader, it would be too much of a burden to manage successfully. In other words, an excess of responsibilities and work. As you know, Hayashisen, anyone aspiring to the position must relinquish any other competition before being appointed. And with all due respect, your daughters are not yet ready for the enormous responsibility that comes with leading such a powerful and influential clan as yours, the blue-eyed man said, trying to flatter the man with pearly eyes. Fortunately, the latter nodded, a little haughty at his fellow council member's word massage. I have nothing more to say on the matter. The Jinchuriki sat down calmly in his seat. Tsunade, now that the candidates have been presented, we will proceed to the voting. Each vote counts equally, and once cast, they cannot be revoked. Anyone who is not convinced by any of the proposed candidates may abstain. Let's begin. Uzu Chapter 14. The voting began. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, stood up from her seat, making the first proposal. Tsunade votes in favor of Hayashi Hyuga's candidacy. Hayashi himself raised his hand, followed by the two elder counselors and some representatives of smaller clans. In total, 7 votes for the veteran leader of the Byakugan clan. Votes in favor of the candidacy proposed by Naruto Uzumaki Kakashi had 8. The blonde-haired man raised his hand, followed by Saki and the leaders of the most important clans. With the exception of the Hyuga clan, the Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans showed their support for his proposal. We have a tie with 7 votes each. Unfortunately, my position as Kage prevents me from having the right to vote. Therefore, a private meeting between both candidates must take place to reach a mutual agreement. This session of the clan council is adjourned. To the representatives of the candidates, the village leader continued, looking at the two men. I remind you that you have 2 days to reach an agreement. If this were to happen, both candidacies would be declared null and void and other names would have to be proposed. End of session. The woman finished by hitting her table with a small hammer. All those present rose from their respective places, talking among themselves. Hyuga Hayashi approached the leader of the Uzumaki, receiving a slight bow from him. Hayashi Uzumaki-san, I'll expect you at my mansion tomorrow at dawn. I hope you can make it. The boy smiled slightly, shaking his head. Don't worry, I'll be there at the agreed time. I hope we can reach an agreement that benefits us both. Hayashi nodded and left with some of the council members. Saki approached his partner with a serious expression. Saki, it wasn't so bad. I was expecting something worse. The blue-eyed man sighed dejectedly, looking at her. Naruto, could you have a little more faith in me? Things are going the way I wanted them to. I knew perfectly well the support I would have in the chamber. What I didn't expect is that Hayashi would nominate himself as a candidate. The Jinchuriki expressed himself with his arms crossed with a serene and thoughtful gesture. Tsunade approached them both with a look that was somewhere between distant and reproachful. Tsunade, if you had accepted the position, we wouldn't be in this situation. I hope you can convince that egomaniac to withdraw his candidacy. The last thing I want is to leave someone addicted to the hardline faction of the council, so grabbing the boy by the shoulders, the poor blonde began to sweat from the burgeoning hostility emanating from every pore of the last Senju. I wish that you resolve this dilemma satisfactorily for both me and the village. Now it only depends on you and your political skill. Convince him and make sure you don't offer him anything that could be harmful to the village or to you. That's all I can tell you. Prepare your speech and try to steer him to your side. Exploit his thirst for power and influence. Use everything you possess to enlist him and turn him into another supporter of your cause, and don't forget that going into debt in politics is suicide for your credibility and honor. The young man smiled slightly. Naruto, don't worry Tsunade-sama, everything will go smoothly, you have nothing to worry about. The person addressed returned the gesture with a small smile, trusting in her abilities. Tsunade, I hope so, Naruto sighing wearily. Sometimes it saddens me that you're so polite when referring to me. The boy sighed with a soft, nostalgic chuckle, unable to resist answering the old woman about why he wasn't so disrespectful to her anymore. Naruto, Tsunade-sama, between you and me there's a lot of trust, but honestly if I were to ask you how are you Obachin? Wouldn't you use me as a projectile to blow up the walls that had the misfortune of housing us? The blonde laughed loudly, ruffling the boy's golden hair under Saki's gaze. Tsunade, I'd use you as a battering ram to knock down walls. Unable to stop laughing, you know me too well, kid, but one day you'll forget and your subconscious will betray you, and then get ready for a big one. Naruto joined in the laughter. Naruto, I hope that day never comes, Tsunade-sama. With the conversation over, the duo left the council chamber, heading towards the blue-eyed man. Naruto was once again greeted by a wave of greetings and congratulations from the villagers of Konoha. He greeted, smiled, and politely returned the compliments to everyone who approached him. 2 hours later, as evening turned to night, they arrived at the Uzumaki clan's grounds. The young man gave way to the lady, entering their home after her. They both changed into more comfortable clothes for dinner. Obviously, Saki had to wear her future husband's clothes, which it goes without saying were quite large on her. They both sat at the dining room table, the blonde man with a small smile and the dark-haired woman with her ever-present seriousness reflected on her face. An hour or so later, a knock at the door shattered their privacy. The host and owner of the immense building left his seat to attend to the nighttime visitor. Behind the door stood Hinata Hyuga, who had learned of her father's upcoming meeting with his unrequited love from his servants. She had left her home to speak with the leader of the Uzumaki clan. He opened the door and after greeting her with a small smile invited her in. Once again, Hinata Hyuga shared a table with the two of them. Saki, beside her, glanced at her from time to time with a strange glint in his eyes, a perverse beam of light in the darkness of his orbs. Naruto, for his part, had dispatched a clone to prepare tea to serve as a starter for dinner. "And what brings you to my humble abode, Hinata?" The boy, the object of her deepest desires, broke the awkward silence. "Hinata, I heard that tomorrow you're meeting with my father. I wanted to well know how the clan meeting went." The girl spoke with her inseparable shyness, although it had to be added that little by little she was leaving it aside, at least with the two of them. "Saki, it was a boring meeting. Your father nominated himself, and we nominated our sensei. We tied, and that's why he'll be meeting with your father tomorrow, and I think," she whispered dangerously close to the princess's ear, "that you could be very important in that meeting." It sent shivers down the girl's spine, and she blushed terribly at the woman's closeness. "Hinata, ah. Why?" Sighing as her heart raced wildly, and just the proximity of that woman's lips was enough to provoke such a reaction inside her. "Naruto, I've had something in mind ever since what happened between us." Hinata's blush faded considerably as Saki couldn't contain herself and bit her ear, eliciting a soft moan from the Hyuga heiress. "Saki, please," slightly blushing and excited by such a fantastic vision. "I was going to ask your father for permission to propose to you." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as her mind swirled in a vortex of emotions. "And now, I believe that very thing will satisfy all parties. The Hyuga will achieve beneficial agreements with the Uzumaki clan, and therefore the Uchiha will increase their influence. I, for my part, will be able to marry you and keep your father out of power, so there won't be any danger of an authoritarian drift in the future. And you can share your life with me by my side. Everyone wins. For once, everything is going smoothly." Hinata was practically in shock. Saki watched her amusedly, approaching her again and licking her neck, waking her from the trance in the process. "Hinata, Saki-san, stop please." Despite her complaints, he did nothing to push her away. Deep down, Hinata Hyuga was enjoying it. Deep down, her darkest and most obscene desires were being fulfilled at great speed. "Saki-san, since stop." The Uchiha's tongue moved from her delicate neck to her mouth. Both women exchanged saliva under the watchful gaze of the man who impassively observed the erotic spectacle before his eyes. "Saki, Dobi," she separated from the pearlied girl with a thin strand of saliva that kept them connected. "The heirs of the two strongest clans of the Leaf are at your feet," she said mockingly. "You certainly know how to unite families." The boy sprang from his seat. A huge bulge throbbed in his crotch, which made the Sharigan user smile maliciously. "Which one of us will give you the firstborn?" This was more to provoke her partner than a truth. They couldn't yet afford the luxury of having a family. The boy walked towards them, standing upright between them. His erection, covered by his yukata, was almost at head height. "You'll do the honors, princess." Uzu Chapter 15. The night of Hex was magnificent. Hours and hours of frenzy and unbridled passion, one of humankind's most primal instincts. Naruto ended up exhausted, drained, and empty on his bed, flanked by two beautiful women, both with dark hair. One had gorgeous jet-black hair, as black as the deepest night. The other, a bluish-black like the night sky, dimly illuminated by the moon in its first hours in the celestial vault. The young head of the Uzumaki clan let out a sigh of satisfaction. Some of the understandable tension before meeting the veteran and impassive Hiashi Hyuga had vanished. Well, it had dissipated momentarily. He didn't know for sure if the nervousness and anxiety would return to grip him again tomorrow at first light when he stood before the gates that led to the Hyuga clan grounds. Slowly, the golden-haired boy closed his eyelids. Due to the accumulated fatigue throughout the day, tomorrow would be a key day for the future of Konoha. The young man woke up in the middle of the night. Carefully, he got out of bed slowly and patiently, aiming not to wake either of his two nighttime companions. He walked down the hall to the bathroom, urinated with a sigh of relief, and washed his face a little to get rid of any trace of sleepiness or homesickness. He looked at his face in the mirror, trying to look good for the meeting that would take place in less than 2 hours. Once satisfied with his appearance, he left the bathroom, went downstairs, and entered the kitchen. He got a coffee maker and prepared it to make some coffee. He left the kitchen and took a seat in the living room. Naruto's POV, "Kurama, are you awake?" The young man received no response from the great fox demon. When you need him most, footsteps on the stairs pulled him from his thoughts. Hinata appeared in the doorway, dressed in one of the boy's black t-shirts and his underwear. The pearlied maiden smiled at him, visibly nervous. The blonde young man invited her to sit beside him. Hinata Hyuga obeyed, taking a seat next to her beloved. Their hands intertwined, an unmistakable sign of her immense nervousness. "Hinata, I'm scared of what might happen." Breaking the awkward silence in the room, Naruto sighed as if to say, "You're absolutely right, I am too." The sound of the coffee maker forced the boy to quickly get up and go to the kitchen. From inside, he questioned the Byakugan princess. Naruto, Hinata, would you like some coffee? It'll do you good, I suppose. Hinata, yes please. The boy came out of the kitchen with a tray with everything needed to enjoy the aforementioned drink. Sugar, saccharin, cold milk, and obviously the 2 cups and the coffee pot. Hinata took one of the ceramic containers and carefully poured herself some coffee, adding a couple of spoonfuls of sugar and cold milk to dilute it. Naruto did the same, substituting the sugar with a couple of saccharin capsules. Both stirred their respective coffees, unsure how to continue the conversation. Naruto, your father is a man with a great thirst for power and control. Hinata remained silent. Now more than ever, the popular saying, silence gives consent, made sense. But I believe that above all he is a reasonable man if the right words are used and a good agreement is offered. I'm sure that with due tact I can reach an agreement that benefits everyone. Taking a small sip of coffee, her lover's pearly eyes rested on her lips. Hinata, you have to make him see that supporting you will benefit the Hyuga clan. Naruto watched her with interest. Father always puts the clan's interests before everything else. If you convince him that it's better for my family to forge ties with yours than to run for Hokage, he'll accept. She finished her advice with quite a lot embarrassment. Naruto smiled slightly, leaning in to steal a passionate kiss. Their tongues intertwined, driven by the heat of their mouths. Hinata closed her eyes, surrendering. She still couldn't believe she was like this with him, with Naruto Uzumaki, her Naruto-kun. Saki, save your energy, Dobi. They both separated, or rather, Hinata abruptly pulled away, a thin strand of saliva connecting her lips to those of the man sitting beside her. Her enormous blush was practically steaming. Saki Uchiha had just entered the room, arms crossed and a small mocking smirk on her delicate, handsome face. Dobi, will you make me some coffee? The newcomer continued, taking a seat on the other side of the boy who couldn't refuse her request. A clone emerged from a puff of smoke and headed to the kitchen. Seconds later, Saki held a cup of delicious coffee in her hands, ready to be enjoyed. Tell me, Dobi, are you ready for your baptism of fire as a negotiator? The blue-eyed Jinchuriki let out another tired sigh. Naruto, one is never fully prepared for these things. There are many factors that can influence the final outcome. I don't even know if Hayashi will be open to proposals and finding common ground. Perhaps he'll simply listen to me while planning other meetings to secure more votes at the next extraordinary clan meeting, or perhaps he'll demand an exorbitant price to support my candidacy. Frankly, I'm worried about how the negotiation will turn out. Saki took a sip of her coffee with a serious expression. Naruto watched her impatiently, waiting to hear what she would say next. He wasn't in the mood to wait much, and his impatience was more than evident, reflected in the light tapping of his fingers against the surface of the living room table. Saki, just keep your composure at all times and bring him to your side. Play your cards right, speak properly, offer him a clan union through blood, and he won't be able to resist accepting. Everyone wants to have deals and unions with your clan, and you know it very well. Naruto, that was my plan. I will present her with the benefits of an arranged marriage between her heir and the leader of the Uzumaki clan, that is me. Saki. And then, the little princess looking at the still blushing Hinata will be part of our family. Naruto, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before all that we need to negotiate and reach an agreement. The young man stood up from the table once he finished his coffee under the watchful gaze of his 2 women, so to speak. I'm going to dress appropriately. What do you suggest as an outfit? The clan head innocently asked his 2 future wives. Saki, let Hinata answer first. Let's see. With a slight mischievous smirk on her mouth, the person addressed opened her eyes nervously, not knowing what to say. Hinata, I don't know on Naruto-kun. Everything looks really good on you, red as a very ripe tomato ready to be served as food. Saki, I agree with her, Dobi, causing a slight blush to the man in front of them. Naruto, thank you, but I'd like to know what I should wear. Aesthetics are very important in these situations. First impressions can make or break the fine line between success and failure. That's why I'm asking, should I wear a yukata or my clan's armor? I think the yukata would give a more elegant and eloquent appearance, while the clan's armor might give a fierce and overwhelming impression. The problem with this option is that your father, Hinata, might interpret it as me trying to intimidate him, and that would be a fatal mistake. Saki, in that case, dress in your most elegant yukata and let's get you properly dressed ourselves. Come on, Hinata. The dark-haired girl with blue undertones jumped as Saki lifted her from her seat, leading both of them from the room by an arm. Once in the room, the 3 of them had shared more than once. Saki opened the wardrobe, observing with Hinata the enormous amount of clothing their blonde host owned. Almost all of it was dark or light in color. Not many had large, colorful flashes, some white with light blue tones, white with mauve tones, white with slight touches of pink. Basically, the few outfits with a bit of color that didn't have black or gray as the main tone used white as a replacement. Hinata, a great connoisseur of the Hyuga's tastes, made a clarification that brought a faint smile to the dark-eyed girl's face. Hinata, The Hyuga clan have always liked light colors, that's why we always wear white at gatherings. White is purity and represents our bloodline. Saki, in that case the Uchiha took a garment from the extensive wardrobe and placed it on the bed, a snow-white yukata with small light blue details such as 2 swirls on the lapels and small waves at the bottom. This is the ideal one. There is nothing more perfect to represent the prince of the Whirlpool Village. Naruto. If you say so, I'll put it on. The brunette gently tapped his hand. What's up? Saki, first take a quick shower and then we'll do your hair properly. You need to be perfect so that everything goes well. Naruto, well, whatever you say, I'll take a quick shower. The young Uzumaki left the bedroom heading towards the bathroom, followed by the 2 women, or rather Saki was pulling Hinata by the arm. Girls, scratching the back of his neck, confused. Why are you following me? Saki, just to be sure. The boy entered the bathroom followed by the 2 women. The young Uzumaki stood with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. Naruto, I can bathe by myself. Saki. Don't worry, I won't leave a single part of my body untouched by the soap. The brunette didn't make a sound. She simply pulled off his black yukata in one swift motion, revealing his torso, making Hinata blush even more, if that was possible. Saki, I'll personally make sure of it, smiling maliciously at the young Uzumaki. Uzu Chapter 16. It didn't take long for the Uchiha heiress to strip him of the rest of his clothes. Naruto Uzumaki was now completely naked in front of the 2 of them. With a slight smile, the boy who possessed the legendary Kyuubi no Yoko stepped into the shower, his back to them. Both Saki and Hinata delighted in the wonderful view behind him and his rear end mainly. The blonde boy went to turn on the shower to start washing, but was stopped by Saki, who quickly undressed and tried to do the same with her partner in crime. Hinata Hyuga was so engrossed in observing her beloved's backside that she didn't even notice what the Uchiha was doing to him. Once both were naked, the brunette took the pearlied girl's arm and they both stepped into the shower stall with the very fortunate leader of the Uzumaki clan. Lemon skipped. Uzu Chapter 17. He took in as much air as his lungs could hold and expelled it, trying to calm himself and settle the butterflies that were fluttering wildly in his stomach. Before he could hit the enormous wooden door that gave access to the Hyuga complex, it opened, revealing a young man with pearly eyes, long, straight black hair, and dressed in a snow-white yukata. Hyuga, welcome. Uzumaki-sama. Hayashisa-sama is waiting for you. Please allow me to guide you to him. The young servant invited the newcomer in with a slight gesture of his right hand, followed by a brief bow. Naruto observed the Hyuga's front gardens, a huge pond of crystal-clear water with a bamboo bridge crossing it in the middle. Majestic and well-maintained gardens completed the beautiful natural scene that each and every Hyuga had the gratifying fortune to observe every morning. Naruto stood for a few moments contemplating the landscape accompanied by his guide, noting in his mind the duty to have for his clan gardens as precious as those of the legendary clan of the White Eye. If you'll allow me to intrude, Uzumaki-sama, Lord Hayashi is waiting for you. The blonde shook his head slightly, freeing himself from the sweet spell of the landscape before his eyes. Naruto, excuse my lack of manners, let's get going. The servant nodded with a slight smile. Without a doubt, that young man had exquisite manners. They both made their way across the enormous courtyard toward the main building. The sliding door opened, revealing 2 very beautiful young maids with long jet black hair and pale, smooth, and delicate skin. Both maids bowed respectfully to the guest, and Naruto smiled slightly, returning the courtesy. Maiden 1, Uzumaki-sama, allow us to take you to Hayashisa-sama. The young man who had accompanied him from the entrance of the Hyuga compound turned to resume his routine tasks. Naruto nodded slightly, following the 2 ladies down a long corridor decorated with numerous scrolls of exquisite calligraphy. Others revealed majestic landscapes in exquisite detail, despite being painted only in black. The sound of their footsteps was the only thing that could be heard in the compound. Our young protagonist felt those annoying butterflies in his stomach again, which without any shame seemed to be fighting relentlessly to escape this miserable prison. The 2 girls stopped in front of a huge sliding door. One of them stepped aside slightly so her companion could do the honors and open it. The door, made of wood and paper as white as snow, began to move out of Uzumaki's path. His blue eyes glimpsed at the far end of the room before him, the always serious and impassive Hayashi Hyuga, seated at the end of a low black wooden table, dressed in a yukata as pure white as his eldest daughter's eyes. Naruto swallowed and advanced, not without first showing his gratitude to such beautiful servants with a slight nod of reverence. The sound of the door closing behind him sealed any attempt at escape or to catch his breath. In front of him, Hayashi Hyuga greeted him with a slight movement of his head. The blonde boy hurried to bow. Naruto, Hayashi-sama, thank you for hosting me in your home. It's a great honor. Naruto couldn't see him because of his position, but a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on the old face of the veteran Hyuga leader. Uzumaki-san, please take a seat. The boy obeyed without hesitation, sitting at the other end of the table. They were separated by a little over 1.5 meters. Hayashi clapped his hands a couple of times. The door opened gently and a woman entered carrying a tray with a teapot and 2 cups. With great care, she placed it on the table and poured tea for both of them. The woman stood up, stepping aside but not leaving the room. I would like to ask you something, she finally said, tasting the tea. Naruto, what's this about? The young man replied, imitating his host. Hayashi, why would someone like you who did the impossible to earn the recognition of all Konoha, who bled for this entire village, who sweated and trained to exhaustion to achieve a dream, renounce it and propose someone else for the position you so longed for? What accounts for this sudden change of heart in someone whose best description is obstinacy? I doubt you've given up. There's something more, I dare say there's something more ambitious, another goal, another reward greater than the horizon you set for yourself from a very young age. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Damn it. That man was clever. Naruto, you are absolutely right, Hayashi-sama. I can only say that my new horizon is infinitely more ambitious than aspiring to the position of Kage, but I also feel obligated to tell you that, as you so rightly said, I worked tirelessly to achieve what was my dream and I succeeded. The elderly leader raised an eyebrow, not understanding what his guest meant. The blonde took another sip to clear his throat and continued. You see, I wanted to become Hokage to gain the respect and acceptance of the people of Konoha. The Uzumaki made a slightly sad and embarrassed face. You can see that my main purpose wasn't exactly generous, rather, somewhat selfish. To obtain power in Konoha in order to be respected and treated with admiration and fervor by the village. Hayashi, I understand, but even if you express yourself that way in an attempt to imply that your ambitions were selfish, it doesn't excuse you from refusing to take the position as leader of this village. The veteran took another sip of his tea, soothing his throat. You have saved many people since entering the shinobi world, including many Hyuga. You earned recognition and fame through your own hard work. The blonde said nothing, simply sipping his tea calmly while listening to the seasoned warrior in front of him. Something tells me that your sudden change of plans has a lot to do with your heritage and your duty as leader of a clan. Naruto gave a faint smile. He had caught him out, even though he had lied like a scoundrel to that man and to himself. Naruto, you are undoubtedly a man of great insight, Hayashi-sama, so now that my essential reasons for refusing to be Hokage are clear, we can speak more freely and more. He lowered his head slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment. Honesty and awkward silence settled in the room. The 2 men looked into each other's eyes, however there was no trace of malice, resentment, or arrogance in their gazes. They were simply 2 men who shared a guiding principle in their lives, the well-being and survival of their clan. Hayashi took another sip of his tea, slightly raising his left hand and instructing the maid to pour more into his cup. The woman approached him, fulfilling his request with a slight smile, and then did the same for the guest. Naruto thanked her with a small smile. Hayashi, I deeply value your convictions, Uzumaki-san. A man with great family honor always knows that his family comes first. However, I believe there are no proposals on the table right now that would make me reconsider my position. Naruto, that's why I came here, Hayashi-sama, to negotiate, to put a pact on the table that benefits both clans equally. The veteran raised his chin slightly, encouraging him to continue. You wish to run for Hokage to considerably increase the power and influence of your clan. The old man's mouth tilted slightly. And don't misunderstand me, I know you enjoy great prestige throughout Konoha and of course, great personal power just like me, but what would you say if I proposed an alliance between our clans? The Hyuga raised an eyebrow, a little disappointed. This boy, however clever he seemed, had made a colossal blunder, since each and every clan of the Leaf was allied with the others. That was the very principle for which Konoha was founded, the end of clan wars to give way to cooperation in a common space. Don't misunderstand me, I know perfectly well that one of the basic pillars of a village shinobi is about mutual acceptance and cooperation between clans. I am proposing something much closer and more ambitious. Hayashi continued trying to hide his curiosity as much as possible. Naruto, I propose a marriage alliance. Your eldest daughter will agree to marry me. The Hyuga clan will greatly increase its influence within Konoha, and in the future, in a new village that will rise from the rubble as a key part of its refounding, our clans will be united by blood and therefore enjoy unlimited prosperity. Hayashi, and what makes you think I'll believe your words? It's a very risky gamble, founding a new shinobi village. It's not something that can be done overnight. Naruto, believe me, for I promised it to my mother's memory, and you know that every promise is of utmost importance to me. It is not for nothing that when a man breaks his word, even just once, he goes from honor to charlatanism, and you know very well that I am not a charlatan without foundation. Sipping some of his tea to relieve a slight hint of bitterness in his throat. Hayashi, although everything indicates that you are a trustworthy man of your word, and that marriage would benefit us both enormously, I don't believe I can accept your request. Naruto, in that case we'll have to wait for another vote in the council. However, consider this. I'm proposing the union of two extremely powerful clans. While I don't have numerous forces aligned with my cause, I do have the influence and personal power that you wield. I also possess the heart of your eldest daughter, your heir. Believe me, your decision only postpones the inevitable, only places an obstacle in the path that I will eventually cross. Hayashi remained silent for a few moments. The boy bowed respectfully, rising from the table to leave. Hayashi, that union you speak of, would it end with the absorption of the Hyuga clan by the Uzumaki? Naruto turned around, smiling sincerely. In the end, that man was only concerned about the well-being and future of his family. Naruto, only if the Hyuga consider it most appropriate. I respect their family and their independence as much as I do my own. In fact, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki agreed to the absolute union of our clans, but respecting the voice of each one just as we would with the Hyuga. Hayashi, please sit down again. Naruto's smile widened. There's still much to negotiate. At the Uzumaki mansion, Hinata and Saki chatted quietly over tea. They both knew the negotiations were going to be slow, but a path that would lead to success. Hinata had told her peer about her father's negotiation style, a tough, taciturn man. If a negotiation was fruitless or unnecessary, he wouldn't hesitate to end the meeting as quickly as possible. About 5 hours had passed since Naruto's departure, so things had to be going smoothly. Saki, are you nervous? The pearled girl lowered her head, thinking about a possible wedding with her platonic love. Without realizing it, she had begun to play with her index fingers, a habit she seemed never to lose. Hinata, a little. If Naruto-kun fails, I don't know what I'll do. Saki, well, you're the Hyuga heiress. When you ascend to clan leader, you could ask Naruto for a deal. One way or another, you'll end up married to him. Hinata nodded, blushing furiously. The sound of the door opening pulled them from their thoughts. They stoically resisted the urge to rush to the mansion's entrance hall and ask the young man Naruto Uzumaki how the negotiations with Hayashi Hyuga had gone. Naruto strolled leisurely down the hallway, slowly making his way to the living room. He peeked inside and found his two guests seated at the table with tea in front of them. A slight smile touched his face. Naruto, hello, how have you been? Hinata kept her head down due to the enormous shame and nervousness that coexisted inside her. Her pale face was entirely pink while her hands, clenched into fists and resting on her thighs, trembled slightly. Saki, boring. The little princess doesn't talk much, and as usual their nerves aren't making it easy for them to loosen up. Getting up to walk calmly and stand a few centimeters from her fiancé. And you, how did it go? Standing on tiptoes to give the young man with golden hair a light kiss on the lips. Naruto did not answer. He smiled, pleased by the Uchiha's gesture, and taking her by the waist led her back to the table to take a seat. One next to the other, Naruto took Saki's cup and drank some tea, observing Hinata in front of him. Naruto, Hinata, the girl in question, moved her head slightly without looking up from her legs. Don't be so nervous, everything went well. His smile widened. Your father and I reached an agreement. Breaking the ice with him was hard and tedious, but in the end we were able to understand each other perfectly. Hinata looked up, both embarrassed and happy to hear those words. Hinata, that means. Naruto, your father accepted my marriage proposal. It still remains for you to accept it. But the beautiful maiden with the Byakugan didn't allow him to finish speaking, as she threw herself into his arms across the table, spilling the tea in the process. Luckily, there was hardly any left in the cups. Hinata, thank you. It means so much to me. Unable to hold back the tears that streamed from her pearly eyes. Saki, this, embracing the man beside her around the waist. Remember, he's not just yours. Hinata jumped at the sound of the Uchiha's voice in her ear. Naturally, Hinata quickly moved away from the Uzumaki, returning to her initial position with a blush even deeper than before. And now that we know how it happened, will you explain each of the agreements you made? With an analytical look. Naruto, if there's no other way, fine. Uzu Chapter 18. Naruto, we reached numerous agreements that obviously benefit both clans. My candidate for Hokage will have the support of the Hyuga clan and its allied clans. For my part, I have guaranteed Lord Hyuga close collaboration between our clan and them, in addition to future agreements that will put the Hyuga clan in the spotlight. The Hyuga clan will reserve the right to decide whether they prefer a close or more limited relationship with us once we have offspring. Hinata blushed terribly at the thought of her future children with Naruto, and Saki twisted her mouth into a sly smile. Saki, come on, they reserve the right to remain completely independent or choose to be absorbed into our clan. Naruto, I couldn't have said it better myself. Lord Hyuga is a calculating and cold man, but above all, he's a family man just like I am now. He would never do anything to harm his clan. Anyway, as we increase our power and influence, we could tip the scales in our favor and therefore force the Hyuga to fully join us as a branch of our family, making us too the Uchiha. Looking at Saki with desire and the Hyuga, observing Hinata with the same eyes as his other fiancé. Hyuga be but na Naruto-kun and the Uzumaki branch. With his ever-present stutter and nervousness, the young man with lively blue eyes smiled enigmatically. Naruto, every single one of them will be in Uzumaki. However, as you can understand, I myself could not father pure Uzumaki offspring. Therefore, it would be pointless to create a branch that I cannot continue. That is why I have decided that from now on, all members of this clan will be considered Uzumaki, even though they don't have a single drop of my blood in their veins. Saki, my children will carry your blood, hugging her fiancé possessively. Naruto, and yours too, kissing her passionately under the watchful gaze of two beautiful pearly eyes. Hinata, it's this I too would like my children to carry your blood. Naruto-kun, hiding her face behind her hands due to the immense shame she felt at uttering those words. Naruto stood up despite Saki's complaints, walked around the table, and sat next to the voluptuous Hyuga, taking her chin in his hand and gazing into her white eyes, lost in that silver sea. Naruto, I know, Hinata, I know, and I'm delighted about it, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss that she returned with a touch of shyness. And now, although I'd like to spend more time with you, my girls, you each have something to do. Hinata, you must go home. Your father will want to talk to you and they'll be worried about you. And as for you, Saki, my precious Uchiha, you have to report to Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato. I'll change my clothes and take a walk around the village. Both women nodded, not entirely happy. They obviously preferred to stay with him at the mansion, but duty cannot be avoided unless they wished for trouble in the future, which wasn't the case for the two women. The blue-eyed young man accompanied them to the door, bidding them farewell with a shy kiss on the lips before opening it for them. They did agree, however, to have dinner together that same night. They left the Uzumaki compound, and the blonde boy proceeded to go upstairs and head to his room to change his outfit. He took off his white yukata and checked his wardrobe, thinking about what to wear, from gray outfits to black, olive green, light blue, dark blue, stopping at a dark brown yukata with spirals of a lighter shade on its lapels. Naruto POV, I think this one's okay. Kurama, kid, I've told you this many times, but I never tire of repeating it. I'm glad you're not wearing that garish orange thing you used to wear all the time with a bored expression. Naruto POV. You know perfectly well that I used it to stand out, and now, well, believe me when I say that now I prefer to go unnoticed, and even so, everyone recognizes me wherever I walk, starting to get dressed in what he had chosen to leave his house. Kurama, it's a fact of life, when someone desires something intensely, in the end, when they achieve it, they end up tired and frustrated, wishing they hadn't accomplished their goals. You are the living embodiment of what I mean. Smiling slyly at his companion, who, by a twist of fate, neither got angry nor responded sharply. Naruto POV. You're right, I don't know exactly if it's because you're older than the sky itself or because of the many hours you spend bored inside me. Anyway, this time you're absolutely right, finishing getting ready. Kurama. HMPH, I hate it when you answer me properly. I guess wanting you to stop being such an insolent, cheeky brat has made me fall into the same trap as you, brat. He finished by saying this last part to provoke his container's anger a little. Naruto POV. Well, look at that, leaving his room and heading towards the stairs. In the end, it'll turn out we're like two peas in a pod, smiling as he went down the steps. Kurama, yes, like two drops of water in a vast ocean, smiling as he delivered the final dialectical thrust to his companion. Naruto POV. Tache, leaving his dwelling and closing the door behind him, the blonde boy proceeded to walk calmly through the village. It wasn't long before he received the first greetings, bows, and kind words from everyone he encountered. As expected, the boy returned each and every one of them with a slight smile. He continued on his way without a specific destination until, as he rounded a corner, he bumped head-on into someone who was walking without looking and in a bit of a hurry. I'm so sorry, wiping the dust off his pants from his fall after bumping into someone. Naruto, wow, Sakura, you're in a big hurry at this hour, extending his hand to the young woman with pink hair. Sakura, no, Naruto, taking his hand to get up. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Naruto, where to? He asked, a little interested. Sakura, to the hospital, you see. She blushed slightly. I had to have some reports ready for Tsunade-sama, but according to Shizunesan, she'll be coming to pick them up today. She commented somewhat hurriedly. Naruto, and didn't you prepare them for today? With a raised eyebrow and crossed arms, the emeraldied girl shook her head sadly. Sakura, I was going to do them, but Ino told me that Tsunade-sama was taking the day off today, so I left them for later, embarrassed for seeming lazy in front of Naruto. Luckily, I ran into Shizunesan a moment ago, so I'm heading to the hospital. See you later, Naruto. The young woman was about to resume her journey but was stopped by the Uzumaki. Naruto, I'll go with you, and if I can, I'll lend a hand, whether it's with the paperwork or entertaining Obachin. Sakura, thank you so much. Naruto, they both sped off across the rooftops towards the hospital. I thought you were addressing Tsunade-sama with more respect now. The boy beside her smiled, amused to hear that. Naruto, well, you're right, you see, no, in professional and serious matters, I will address her with the respect she deserves, but outside, she is and will always be Obachin. They both smiled, and in less than 5 minutes they arrived at the doors of the Konoha Hospital Center. They entered without stopping to talk to anyone, went up to the fourth floor and entered Haruno's office. The Uzumaki had a huge drop of sweat on his head when he witnessed two huge mountains of papers and folders on the desk of the Konoichi doctor. Naruto. It's more than I expected, but it doesn't matter, crossing his fingers, creating 5 clones. Tell me what needs to be done. Sakura walked around her work table and sat down in the chair. Under the watchful eyes of the 6 blondes, she began removing papers from one of the piles. Sakura, we have to organize them by date in the folders, seal them, and also place them in alphabetical order inside them. The dangerous one took her seal and stamped it on one of the papers, leaving it to one side. Naruto, while you seal and sign them, my clones will organize them into folders. I'll just step outside and place a couple of clones at the door with a transformation. When the old lady arrives, they'll let me know, and if we haven't finished, I'll give you a little more time. The blonde boy left the office and headed downstairs. Sakura nodded gratefully, engrossed in sealing and signing each paper she picked up, while the shadow clones did their part, neatly organizing everything she set aside. Far from there, Saki walked calmly towards the environmental headquarters to report to Kakashi and Yamato. The brunette wasn't very fond of observing the shops and people on either side of her, which is why she didn't notice the silver-haired man with a covered face who came out of a bookstore with his only visible eye closed as an unmistakable sign that he was smiling under his mask. He looked to both sides nonchalantly, but when he saw long black hair and a fan on the back of a woman passing by on the street, he approached to greet her. Kakashi, hey Saki. The person in question stopped abruptly, turning towards the voice that had called her. Saki, good day Kakashi-sensei. I was just about to head to the ANBU headquarters to report to you or Yamato. Hadake smiled in relief beneath his mask. Kakashi, I'm glad you remembered this time. The woman glanced discreetly at the bag her sensei was carrying. Saki, were you out shopping? The person in question looked down at the paper bag he was holding in his left hand and scratched his head a little nervously. Kakashi, yes, well, I was walking down the street. I saw the bookstore and went in to have a look, and you know things happen. I saw a book that interested me, and I bought it for myself. The Uchiha looked at him with a raised eyebrow. The famous copy ninja began to sweat profusely in front of those 2 eyes as black as abysses. Saki, I don't know why, but since we're talking about you and a book, the only thing I can think of is an Ika. Kakashi put a hand behind his head without changing his slightly embarrassed expression. Kakashi, you discovered me, but I don't know why I'm surprised. I'm always with him in plain sight. Saki, I thought you already had them all, and well, with Jiraiya dead I don't think there are any more. Kakashi nodded sadly as he remembered that the book inside his bag was the last one in his beloved literary saga. Kakashi, it's a shame, but at least they got one more. Saki, did Jiraiya finish it before he died? Kakashi, no way, he left it unfinished, but someone finished it as a tribute to him, someone who knew him so well that according to critics, there's hardly any noticeable difference between Jiraiya and the other person. Saki had a bad feeling. Who else besides her future husband could know the Gamma-sanin so well and love him so much as to continue that disgusting work as a tribute? Saki, sensei. The Jounin looked at her, feeling a chill. May I see the book for a moment? The silver-haired man hesitated, unsure whether to hand it over or not. Don't make things more difficult, sensei, observing him with the Mangekyo Sharigan shining menacingly in his eyes. Kakashi, this I'd rather not do it, trembling with fear. Saki, Amaterasu. A small black flame erupted from one corner of the bag. Kakashi hurriedly pulled the book out, releasing the bag which in less than 2 seconds had been reduced to little more than ashes. Can I have it now, sensei, or will I have to burn it for good? The Jounin quickly extended it, almost bowing. Saki took it, opening it to the first page. There was a dedication to the Sannin of Mount Mayakabuzan. She read it calmly. Without a doubt, it was a very personal dedication, indicating that the writer had been very close to the deceased. She turned the page, continuing to read the dedication. Her eyes narrowed, frightening poor Kakashi even more. This signature, there's no doubt it's him. When I see him, the young Uchiha clutched the book. Kakashi, please don't break it, crying comically. Saki, here, handing over the book reluctantly and with a bit of force. Kakashi, thank you. The woman walked in the opposite direction from her original destination, under the silver-haired man's gaze, and entered the bookstore. Kakashi opened the book to the second page and paid attention to the signature at the end. A huge bead of sweat appeared on his temple, accompanied by a bad feeling. I'd better get out of here, he thought, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Uzu Chapter 19. Sakura spent some time signing and sealing papers in her office, assisted by the blonde clones. She wondered a couple of times where the original had gone. Several suppositions crossed her mind, from him having left out of boredom to him entertaining her teacher with any pretext to buy her time. At least, if the 5th Hokage arrived now, she could excuse herself by saying that she had completed most of the paperwork, and due to stress and exhaustion, postponed the rest until today. She continued performing her administrative tasks with a safety net, in case she didn't finish immediately. At the hospital gates, Naruto and two of his clones, disguised with a transformation technique, were pretending to have an interesting conversation about side types of ramen. One of the clones, disguised as an ordinary Konoha shinobi, muttered something under his breath, separating from the group to disappear in a leaf shunshin. The other clone, disguised as a villager, walked away until he could disappear without the person arriving at the hospital noticing. The original blue-eyed Naruto turned around, observing the fifth Hokage walking calmly towards him, accompanied by her assistant and student Shizune. Naruto, good morning Hokage-sama, bowing slightly. Tsunade, seriously though, you give me the creeps when you treat me with so much respect. Smiling brightly, what are you doing here? Did something happen to you? Naruto, well, I just came out of my meeting with Lord Hyuga and thought you might be interested to know how our negotiations went. Thank goodness that while I was talking about ramen to myself, I also thought of an alibi. Tsunade, that's right, how did it go with the most unpleasant guy on the whole council? Shizune and Naruto had a huge bead of sweat on the back of their necks because of how the woman referred to someone so important on the village council. Naruto Shizune POV, it's obvious he already knows he doesn't have much time left in his position, they both thought, sighing. Tsunade, well, will I be able to get off that chair soon, or will I have to keep cursing the day I accepted the position? Another drop of sweat, the same size, joined the one already existing on both of them. Naruto, don't worry, you'll soon be free of your ties. We reached an agreement and Kakashi-sensei will be supported by the Hyuga and some of their allies, enough for you to abdicate in his favor. The blonde Senju widened her smile. Tsunade, great, she exclaimed happily. I'm glad everything went perfectly, especially since you were the one negotiating. She laughed heartily, overcome with joy. Naruto, you're welcome Hokage-sama. I'm pleased to know that you hold me in high esteem regarding my diplomatic abilities. He said this with a forced smile. Tsunade, you're welcome, I knew you could do it. She laughed loudly again while her student shook her head in disgust. Shizune POV, that's why you spent all morning drinking sake and cursing your luck for having to repeat the vote, the brunette thought resignedly to her lying teacher. Naruto received the information from the clones that were in Sakura's office. She had finished her work, so he no longer had to keep the Hokage entertained. Naruto, well, now that I've informed you, I have nothing more to do here, so I'll go back home. The boy made a move to leave but was stopped by the blonde. Do you need anything else? Tsunade, since you're here, why don't you come in with us and say hello to Sakura? Naruto, oh that's right, pretending to have forgotten about his teammate. I hope I'm not bothering her, continuing with his ruse. Tsunade, don't worry, Sakura won't have much to do right now and I'm sure she'll appreciate your visit. She winked mischievously at the young Uzumaki who caught the hint. Naruto, in that case I'll stop by and say hello since I'm here. The three of them entered the hospital and headed towards the office of the Jadid Kunoichi. Tsunade knocked on the door, receiving a come in response. She opened the door and entered with her two companions. Sakura watched them from behind her desk. Sakura, Tsunade-sama, good morning. Her gaze focused on the blonde boy next to her teacher who winked at her knowingly. Naruto, what brings you here? She asked, feigning surprise. Tsunade, he came to talk to me and since he was here he decided to come see you, and since I see that you have everything in order I can give you the rest of the day off. The Senju smiled generously and it was no wonder today she had an unbeatable day. Sakura, oh in that case thank you Tsunade-sama, standing up from her chair and giving a small bow to her mentor and superior. Tsunade, you're welcome, enjoy the rest of the day, you deserve it for your great work at the hospital. The three of them looked at her, almost trembling with fear. It was no wonder, they had rarely seen her so happy and jovial. It was unsettling. Naruto, Sakura, since you have nothing to do here, would you like to come to Ikaraku? The pink-haired girl walked around her desk towards the blonde boy with a smile. Sakura, of course, see you later Tsunade-sama, Shizune grabbing the boy's arm and practically dragging him out of the place. Once outside the hospital, the girl didn't hesitate and gave the Uzumaki a small kiss on the cheeks, making him blush slightly at his teammate's unexpected action. This is for helping me today, and since you seem to be spreading joy wherever you go, I'll treat you to lunch at Ikaraku. Naruto, wow, today is a day to be grateful for being alive. The woman laughed slightly at that comment. They both headed towards the small family restaurant. Naruto had to stop to attend to a few villagers who thanked him for his great work with Konoha. Sakura couldn't help but smile, remembering with nostalgia little Naruto shouting at the top of his lungs that he would be recognized by everyone in the village, a dream fulfilled. Naruto, it's been a pleasure talking with you all, but I have other matters to attend to. I hope you can understand. All the villagers smiled, satisfied with the shinobi's manners, and began to leave to continue with their chores and routines. The blonde turned, observing the Kunoichi, who returned his gaze with a slight smile. Is something wrong, Sakura? Sakura, oh, coming out of her thoughts, it's okay, I was just a little taken aback, laughing softly. Naruto, ah well, let's continue, I'm really looking forward to eating something, I'm quite hungry. Sakura, anyone would think you haven't eaten anything this whole time. Walking calmly beside her, the boy observed her with a neutral expression. Naruto, well, that's pretty much it. I haven't eaten a thing since yesterday and it feels like I haven't eaten in years. If you push me a little, I'll leave the old man with no noodles left in the pantry. Sakura laughed loudly at that comment. In just under 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at Mr. Tuchai's noodle stand, Ikaraku Ramen. Hey old man, give me a miso ramen with extra meat, Sakura. Sakura, please give me the same, Tuchisen. Came out of the pantry with a couple of boxes full of ingredients and other supplies. Hello Naruto, hello Sakurasan, smiling happily at them to see them in her establishment. Narusaku, hello Iamson. Tuch began preparing their orders while chatted happily with her two customers leaning against the bar. And how have you been these past few days, Naruto? We've barely seen you in a while. Naruto, oh sorry for not coming around more often. I've been quite busy with my new duties as clan leader and also with the clan council. I've been very busy for several days. Wow. Who would have thought that the little guy who could eat 30 bowls of ramen without even breaking a sweat would now be such a busy and hardworking man? Sakura started laughing, followed by Even Mr. Tuchai let out a small laugh at his daughter's words, something that many acquaintances of the young Uzumaki were thinking. Naruto, I don't know whether to get angry or blush. The laughter was even greater thanks to the annoyed gesture of the boy who carried the nine-tailed Biju. Sakura, take it as a compliment. Think about how you've improved over the years and now you're quite an example. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow and the pink-haired girl looked away from him with a slight red tone on her cheeks. She had spoken too much. Joking aside, I've heard you were seen very early this morning heading towards the Hyuga mansion. Forgive my curiosity, but there are rumors going around about Tsunade-sama possibly leaving as Hokage and putting all that together. Sakura, Tsunade-sama is retiring. She hasn't told me anything, with a disapproving and slightly annoyed expression. She doesn't trust me much for some things unless you've been deceived, Iamson, smiling curtly at the daughter of the owner of Ikaraku. Naruto, I see there's someone on the council with a bit of a loose tongue. The two women paid attention. Of course he plans to resign. Sakura jumped out of her chair and happily hugged the blonde boy. Sakura, in that case, congratulations, you're going to be the 6th Hokage, Naruto. The blue-eyed man smiled a little sadly, gently separating her from him, which surprised both women. Naruto, Tsunade is going to retire. She offered me the position and I refused it. His brown and jade eyes widened considerably upon hearing this and a loud crash was heard in the room. Tuche. Sorry, I dropped a bowl on the floor in shock. The man said, visibly surprised. Naruto, that's why I met with the Hyuga clan this morning to secure their support for my candidate for Hokage. Uzu Chapter 20. The two girls looked at each other in disbelief. Naruto Uzumaki refusing the Hokage position, negotiating with the Hyuga, proposing someone else for the job, something wasn't right. Sakura, wait, I thought that what you told me that time was a joke. Still surprised by the news, Naruto watched her with a small smile while Tuchai placed his orders with a slight tremor in his hands due to the shock. Naruto, you know very well that I never lie, Sakura, basically because I don't know how. And because if someone boasts about promising and keeping their word, they can't use lies, not even in a white lie. Taking the bowl of ramen and bringing it closer, he picked up some chopsticks and bowed slightly. Thank you very much for the food. Beginning to savor his meal, Sakura and knew that they wouldn't get anything else from him until he finished eating. Sakura took her plate and also began to eat, both of them surrounded by an awkward silence. 40 minutes later and 20 bowls of ramen. Naruto took out his wallet, pulling out the money, ready to pay his share and that of his pink-haired companion. Tuche, oh Naruto, don't worry, this time it's my treat. The blonde didn't give in, taking out several bills and placing them on the counter of the humble family establishment. Naruto, I insist, money isn't a problem for me, so allow me to thank you for everything you've done for me all these years. Please don't refuse this small token of gratitude, please. Tuchai remained serious for a few moments. Naruto didn't break eye contact, daring him to refuse, urging him to accept the money he deserved for his great work. Finally, after a few moments of uncertainty, the man smiled slightly, taking the bills in front of him. The blonde nodded contentedly, extending his hand. Tuchai nodded slightly, even though the boy hadn't said anything, and shook his hand happily. It was one of those times when words weren't needed to express oneself. Naruto said goodbye to the owners of Ikaraku and left, closely followed by Sakura, who was staring at him, making him uncomfortable. Sakura, is there something you need to tell me? You're making me uncomfortable. The green-eyed girl blinked a couple of times before understanding what her companion had said. Sakura, sorry, looking away, a little embarrassed. It's just I can't believe that you Naruto Uzumaki, you rejected the Hokage position and you're proposing someone else. Wasn't it your dream? I don't understand. Naruto started laughing. Naruto, Sakura, I'd be lying if I didn't say I'd be the first to be surprised by my current behavior. But you know people change over time, you've seen it yourself. This village and its people have changed from seeing me as a useless piece of trash. They've come to idolize me as a nobleman. The shinobi world has changed. Where there was once hatred, resentment, and evil, now there is commitment, friendship, and peace. Everything around us has changed. He crossed his arms under the watchful gaze of the medical Konoichi. It's normal that after so much time, after learning certain things about my family that I didn't know, I've changed my mind. I have a commitment to my mother, a final wish to fulfill, a more ambitious goal to achieve. He paused briefly, stopping in his tracks, as did his companion. And believe me, it's more ambitious than becoming Hokage. He observed her seriously, which made the woman blush. Sakura, but you promised that you would become Hokage to be recognized by everyone, and to protect everyone who needs you. The blonde boy gave an almost imperceptible smile. Naruto. And haven't I managed to earn everyone's recognition, not just in this village but in all the elemental nations? Don't you think I've protected you with the best I have to offer, and if the need arose I would do it again? The girl nodded with complete conviction in the truth of his words. That's precisely why I don't need the title. What I need is courage and commitment, and of that I have more than enough. Besides, just between you and me, I've seen how bitter Obachan is. Do you want me to become a tormented soul? Sakura shook her head frantically, provoking a laugh from the Uzumaki, which was quickly followed by Sakura's. That's precisely why now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going home to rest. As you can understand, it's been a very tiring day. It's been a pleasure spending a few wonderful hours with you. Sakura, he delicately took her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing the back of it. I hope we can do this again very soon. Sakura froze completely as heat surged in her cheeks in unusual amounts. The man began to slowly move away from her. The disciple watched the hand her companion had just kissed and placed it on her chest. A short distance away, her Team 7 teammate was moving further and further away from her. Sakura's POV, Naruto, I'm looking forward to spending more days like this with you. The young leader of the Uzumaki clan arrived at his mansion a little tired. He was looking forward to a hot shower and changing into something more comfortable to finish the rest of the day. He grasped the doorknob to open it and enter his dwelling. For some reason he couldn't explain, he decided to go to the living room instead of going upstairs. He walked down the hallway to his destination, peeked inside to make sure no one was there, and sighed wearily. However, a book sitting right in the center of the table caught his attention. He didn't remember leaving it there when he returned from his meeting with the Hyuga clan. He approached the table and examined the book more closely, recognizing it instantly. Naruto POV, what's this doing here? He sensed a presence behind him, so he mentally prepared for a possible confrontation with an intruder. He moved slowly, intending to grab the book, but in a swift movement, he pulled his tanto from one of the sleeves of his yukata and turned around, encountering nothing. Saki, I suspected you'd do what you did that night again, but I don't repeat my mistakes. The Uchiha appeared unexpectedly behind her fiancé with a kunai threatening his throat. And now tell me, since when do you write such filth in the purest style of your late master? She whispered this last part, sending shivers down her future husband's spine as she pressed the edge of her weapon slightly against the skin of his neck. Naruto, feeling the cold metal on his Adam's apple, let out a breath, trying to calm himself. Naruto, I wrote it as a tribute to his stature as a novelist, feeling the blade tighten its grip. It was the least I could do to honor his memory. I just finished his work, which was half-finished. I have no intention of continuing it. That book, sweating profusely. That book is the last one that will be written, or at least the last one I'll touch. Saki, well, for someone who isn't a huge fan of your sensei's work, you're hardly different from him in what you've written, licking his ear without releasing him from the threat of her weapon. You know, the boy swallowed hard. I never wondered why you're so good at hex. Maybe it's because of your experiences with the biggest pervert Kamisama could ever create. Naruto, and no, I swear, I didn't accompany her to any brothel, nor did I pay for female companionship. Nor did I spy on women in public baths. I swear on my family's honor. Saki smiled haughtily and rested her chin on one of the poor blue-eyed boy's shoulders. Saki, it seems this situation isn't entirely unpleasant for you. Observing a bulge in her fiancé's yukata, it seems you'll have to earn my forgiveness with a series of personal favors. This is an announcement about the new fanfic I'm working on. I've already written 5 chapters and I'm waiting to finish a few more before I start uploading it. This announcement is to let you know that the project is progressing well and to whet your appetite. The cover is also ready and I'll post it here for you to check out. Uzu Chapter 21, Full Lemon. The golden-haired boy breathed a little nervously. His first fiancée hadn't loosened her grip on him one iota. He could still feel the edge of the kunai against his neck, even though time had warmed it up, making it a little more bearable. His eyes traveled from Saki's face to the bulge that was becoming too noticeable in his yukata. Who would have told him, or even more so, his deceased and perverted master, that a situation like this could provoke sexual arousal? And everyone knows that if you get aroused by having someone behind you threatening you with a weapon, your sexual fantasies are a little disturbed. Naruto, Saki, could you lower the weapon, please? His lover paid no attention to his comment, as she was still focused on her future husband's waist. Saki, why should I? It seems all this excites you. Using her free arm to encircle the boy's waist and press herself against his back, it turns you on, whispering in his ear. that your future wife threatens you with a kunai. The Jinchuriki swallowed hard, holding his breath, which was rapid with nervousness and excitement. Naruto, no, the Uchiha's hand descended slightly, brushing against the bulge, causing a pleasant shiver. Saki, pervert and liar, without taking his fleshy lips away from her ear, doesn't it excite you that I ask you to empty everything you have inside me? The young man with blue eyes trembled a little, piecing together the origin of that request, a phrase that he himself had written in the book. Naruto, well, if that excites me, the brunette smiled slightly, licking her prey's ear. The woman's hand moved slowly, slipping through the opening of the yukata and slowly sliding down to his waist. Saki, wow, you're very excited. Nibbling maliciously on his earlobe while her fingers grazed his crotch. Tell me, are you eager to make me yours? Do you want to unleash all your energy on me? Do you want to impregnate the last Uchiha? The boy's member throbbed in affirmation, increasing the smile of the wielder of the legendary Daojutsu. Lemon skipped. Uzu Chapter 22. Hinata strolled peacefully through the streets of Konoha, feeling like she was on cloud 9. And with good reason. Not only did she have the love of the man she had loved madly since childhood, but this same man had also managed to convince her father, Hiashi Hyuga himself, to agree to an engagement. She was immensely happy, and her face beamed with a beautiful smile. She arrived at the Uzumaki compound and knocked on the door. After a few minutes it opened, revealing the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki, a little disheveled and sweaty. The Hyuga heiress blushed when she saw that his yukata was slightly open, leaving his chest, glistening with sweat, perfectly exposed. Hinata made a move to enter, but the blue-eyed young man wouldn't allow it. Naruto, Hinata, I've had a little problem with the water heater, and the living room's a bit of a mess. Would you mind if we waited here while my clones and some maintenance workers fix it? The woman nodded without asking many more questions. After all, she trusted the boy in front of her completely, her future husband no less. The young man sighed, more relaxed. The last thing he wanted was for the woman to enter or use her eye technique and see the state of the living room. Remember, there had been a rather wild hex session. It was quite dirty, and a naked, unconscious Saki was being carried by a couple of clones to one of the upstairs rooms so they could wake her up more calmly. Meanwhile, a few more copies were cleaning the living room floor and table, airing out the smell of hex and masking it with air freshener. Finally, a couple of them transformed into plumbers. Everything was meticulously prepared to look convincing. The disguised clones left the building and found the original talking to and acting quite affectionately with the pearly-eyed woman. Clone in disguise, we've finished the repair. The water is circulating perfectly again and heating up. If you have any further problems with the installation, don't hesitate to call us. We'll be here right away. Naruto, thank you very much. I hope I won't have to resort to you again. The two clones gave a small laugh and left the Uzumaki domain. Naruto looked into the eyes of his Hyuga lover. We can go inside now. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Hinata, oh, don't worry, smiling slightly. But I don't know if lying to me will make you feel good. The Jinchuriki stopped dead in his tracks. Time seemed to stop. Even the air felt like it was standing still inside his lungs. Naruto, sorry. Looking at her incredulously, I don't know why you're saying that. Hinata, you're sent. Naruto-kun, the young man raised an eyebrow, confused. I know you're sent perfectly and you smell like her, like Saki-san. The blonde sighed in defeat. The woman with light eyes had figured it out as if it were nothing, perhaps, if he hadn't hugged her so tightly while they waited for their clones to clean everything up. Naruto, okay, you found out. I hope this doesn't cause you any problems or upset. It's the last thing I'd want to happen between us. He moved closer to her, taking her in his arms and pressing his forehead to hers. Hinata looked down, a little embarrassed by her fiancé's closeness. Naruto smiled. He loved it when she did that. It was enchanting. He gently took her chin and slightly lifted her face to look directly into her beautiful silver eyes like the full moon. You know I love you. With just 4 words, Hinata's body and mind were in turmoil. The Jinchuriki smiled at the increasingly flushed face of the heiress of the clan that possessed the legendary Byakugan and leaned in close enough to press his lips to hers. Hinata's vision began to blur and her legs to tremble. Hinata, na Naruto-kun, the poor girl lost consciousness in her beloved's arms. The blue-eyed boy sighed with a small smile, holding her close to his body. Naruto, I love you, my little pearl, taking her bridal style as he headed for the stairs to let her recover on one of the beds. The young Uzumaki had been in the kitchen for a while preparing dinner. He trusted that his 2 sleeping beauties would wake up by the time he was finished. If not, he would have to wake them himself. He calmly prepared each dish: vegetable soup, roast pork with steak, some rice with egg and chicken, in short, a delicious dinner. He finished seasoning the meat and proceeded to clean his hands when some knocks on his door caught his attention. He lowered the heat to avoid burning the food and went to answer the door, finding his pink-haired friend standing there. Sakura, hi. Smiling energetically at the boy. Sorry to bother you at this hour, but I didn't know what to do and decided to stop by to talk and stuff, blushing slightly. I brought sake, showing him a couple of bottles of the exquisite liquor inside a bag. Naruto, Of course, come in, make yourself at home. Sakura the woman entered and followed him down the hall to the kitchen in strict silence. The young man with golden hair was a little nervous. In fact, he had more than enough reason to be trembling or sweating profusely from anxiety. Damn it, what do I do now if either of them gets up and Sakura sees them? She'll think I'm a pervert. Damn it, what do I do if I tell her? I'll make up some excuse that they're upstairs sleeping. These were the thoughts of the nervous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, who was laughing silently inside the son of the fourth Hokage, enjoying a good show like never before. Sakura, Naruto, that's a lot of food for one person, isn't it? Observing the plates on the kitchen counter and the pans with meat slowly cooking. Naruto, well, you see, when I got home after being with you at Ikaraku, I ran into Saki and Hinata. I was surprised to see them together. Don't you think they don't go together at all? Smiling nervously, luckily, he had his back to the woman with emerald eyes. Sakura, now that you mention it, imagining the two girls side by side. Hinata with her hair loose wearing a snow-white yukata. Next to her, Saki with her hair tied in a high ponytail wearing a yukata as black as their hair. Well, you're right. They're like night and day, but you know what they say, opposites complement each other quite well. Naruto, yeah, thinking about how good it felt to have Hex with both of them at the same time. Well, as I was saying, I ran into the two of them and after chatting for a while we decided to meet for dinner. They'll be here soon checking the dishes one by one. If you want, you can stay too and help me finish preparing everything. Sakura, I'd love to putting the sake on the counter. But first I'd like to go to the bathroom. The pink-haired girl went to the bathroom while Naruto continued concentrating on his cooking. Once he heard the door lock, he proceeded to create a clone to send upstairs and wake up the two women who were sleeping peacefully together in the double bed of their room. She felt someone carefully open the bedroom door and heard small footsteps in the darkness. She thought it was Naruto, but a faint, familiar feminine scent worried her. She jumped up, turning on the light, and came face to face with her teammate. They both stood frozen, their eyes locked on each other. The third woman, Hinata Hyuga, stirred slightly, opening her eyes and sitting up. She was stunned and a little uneasy at the hostility emanating from the two women before her. She got out of bed and slowly backed away, her eyes fixed on the two girls who seemed about to engage in a fight to the death. Saki, what are you doing here, looking at her as if she were nothing? Sakura, I'm telling you the same thing. Hinata, clenching her fists helplessly. I didn't want to believe it, I couldn't, but this confirms it. Lowering her gaze, her eyes heavy with sweat. I can't believe it, you're with him, you were never interested in him, you tried to kill him, why? Naruto, because I love her, said the man, the undisputed center of this dispute, entering the room. Hinata, Naruto-kun, running to hug him, scared. Naruto, calm down. Hinata, stroking her head paternally under the stoic gaze of Saki and the incredulous gaze of Sakura. Sakura, no, I don't understand, why do you love her? She hasn't done anything for you except treat you like dirt, abandon you, and cause you problems with the Raikage. She was about to continue but was interrupted by the boy. Naruto, stop it. Stop it already. Sakura, taking a nervous breath, you treated me badly at the academy, and it wasn't until we teamed up that you saw me as a human being. Sakura began to cry. Sakura, don't remind me, I hate myself for treating you like that. Hugging herself. Naruto, I don't blame you for that. You simply did what the vast majority of people in this village did. Despise me for no reason, and that's not your fault. However, Saki didn't treat me like that. When she first saw me, she treated me like a normal person and became my first friend even before Uroke-sensei. Sakura, but then he abandoned you on a whim. He left you lying there like trash and tried to kill you. Naruto, Sakura, from love to hate, there's only one step. Uzu Chapter 23. Sakura was completely shocked. Right now, the man in front of her seemed more like an unfathomable mountain than a person. Her legs were trembling slightly, her throat was sore, her eyes were itching. She was really having a bad time. Naruto, I'm sorry Sakura, but there are things I can accept and others that are a red line that should never be crossed, with a sad and at the same time stern expression. Sakura, forgive me, but I don't understand. You're asking me to accept something that I don't understand. Clenching her fists in frustration, she felt her throat begin to close almost completely due to irritation. Naruto, Sakura, I am so sorry. Keeping his gaze fixed on the pink-haired woman. Sakura, I have to go. The woman passed by the young Jinchuriki, who remained stoic while being hugged by Hinata. Saki said nothing more, simply leaving the room to go down to the dining room and wait for dinner. Naruto sighed dejectedly, resting his head on Hinata's. Hinata, no, don't torture yourself. Naruto-kun, it's not your fault. Hugging him tightly because she wanted with all her heart to comfort and encourage him. Naruto, thank you so much. Hinata, I really appreciate it, but what just happened won't stay like this. I have a bad feeling. While the blonde and the raven-haired woman were upstairs embracing, downstairs, the other two women had met again in the kitchen. Saki saw her take one of the sake bottles and without hesitation set out to irritate her. Saki, so you'll get drunk to cry over someone you never had a chance with, she said maliciously behind the jaded girl's back. Sakura, shut your mouth, she murmured, holding back all the resentment and hatred that was eating her up inside. Nah. In this fic, Saki tried to kill Sakura a few more times than in the canon. Saki, why don't you shut me up, you useless thing? Sakura was enduring with a titanic effort everything that wicked woman was saying to her. What's wrong with you? Does this little nuisance have a mouth bigger than words? Come on, shut me up, she whispered, goading her, tempting her, blinding her. Saki approached her, tilting her head to expose one of her pristine white cheeks. For a moment, Sakura considered taking the sake bottle she was holding and smashing it over her head, but she couldn't do it. She knew that was what Saki wanted most, for her to lose control, lose her reason, and destroy the kitchen or half the house, and that had already happened once. She wouldn't deceive her again. Saki, what are you waiting for? I'm all yours, come on, smash my face in. The Uchiha was just 2 steps away from the pink-haired girl who was clutching the liquor bottle in her hands. Her patience was reaching critical levels, and that wasn't good at all. Sakura, no, she shouted at the dark-eyed girl who didn't change her neutral expression. I won't let you trick me and manipulate me like last time. I'm not a toy in your hands, pointing at her accusingly. Saki, you're right, passing past the medical Konoichi without looking at her, you're just a nuisance. It was a very quick movement. Saki only had time to blink and feel her cheek burn. In front of her was her teammate with her head down and her right arm extended. She had moved really fast. The brunette rubbed the reddened mark with the back of her hand without taking her eyes off the woman who had dared to hurt her. Sakura, if you want to fight, you'll get one tomorrow at field number 7 first thing in the morning. The pink-haired girl left the mansion in the direction of her house. Saki stared stoically at the door frame. Moments later, footsteps were heard on the stairs and then in the hallway. Naruto and Hinata entered the living room. The blue-eyed boy was serious, very serious, while the Byakugan princess was sad and worried. Naruto, nothing I say will change your mind, right? The girl didn't make a sound, went back to the kitchen and came out with the remaining bottle of sake in a glass, sat down and prepared to drink. I was afraid of that'll go heat everything up a bit. With everything that's happened, it must have gotten cold. The blonde was about to go to the kitchen, but was gently stopped by his pearly-eyed fiancé, who looked at him with affection and concern. Hinata, I'll take care of the food. You try to reason with Saki-san, I trust you. Naruto-kun, the blonde nodded, giving her a small kiss on the lips. Naruto, thank you so much. Hinata, the young woman, smiled sincerely, entering the kitchen and returning with a glass. And what's that? Hinata, people understand each other better when they're drinking, giving the glass to her golden-haired beloved. A while later, Naruto and Saki were still talking about the challenge Tsunede's disciple had issued to the Uchiha. They had already eaten and drunk enough. Hinata, who had remained completely on the sidelines of the conversation since it wasn't her thing, simply cleared the table and prepared some tea, because everything pointed to it being a very long chat between those two. However, she would stay by her fiancé's side until exhaustion overcame her. She herself swore it in the name of her honor and decency as a future wife. Naruto, Saki, you're not in a political position to be going around fighting with other shinobi. You're still under strict surveillance, and if something were to happen, the more senior advisors could lock you up and use you for you-know. He said this last part suffering a very unpleasant chill that ran through his entire body. Saki, you don't order me around, I've been challenged, my honor is at stake and you know it well. I never liked Sakura, looking at her defiantly. Naruto, I don't understand the reason for this hatred you have for him, and I also don't know what honor you're going to lose if this is just between the 4 of us. Nobody else saw or heard it. Saki closed her beautiful black eyes. When she opened them, the Mangekyou Sharigan shone intimidatingly in a blood-red color. Saki, we Uchiha are very proud, and I, as leader of the Uchiha clan, have an honor to uphold. You wouldn't understand getting up from the table to go and rest. Naruto, I'll just tell you one thing, Saki. She stopped to listen. I don't care what happens to me, even if I'm badly hurt. If your fight reaches a critical point where your life or Sakura's is in danger, I'll intervene, even if I have to go to the hospital afterwards. Saki said nothing. She simply had to accept that this was going to happen, because he, her love, never went back on his word. That's why he was so special. Dawn broke in Konoha. Naruto woke up noticing that Saki wasn't beside him. Startled, he glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It was 9:34 a.m. and at that time of year the first light of dawn appeared around 8:30. He jumped out of bed, waking poor Hinata in the process. The Hyuga watched her future husband rush around, throwing on the first thing he could grab, a silver-gray yukata. The blonde boy finished dressing and headed for the bedroom door. Naruto, I'm sorry Hinata, I'll be back later. I hope I'm not late. The pearly-eyed girl nodded, yawning and stretching out on the mattress. She hugged the enormous pillow, inhaling its scent, the smell of her man. She sighed contentedly and closed her eyes again, falling easily into sleep. 1 hour and 30 minutes earlier. Saki opened her eyes, focusing on her blonde lover's face. The Sharigan wielder smiled slightly. He was so beautiful when he slept. She was about to stroke his cheek, but a memory of what had happened last night flashed through her mind. She didn't have time for that. She had to confront Sakura. Haruno put her in her place again. She would take this opportunity to get her revenge. Why this revenge? Simple. She would never forget the day she met the man who was by her side, her lover, her only remaining family. She would never forget seeing him cry for the first time because of her. She cursed her from that day forward and never forgot what happened, not even when her brother massacred her entire clan. She swore revenge on him, and then on Haruno Sakura. She carefully got out of bed, slowly and steadily so as not to wake her two bedmates. Once she was out, she proceeded to dress. She opened the wardrobe, glancing through everything inside. Naruto had mentioned earlier that he'd taken the liberty of buying her some clothes just in case. When she asked him how he'd gotten the right size and measurements, he simply replied, "I used a clone with a transformation." He quickly added, "I didn't see anything beyond the underwear, I swear." Saki smiled, amused to remember how the poor Uzumaki had tried to explain. She took a black blouse and matching pants, grabbed her long combat boots and her chokyudo, and looked at herself in the mirror, turning slightly to examine her back. There she could make out the fan, representative of the Uchiha clan, but it had something very special to her, a spiral on it just as her future husband had wished. She smiled, looking at it one last time before leaving. 10 minutes later at training field number 7. Sakura waited calmly atop the log to which Kakashi had tied Naruto years before. She had been there for 20 minutes, arms crossed, eyes closed, focused, prepared, centered on what would be one of her most difficult battles. After all, she was going to face the so-called most powerful Kunoichi of all time. But for her, that was just talk, mere words that had no real weight, simple nonsense from guys with quite a few years behind them who were beginning to lose their way. In other words, they were beginning to be a little lucid. "Saki, while I thought you wouldn't have the courage to come," Sakura opened her green eyes, focusing on her opponent in front of her, several meters away with a neutral expression. "Sakura, I say the same to you," descending from the stump, rummaging in her kunai pouch. "Saki, if you think that with a simple kunai or shuriken you'll defeat me," opening her eyes, revealing her fearsome doujutsu, "you're even crazier than I thought." The Uchiha drew her katana, lunging at the pink-haired Kunoichi, who did the same, kunai in hand. Both weapons clashed in a shower of sparks and loud sounds of metal colliding. "Sakura, I'll crush you, a vile traitor like you doesn't deserve it in the slightest." Saki tried to kick her, but Sakura stepped back to jump on her again and test the durability of the weapons. "Saki, a bitch like you deserves it less than I do." Moving her back enough to land a punch on his face, Sakura felt her cheek, spitting out a little blood. "Sakura, the games are over, I'll show you the fruits of my training." Clasping her hands together and releasing a massive amount of chakra, Saki stepped back, patiently waiting for her opportunity, never taking her eyes off her enemy. Sakura began to be surrounded by tribal tattoos emerging from her forehead. She was going to go all out from the start. It was going to be an interesting fight. Uzu Chapter 24. Saki raised an eyebrow as the right corner of her lips lifted slightly, forming a mocking smile on her face. "Saki, you admit you're no match for me, huh?" Pointing her chokyudo at her. "You're weak, you always were." You could never help her beyond offering a few words of support. "You should be ashamed to call yourself a Kunoichi." Sakura didn't take her eyes off her for a moment. She just walked, challenging her with her eyes, listening to her dirty words. "Sakura, are you finished yet? Stopping, or are you going to keep looking for ways to justify being by her side, being the worst scum the Uchiha clan, a family cursed by hatred and resentment, could produce?" Saki gritted her teeth, lunging at her companion. Her sword sliced through the air in a powerful slash that collided with the metal of the kunai carried by Tsunade Senju's disciple. "I'm sure maintaining the clash of metal that if you were to give her a child, it would surely end up being a scum like its mother." Saki pushed Sakura away and took advantage of the small distance that now separated them to try to stab and slash her with the edge of her weapon. Unfortunately for her, Sakura Haruno was incredibly agile, a quality that increased tenfold when she used the chakra containment seal to overload her entire system. "Saki, you asked for it." Chidori electricity began to surge in her right hand, which shook slightly due to the power of the Raiten technique. Sakura moved far enough away to draw a combination of hand seals. Saki lunged at her, ready to split her in half. However, Sakura had a card to play defensively. "Sakura, Earth Release Great Rock Wall." The Jadid girl placed her hands on the ground. A huge slab of rock rose up as a shield for her. Haruno knew perfectly well that Saki could dodge the wall and attack her, but she knew her too well. She knew perfectly well that she would try to destroy her defense to demonstrate having greater power, a typical mistake in the Uchiha which she was going to exploit to her advantage. Saki extended her arm, the Chidori flashing dangerously, toward the enormous rock face that stood between her and Sakura. The impact sounded like a massive drill tearing through a huge mountain. The wall gave way miserably, shattering into thousands of pieces. Sakura saw her rival emerge from the first opening in her stony defense, the Chidori still active and dangerous. Saki tilted her head, dodging 3 poison senbon needles that Sakura had thrown. Thanks to her Sharigan, she slightly altered her trajectory to the right, dodging a fist that had erupted from the ground. Saki powerfully kicked Sakura's clone in the face, sending it flying. Now Sakura was completely at her mercy with no possibility of escape. Sakura frowned in pain as she felt her skin, flesh, muscles, and lungs being torn apart and burned by the electricity. Saki's neutral expression didn't change in the slightest. She simply dispelled her jutsu and withdrew her hand from the hole he had made in the left side of the medical Konoichi's chest and dropped her corpse. He tried to pull his hand out, but it was stuck. He pulled hard while being held by the forearm by Sakura. Sakura, don't think I'm easy. Saki turned her head, seeing her companion barely a meter away charging chakra in her fist. Without both hands free, she couldn't form hand seals to use fire release jutsu. All she could do was try again. Sakura, who had Saki's arm embedded in her chest, began to tremble and scream in pain. Her body couldn't withstand the force of the Chidori building within her, which is why her existence ended, exploding into pieces of rock. Saki turned, her technique ready to face her opponent, who was practically on top of her. Her fist passed mere centimeters from the Chidori, impacting Saki's chest and sending her crashing into numerous trees. Sakura felt her forearm burning like 1,000 demons. Under her green eyes, she gritted her teeth and sighed in pain. A huge gash ran almost the entire length of her forearm, from her wrist to nearly her elbow. The sensation was wet. The warm sensation of the blood flowing out perfectly matched the horrible pain she felt. She reached into her medical bag with her other hand, pulling out a roll of bandages. Damn, I'll have to give myself first aid. The brunette gasped for air, almost suffocating from the blow. The force of the impact had emptied her lungs, seemingly refusing to take in air again. Luckily, she had survived a direct hit to the chest and was unharmed. She tried to stand, but a horrible cough gripped her. She felt the air escaping her and the cough wouldn't subside. She was choking miserably. She repeatedly pounded her chest, finally stopping the cough and allowing air to agonizingly re-enter her lungs. She rubbed the corner of her lips, noticing blood there. Saki, you son of a... She started coughing frantically again. She managed to get up with some difficulty, her legs trembling and her breath coming in short gasps from the coughing. She started walking towards where her opponent should be. Sakura was finishing applying medical ninjutsu to her entire forearm. She had closed the deep wound almost completely, however, it would reopen if she forced her arm. She then proceeded to bandage it, tightly pressing the cotton strips that turned a faint reddish hue. Her emerald eyes focused on the clearing in the forest created by the Sharigan user's body. She made out a figure slowly approaching. She sighed in frustration because deep down she had held a faint hope of having finished her off with that one blow. Sakura, I thought you'd be dead after the blow I gave you. Saki stopped abruptly. They both stared at each other defiant, barely 10 meters apart. Saki, you thought wrong. Coughing again. Sakura, wow, it seems it affected you more than it should have. Saki frowned as she drew hand seals at high speed. Saki, fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous blaze, the distinctive mark of the warriors of the legendary ocular Daojutsu, flew swiftly across the grass, scorching it. Sakura jumped to the side, dodging it without much difficulty. Fire release, phoenix flames. Fire erupted again from her lips in a vortex of infernal heat and power. The flames took the form of the mythical bird, which impassively and predatorily headed towards the disciple of the fifth Hokage. Sakura, you won't achieve anything with that. Once again, perfectly displaying her agility to dodge the brunette's barrages, Saki smiled, focusing her Mangekyo Sharingan on the flaming bird. Saki, Amaterasu. As blood trickled from its left eye, the bird was surrounded by a beautiful and dangerous black fire, the famous all-consuming black flames that never go out. The legendary beast roared menacingly, changing direction. Sakura opened her eyes in surprise, rolling on the ground and propelling herself with both legs to get as far away as possible from that horrible being. Saki felt a slight tingling in both her left eye and throat. Frustrated at not being able to reach the cherry blossom Konoichi, she strained her eyes, thus increasing the phoenix's speed and aggression. Sakura gritted her teeth, jumping with force and with such bad luck that she landed upside down, having to use her arms to twist and propel herself, and that was her mistake. The wound on her arm reopened, staining the bandages completely red. The pain, a mixture of stinging and horrible stabbing pains, throbbed in time with her heart. Enduring with fortitude, she managed to move enough to avoid as the bird lunged. Saki smiled despite the pain that began to sting her eye. It was no wonder she had her. Sakura stumbled, falling face first to the ground. Her aching arm absorbed much of the impact, leaving her completely numb and incapacitated. Her eyes, green as the purest emeralds, glimpsed the imposing beast approaching her impassively. She closed her eyes, letting out a single tear of fear, of sadness, of shattered dreams, of dashed hopes of an anticipated end. She felt everything around her move, the wind swirling furiously, whipping her hair wildly. She felt her insides churn with shock as the contents of her stomach threatened to spill out. When everything had calmed down, she opened her eyes fearfully, not knowing what she would find. Blue eyes like the summer sky, blonde hair like a wheat field, and tender whiskers on the cheeks of an adult and attractive face, yet trustworthy and cute. Sakura and Naruto, the blonde boy, glanced sideways at Saki, who, due to the shock, lost control of her technique and her own body. The veins in her left eye burst, turning white to red. The pain intensified dramatically as that damned cough returned at the worst possible moment. The phoenix exploded in a fireball that incinerated everything within a 5-meter radius. Sakura hugged the boy who was holding her with her only usable arm. "I'm sorry," that was all she could manage to say, her lips trembling from the tide of emotions swirling in her head. The man said nothing, continuing to watch the Uchiha woman fall to her knees, only to be caught by another blonde boy who gently lifted her and carried her away in a flash of yellow. It's the flying thunder god technique," the woman he was carrying said. "Naruto, don't talk in a serious but gentle tone. Let's go to the hospital afterwards. I want to talk at length with you too." The woman nodded, hugging him tightly with her good arm. They both vanished in a yellow flash. Uzu Chapter 25. 10 minutes later, in one of the many rooms of the Konoha hospital, Saki Uchiha watched neutrally as her fiancé paced nervously in front of her, while she was being attended to by the first student of the Godame Hokage, Tsunade Senju, who was in another room attending to her other student, Sakura Haruno. Shizune smiled at the girl, letting her know that there was no serious problem with her health, which reassured her greatly. The young man with golden hair stopped his constant movement when he noticed that the medic nin had finished the treatment of his wife. "Naruto, well, Shizunani, is there anything serious that could worry me?" The raven-haired woman turned around, showing him the same smile she had given her patient, achieving the same effect. "Shizune, that's fine, it just needs a little rest, especially the eye affected by the massive chakra use. Fortunately, there won't be any permanent aftereffects." The blonde with sapphire eyes sighed, more relaxed. Shizune rummaged in the pocket of her white coat, pulling out what looked like a piece of black cloth. "You'll need to wear this for a short time to allow your eye to rest. You can't take it off under any circumstances for exactly 4 days." Naruto, while holding back a little laughter as he saw how the eye patch looked on his fiancée. "Saki, since when did you go to sea to look for treasure?" He held back a loud laugh that almost escaped him when he received the Uchiha's annoyed look. Saki, idiot, turning her gaze away angrily and embarrassed. In another room, Tsunade was tending to the pink-haired girl's injured arm. The green-eyed girl lowered her head at the loud reprimand her mentor was giving her. And to make matters worse, she also had to deal with the fact that Naruto was listening to everything with a small, mocking smile on his lips, which embarrassed her even more if that was possible. "Tsunade, sometimes I think you haven't matured at all. It's a good thing you have a talent for ninja medicine, otherwise I'd have to amputate your arm. You're reckless going to these extremes over something so trivial." The blonde Hokage cursed her pink-haired student in a very bad mood. "And no, I won't accept any excuses from you." The Senju spoke up, noticing that her disciple was about to break her silence to contradict her. "You'll have to rest for a week, which means no lifting heavy things, hitting anything, training, or straining your arm. Do you understand?" With a stern and authoritarian expression. Sakura Tsunade-sama, with her head bowed from the enormous reprimand she received, the last Senju turned to face the young Uzumaki with the same expression with which she had scolded the green-eyed girl, which caused the clone, the original, is with Saki, a horrible chill. "Tsunade. And as for you," she slowly approached him, causing him to sweat nervously. "The council will meet this afternoon and I want you to be there." The blue-eyed boy nodded. "And secondly," she whispered, closing the distance between them even further, placing her lips against his ear. "Don't keep hurting my student. She's been honest with herself since you left with Jirya and admitted to me that she loves you. Be honest with her, at least tell her what you're planning, why you changed your mind about polygamy, and don't keep it from her any longer, otherwise you'll only hurt my student more." Naruto, "But if I tell her about the engagement?" hesitating. Tsunade, "Not telling him will be worse. Put aside your cowardice. You've never been afraid. Now be the Naruto who faces the storm without flinching and tell him I'll see you this afternoon at the council meeting." The Hunjid woman separated from the boy, bidding farewell to her student with a sad smile. Once she had left the room, the young Jinchuriki prepared to begin the difficult conversation with the medic nin. "Naruto, Sakura, I need to talk to you very seriously about what happened yesterday and today." The pink-haired girl struggled to her feet and sat up on her bed, looking sad and worried, fearing any reprimand, reproach, contempt, in short, any evil that might come out of the boy's mouth in front of her. "Sakura, I am so sorry, but you know very well how I get along with Saki." The boy slightly raised his hand to silence her, which saddened her, as the assumption came to her mind that he didn't want to hear any explanation from her. "Naruto, give me a moment." Sakura Haruno nodded, not very convinced. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly, turning to face the door and open it, leaving the small room and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, in the room where Saki Uchiha was, Shizune had left just a few minutes ago, leaving them alone. After a few jokes about pirates and more than one curse from the embarrassed brunette, the boy's cheerful expression changed to a displeased and serious one. Saki watched him curiously with her one visible eye. "Saki, is something wrong?" The boy looked at her for a few moments before turning around and opening the door. "Naruto, I have something to take care of. I'll be right back." Without another word, he closed the door and headed to the room where the pink-haired girl was. It was much better that he, and not a clone, dealt with such a delicate matter with her. It was the least he could do out of respect. He reached the room and opened the door, finding himself met by a pair of beautiful green eyes focused on him. "Hello, Sakura, sorry for the delay." "Sakura, I appreciate that it's you and not a clone telling me something so important." The blue-eyed, golden-haired man felt those words pierce his stomach like a red-hot dagger. He smiled forcibly, exposed in his trickery. "Naruto, you see, I know you and Saki don't get along at all. You were always competing at the academy. When our team first came together, even when she left Konoha, you were so happy, and you called me stupid. When I told you I was going to look for her," Sakura smiled slightly, remembering those days. "Sakura, I don't know what you're trying to get at by telling me all this if you want to scold me for what happened. I apologize to you and only you from the bottom of my heart. But I want you to understand I hate Saki. She's scum her entire damn pathetic existence being worshipped for belonging to a clan full of vile traitors and murderers who tried to stage a coup in our village, being part of a family that has given birth to such scum and enemies of humanity as Madara or Obaido, who get their powers from killing their loved ones, a clan whose drug is revenge. She disgusts me. She's a traitor. She tried to kill me several times. She tried to kill you, which is worse. She allied herself with our enemies and almost finished you off after you finished off Kaguya Otsutsuki." Naruto listened to all of this in stoic silence, letting the woman blurt it all out without interrupting her. It was obvious. Some people knew Sakura Haruno hated Saki Uchiha, but what he didn't know for sure was if he had something to do with it, or if the green-eyed girl simply had other reasons. She was always spoiled by the whole village, always getting what she wanted, always looking down on others, as if being from a family like that was something to be proud of, and to top it all off she goes and betrays us. She's a despicable person. I don't even know how you can let her into your house." Naruto sighed in defeat. He approached the young woman's bed slowly and silently, looking at her with pity and discouragement. "Naruto, you shouldn't think that. Remember that she saw with her own eyes how her entire family was murdered by her older brother, whom she idolized. She was consumed by a terrible desire for revenge that very few could resist. She made mistakes like everyone else. And she made amends, and then some. Believe me when I tell you this, because it's as true as can be. I'm not asking you to forgive her for what she did to you. But I am telling you this, I have recognized her pain, and that's why I have sincerely forgiven her. Can you do the same?" "Sakura, what a stupid thing to say. Why are you always defending her? Why don't you ever defend me when she acts the same way I'm acting now? Why?" The rose was silenced by the blonde's words. "Naruto, don't lie, Sakura. I've always protected you both without caring in the slightest if my body, my soul, or my pride gets hurt. I won't tolerate you questioning my personal commitment to you too," he shouted, consumed by anger, terrifying the girl with jade eyes. "There are things I can allow and tolerate, and there are others that are red lines that can never, and I mean never, be crossed, and this is one of them. And you know what? There comes a point when I can't take it anymore. I just can't. Lately my life has been so hectic. I have so many things to do, meetings to attend, a promise to keep to restore the Uzumaki clan, as her mother wished, and an ambition to realize." Sakura swallowed, feeling herself shrinking with each passing second before the imposing presence and bearing of the man before her. Naruto softened his expression slightly, taking a deep breath to calm himself. "I'm sorry if I went too far. I've been a little nervous lately. What I wanted to get to is, Sakura, you, her, and Hinata, are you together?" Looking defiantly into his eyes, green against blue, heart against heart, time seemed to freeze completely as the Jinchuriki's lungs refused to take in the air so necessary for life, and his insides turned brightly at such a dreaded momentum of being completely honest. Uzu chapter 26. Naruto felt the words tear from his throat, or rather, from his battered and dry throat. In front of him, Sakura Haruno's beautiful emerald eyes were undressing him, not in a sexual and lustful way, but in an emotional and sentimental one. The girl sighed in defeat, closing her eyelids. The boy's silence had told her everything she needed to know. "Sakura, your silence, that means the three of you are together. You're dating." Hugging her legs and lowering his head to rest it on them, Naruto moved his lips, feeling very uncomfortable and overwhelmed since she had found out he had to tell her. "Naruto, Sakura, the three of us were engaged." Those words, flung into the air as a timid whisper, struck her with the force of a scream filled with hatred, contempt, and resentment. She felt her legs tremble, so she hugged them tighter to prevent the man she loved from noticing. She felt her throat begin to close, causing her a very unpleasant pain, while her eyes began to sting, an unmistakable sign that tears were about to stream down her pale cheeks. Sakura, let me please," hugging her legs as if they were the last thing she had left to lose. "Naruto, I'm not going to." "Sakura, go away, don't you understand? I don't want to be with anyone right now." She said this last part, noticing how her voice had broken from crying from the unstoppable flow of tears that left her eyes and ended up on the white sheet covering her legs. The blue-eyed man grimaced sadly. He felt terribly bad seeing her cry, and even worse knowing that he was the one responsible for the tears of the beautiful woman with cherry blossom hair. Naruto, I am sore. His apologies were cut short in one fell swoop. He regained his composure, rubbing his left cheek, which was slightly flushed from the slap. Sakura, who had moved swiftly, completely consumed by anger and unease, sat back down on the bed, hugging her legs again. Sakura, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to see you. Please leave me alone, the boy sighed, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been slowly poured over him. He turned and walked tentatively towards the bedroom door. Once he was just inches away from her, he looked back to admire her for a few last moments. With all the pain in the world, he took the handle and opened the door to leave. Once the door closed, Sakura burst into tears, suddenly releasing all the pain that gripped her poor soul. I curse you, Saki Uchiha, you and your family, she whispered, her voice choked by her own sobs. The young Uzumaki walked listlessly down the hospital corridor, lost in thought. He sighed, mentally exhausted. In front of him was the door to Saki's room. He opened it and entered, bumping into the brunette who was already dressed and ready to leave the hospital. Saki, finally you're back. I thought you were going to take forever talking to that nuisance. Naruto frowned, a little annoyed by his future wife's comment. Naruto, I'm not in the mood for that, Saki, he said, strangely serious. Now let's go home. We need to get everything ready for the clan meeting this afternoon. Saki, what clan meeting? Naruto, when I was with you, I had a clone in Sakura's room. Grandma told me before she left. We'll probably have a new Hokage this afternoon. Saki Uha, not giving the matter any more importance. Now tell me what's wrong. The boy shook his head, taking her by the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the hospital room changed to the living room of the Uzumaki mansion. Saki felt a little dizzy but managed to hold back from vomiting. Hinata came out of the kitchen wearing an apron over her usual clothes. The blue-haired girl was surprised to see them there since she hadn't heard any doors open. Hinata, how? The blonde smiled tenderly at his second fiancé as he walked towards her to give her a brief hug and a shy kiss on the lips. Naruto, it's called Hiraishin no Jutsu. It's my father's signature technique, the one that earned him his legendary nickname, the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. Saki, and I suppose you've placed seals all over the village, right? The young man with sapphire blue eyes turned to nod at her words. Naruto, my clones have been very useful for that. I have the whole village covered so I can go anywhere in case of emergency. Hinata blushed, amazed by the power of her future husband, while Saki remembered what she had to ask the boy in front of her. Saki, why did you react like this when I mentioned Sakura? Did she say or do something to you? How can you let that nuisance boss you around? The young Jinchuriki couldn't stand it anymore. Naruto, Saki. He shouted authoritatively, startling the two women. Naruto took a deep breath to relax. I'm sorry for yelling at you, darling, but I don't want to talk about it now if you'll excuse me. I want to go to the dojo and talk to Kurama about the council meeting that will take place this afternoon. Hinata, but I prepared the lunch, lowering her head sadly and disappointed. The fox boy felt a pang of sadness in his heart to see her like this, so he did what anyone would have done in that situation. Naruto, don't worry, darling, as soon as the food is ready I'll come out to eat. I wouldn't miss your delicious treats for anything in the world, my princess. The pearled girl lowered her head, red as a tomato, feeling immense, overflowing on a cloud soaring through the clear blue sky of absolute happiness. Hinata, yais. Saki, I should too. The brunette was about to return to her home, but was stopped by the kitsune's arm. Her black eyes shone for an instant, a few tenths of a second, that were appreciated by the boy with sun-like hair. Naruto, you can stay here and debate with me in the dojo. There's no problem with that. The Sharigan user smiled inwardly, a little relieved that her fiancé wasn't too angry with her. Hinata, the Byakugan princess, looked at her cheeks still burning. Let us know when the food's ready, okay? Hinata, haha, Naruto-kun. A knock on the door startled her. She tried to dry her tears with the same sheets that covered her thin, pale legs and cleared her voice as best she could so it wouldn't sound broken by the incipient sobs. She took a breath and murmured a soft come in to give her visitor permission. The door opened and Ino Yamanaka, her best friend and co-worker at the hospital, entered. The blonde noticed the emeraldied girl's state of mind the moment she saw her face. No matter how much she pretended and smiled falsely, Ino Yamanaka could always read her like an open book. The blonde and expert in flowers approached her friend's bed, took the chair that was there and sat down. Ino, Sakura, you don't have to pretend. I know you're hurting, the rose breathed, feeling her meager emotional strength about to break. Please, if you're not honest, I won't be able to help you. I'm your friend. The wall inevitably crumbled, giving way to a colossal vortex of negative feelings. Sakura, everything's a mess. Ino, today I found out that Naruto and Saki are together. Even Hinata, it made my blood boil. I hate her with all my being. That vile traitor, a filthy viper who stabbed everyone in this village and especially him. Why? I don't understand. She's treated him badly. She's humiliated him. Ino, you treated him the same at the academy and during his first years as a genin. Sakura, I know, breathing heavily from crying, and I regret it with all my soul. I apologized and he forgave me. She probably apologized to him too. Here's a clarification. After the last fight between Saki and Naruto, she sincerely apologized to him for everything she had done. Obviously, Naruto forgave her without stopping smiling for a single instant. Sakura looked at her terribly upset. She was trying to cheer her up or sink her even further into her abysmal desolation. Sakura, and did I try to kill him? Did I ever try to destroy everything he loved? Did I ever try to erase everything he meant to me? No. Sakura, then why? I don't understand clutching the sheets tightly. I hate Saki. Uchiha, nothing would please me more than to see her dead. But if that happened, Naruto would be sad and he would cry for her, and I couldn't bear it. I would die. Sometimes you have to accept defeat and step aside. He's happy with her, you should find your own happiness too. Sakura, of course I'll look for her, but I won't give up. He taught me that I'll never surrender. Even if I end up in a hole with a tombstone on top of me, I won't back down. I won't be a coward, it's a promise. You reminded me of him, but with pink hair and skin whiter than snow, laughing slightly, trying to ease the tension. She achieved her goal by noticing how her friend also chuckled softly at her words. They continued talking amongst themselves for a while now, with a little weight lifted off their shoulders. Saki and Naruto entered the mansion's dojo. The Uchiha observed the shelves, noting some weapons and scrolls on display. Not all of them were there, but a large portion. Little by little, the room was taking shape and looking magnificent. Her dark eyes scanned from the shelves to the armor displayed on a mannequin next to a couple of scrolls with spirals as a symbol and the shinobi headband with the same symbol engraved on it. She approached slowly until she was just centimeters away from the magnificent battle attire. Her beautiful face was reflected in the polished surface of the metal plates that made up this beautiful work of craftsmanship. Naruto, anything to say about my outfit for the clan meetings? The boy said, approaching her with a small smile and his arms crossed. Saki, HMPH, not bad, but compared to the Uchiha war armor it doesn't stand a chance, she replied, puffing out her chest with pride, believing everything she'd said. Naruto sighed dejectedly. Never in his life would that woman acknowledge the magnificence of a clan other than her own. That was her, that was the Uchiha. And being that way, that's how she managed to make his heart race so intensely. The hours passed. Saki and Naruto debated how they would act at the council meeting. They attended Hinata's call for lunch and enjoyed themselves. The blonde loudly praising the incredible culinary skills of the witty-eyed maiden, while the raven-haired girl simply savored the exquisite delicacy served on the living room table in sepulchral silence on her part. Sakura made a full recovery and was discharged by her sensei, Tsunade Senju, who politely asked her to stay and work at the hospital in her place, as she had to attend a Konoha clan council meeting. The pink-haired girl cursed her luck as she put on her white doctor's coat and slowly walked to her office. Today, she wouldn't get a break. It was going to be one of the worst days of her life. 45 minutes later, Tsunade Senju arrived at the council chamber, opened the doors, and found everyone already in their seats, chatting amongst themselves. Some were cleverly pulling strings, others were simply passing the time, and still others remained completely silent. She smiled at her grandson with a serene expression and made her way to her seat presiding over the room. Once seated, she cleared her throat to call for order and speak. Tsunade, order. All murmurs ceased instantly. I hereby open this meeting of the Konoha Clan Council. The reason I convened it is as follows. I have been informed that an agreement has been reached regarding the appointment of my successor. Recall that we had no candidates who volunteered for consideration, so we opted for a free nomination process by those present. 2 firm nominations were submitted. That of Lord Hayashi Hyuga, supported by the Hyuga clan, the 2 council members, and 4 other clans, and that of Hate Kakashi, proposed by Uzumaki Naruto and supported by the others present Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi, and Yuzuka and Aburame clans. The meeting between both parties has now taken place, and I am pleased to inform you that a satisfactory agreement has been reached for all present. Therefore, I am pleased to announce that my successor has been appointed. The new Hokage, the 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, will be Hate Kakashi, son of the legendary White Fang, student of the 4th Hokage and teacher of his son and the last Uzumaki. The room filled with murmurs. Most of those present were considering the information given by their still current leader. Speculation about what the copy ninja's reign would be like was circulating, accompanied by the occasional question regarding his fondness for reading pornography and his extreme lack of punctuality. Tsunade took a sip of water to moisten her throat and spoke again to silence everyone present. Silence in the room. Everyone stopped their chatter and paid attention to the 5th Hokage. I have summoned the candidate. He should arrive in a few moments. 1 hour later. Naruto POV, damn Kakashi, even on a day like this, as soon as he gets here I'm going to. His thoughts were suddenly cut short by a loud bang on the table. Tsunade, Anbu. 2 shinobi with their faces hidden behind animal masks appeared in front of all the council members. Bring Hade Kakashi to this room even if you have to carry him here. The two ninjas nodded, disappearing swiftly to fulfill their mission while some of those present looked at each other, deeply disgusted by the spectacle. Naruto's POV. What a humiliation, Kakashi-sensei, you'll pay for this lazy bum, the blonde thought with a frown, holding back the almost unbearable urge to go after his teacher himself and drag him back. Uzu Chapter 27. Naruto shifted uncomfortably in his seat and with good reason. It was a moment of great political significance for the village of Konoha, and more importantly, a vital situation concerning his influence within the clan council. His blue eyes scanned the room, focusing on the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi Hyuga. He remained stoic and imperturbable, rigid as a mountain with his arms crossed and his pearly eyes closed. He was undoubtedly an imposing figure. Naruto shifted his attention to his fiancée, Saki Uchiha, who returned his gaze with a serious expression. However, her lips moved slowly, forming a few words that escaped her lips in a timid whisper that no one could hear. The blonde boy could read her lips, feeling slightly annoyed because she had said, "I told you so," in a playful, almost mocking tone. The brunette smiled slightly, noticing the annoyance on her partner's face. At least she would be amused to see how her beloved's patience would gradually evaporate. The whistling of the red-hot kettle jolted him awake from the beautiful lines of prose that made up his beloved Ika paradise. He placed his book on the table and hurried to turn off the stove. He grabbed a ceramic cup and poured the contents of the kettle into it, adding a splash of green tea extract for flavor. Once his drink was ready, he rushed back to the living room to pick up his book again and immerse himself once more in the wonderful world contained within its pages. A few knocks on the door echoed throughout his house, but the famous copy ninja remained completely unfazed. He took a sip of his tea and turned the page, continuing to lose himself in his erotic reading. Again, there were knocks on his front door, but there was no reaction from the student of the legendary Fourth Hokage. A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the place. The door flew open, badly damaged, practically ripped off its hinges by the gaping hole. At least 6 Anbu entered. In addition to the 2 that Tsunade had sent, another 4 had joined because they couldn't find Kakashi. The 6 intruders walked briskly and stood motionless, watching their target continue reading his book as if nothing had happened. The one who seemed to be the leader of the Anbu took a step forward. He wore a tiger mask and most notably a milky skin quite pale, which made one think that he was a corpse or someone very sick. Tiger Anbu, Kakashi-senpai, the person in question, raised his one visible eye from the lines of his favorite book. Kakashi, what are you doing here, Sai? The Anbu had a huge drop of sweat on the back of their heads. Sai, we come by express order of the Goddamn Hokage. You are required in the council room. Kakashi, yes, I already knew that, but it's not time yet. Returning his gaze to the orange-covered book, just a moment, looking up again. What time is it? Sai, you're an hour late, his former subordinate replied bluntly. Kakashi, well, yes, my goodness, what things, returning to his reading as if nothing had happened. Sai, the pale shinobi, moved his hand slightly, guiding his Anbu comrades. The 5 ninjas moved swiftly, grabbing the silver-haired man's arms and legs, who dropped his beloved book in shock. Kakashi, hey, let me go, trying to break free from the relentless grip of his captors. I haven't finished reading yet. The Anbu ignored his pleas and began to drag him towards the street. Sai, don't resist, senpai, following his squad calmly. The atmosphere in the council chamber was growing increasingly tense. Some of the clan leaders, those loyal to Lord Hiashi, were protesting vehemently due to the lack of integrity, commitment, and honor of the candidate designated for the Hokage position by Naruto Uzumaki. The target of these infamous accusations remained in strict silence, wielding an implacable self-control over the thousands of emotions, mostly negative, coursing through every fiber of his being. His mind was consumed by the thought of strangling Kakashi for exposing him on a day like this, or perhaps making his mandate impossible under any pretext, since he had the right to call a meeting with the future Kage whenever he wished, or better yet, proposing a law before the venerable council to veto the infamous book that was causing his former sensei such delusions. Naruto POV, I'm sorry Erosinin, but it's for the good of Konoha and my own, the golden-haired boy thought, smiling macabrely from his seat, causing more than one chill to some of those present in the chamber. Minutes later, an Anbu appeared in the middle of the council room, and Naruto and Saki instantly recognized the masked shinobi. Tsunade-sama, venerable council, we have found Kakashi Hadake and brought him here. I await your permission to let him pass. Leaning on his knee in a gesture of submission. Tsunade, perfect, let it go and return to your patrol mission, excellent work. A little calmer, the pale Anbu stood up, bowing as a sign of respect to the political elite of the village. Tsunade-sama, the pale ex-fruit, left the room in a smoke shunshin. A few seconds later, the one-eyed ninja entered the room with a lazy gesture, something that none of those present liked very much. Tsunade, Hadake Kakashi. The blonde senju shouted authoritatively. Do you know the reason for the requirement of your presence before the honorable? The one addressed scratched the back of his neck a little lost. Kakashi, well, I hope I haven't done anything wrong. Everyone in the room had to restrain themselves from throwing anything they could get their hands on at his head and screaming at him with all their lungs and throats that yes, he had done something wrong, making them wait an hour and a half like fools, and acting in such a childish and careless way in front of the most powerful and influential body of a shinobi village. Tsunade, you have been summoned here to receive vital information, both for you and for the entire village. Clenching her teeth, a result of the titanic anger that seethed through her body at the way her successor was behaving, I have submitted my resignation as Goddamn Hawkage, and therefore we have sought a suitable candidate to succeed me. Instinctively, the Sharigan warrior observed her blonde student, who returned the gesture with a serious expression. And we have made our decision. After negotiations between the two candidates, it has been determined that you, Hade Kakashi, will be proclaimed Rokudame Hokage of Konoha with the full support of this entire council. Congratulations, and don't disappoint us. The poor Jounin remained motionless, like a statue that seemed about to shatter at the slightest touch. Naruto smiled slyly, carefully rising from his seat and beginning to clap slowly. Little by little, everyone else followed suit, applauding their new leader. Poor Kakashi reacted by looking around, a little nervous. When he noticed the smile on his student's face, he knew this was all about him, and so he cursed him in a torrent of blasphemies and insults directed at both him and his sensei Minato. Tomorrow will be your official appointment in front of the entire Leaf Village. Sleep well tonight and don't even think about being late tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp at the Hokage Tower. He cracked his knuckles with a malevolent expression, causing terror in many of those present, including the silver-haired man. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, the son of the White Fang, muttered, lowering his head in a mixture of reverence to the Senju and the council and dejection for his miserable fate. From now on, a very damn you Naruto, were the angry thoughts of the now future Hokage. Once the clan council meeting was over, the blue-eyed boy calmly approached his sensei to speak with him. The sensei was receiving congratulations from everyone present in the chamber. The young Uzumaki chuckled softly, waiting for the silver-haired man to notice him. Saki, waiting to receive your thanks. The golden-haired boy turned to face his first fiancée, Saki Uchiha. She smiled slightly, looking incredibly beautiful. Her black hair and eyes blended perfectly with the kimono of the same color, and if we added her pale skin, we undoubtedly had a woman who would rival any goddess in beauty. Naruto, I hope so, although I'm afraid he wasn't too thrilled with the news. Smiling charmingly at her partner, the raven-haired girl positioned herself right beside him, observing her sensei, who was the absolute center of attention at that moment. The silver-haired boy finished shaking hands and exchanging words and good wishes with all the clan leaders. Now he could finally confront his evil blonde-haired student. He turned his head from side to side, searching frantically for him. Naruto, hey, I'm here. The man turned in his direction, a great anger blazing in his one visible eye. He closed the distance between them in little more than 5 strides and grabbed Naruto by the lapels of his yukata. Naruto didn't lose an ounce of his magnificent smile. Calm down, sensei, you wouldn't want to attack a member of the clan council who is your greatest supporter within it. Control your impulses, he whispered venomously to the poor Jounin, who was seething with the desire to teach him a lesson for disturbing his peaceful existence. Kakashi, you're he let go, dejected. It's not worth it. Naruto, you're right, adjusting his clothes again. What's done is done. Now you have the honor of being the 6th Hokage. Without a doubt, my father would be proud of you. I am, of course, and Saki too. The copy ninja shifted his gaze from the blonde to the brunette, who looked away, her face slightly red with embarrassment. Saki, HMPH, don't put words in my mouth, Dobi. Naruto, putting the sentimentality aside, tomorrow you have to give a speech in front of all of Konoha. I hope you can prepare a decent one in the rest of this afternoon and evening. He crossed his arms, unable to suppress the arrogant smile that seemed to have taken hold of him since poor Hadake had forced his way into the council chamber. Well, it's getting late, and Saki and I have to leave. Before the blue-eyed youth could take 2 steps toward the exit, he was grabbed tightly by his right arm by his first teacher. The boy calmly observed him while one of his eyebrows rose doubtfully due to the forced arrest. Naruto, is something wrong, Kakashi-sensei? He asked innocently to the future Kage, who had his eye closed. Kakashi, you got me into this mess, and you're going to help me write a speech that will make me go down in history, and if you don't. Naruto, Sasuke helped. The brunette shrugged, completely unconcerned. Saki, he's right. Since he's going to take the Hokage position, you should at least have some consideration for your teacher. I'll see you later if you finish soon. By the Uchiha transformed into a black crow, hastily leaving the place through one of the open windows. Poor Naruto lowered his head, completely defeated and at the mercy of his sensei. Kakashi, as I was saying before, you went to Saki, if you don't help me, when I'm appointed, I'll force you to do drank missions until you cry blood. The blonde didn't even flinch at his mentor's threat. It seems you're keen on cleaning toilets and chasing Tora, the demon cat. Naruto, we're going to prepare the best speech a leader has ever given. The son of the fourth Hokage shouted with renewed interest at the smile behind his master's mask. Uzu Chapter 28. The two men arrived at the residence of the famous copy ninja Hate Kakashi. He opened the door of his home, gently inviting his student to enter. The blond man entered his master's residence and noticed the lack of furniture in the entrance hall. Naruto, isn't this a little empty? The Jinchuriki asked his Jounin mentor, who entered behind him, closing the door. Kakashi, a Jounin's salary doesn't go very far. It's a miracle I can afford the occasional treat I give myself, the silver-haired man replied without giving it much importance as he walked down the hall followed by the Uzumaki. Kakashi entered the room followed by his pupil, who raised an eyebrow upon seeing the room. Naruto. Well, it's cozy, the boy said, surprised as he looked around the room. In the center was a low Japanese table, one of those with a tablecloth. He also noticed a couple of wardrobes and, more specifically, a small and of course old television. Otherwise, the room was completely empty. Kakashi, make yourself comfortable, I'll go make some tea so we can clear our heads and prepare something decent. The Jounin retreated to the kitchen while the leader of the Whirlpool clan took his place at the table, sighing in annoyance. Naruto POV, he sighed dejectedly, staring at the walls of the room as if they were the most interesting thing in the world. I curse my luck, he continued, his lament lost in his thoughts. Kurama, well boy, you seem bored, huh? The mythical beast replied to his friend in a joking tone. Tell me, what does it feel like to be locked in a depressing environment with no way to escape? Naruto POV, Kurama, it's not funny, the young man replied with great dejection. Besides, he said before appearing in a large meadow worthy of a postcard, now you enjoy a beautiful landscape and you can leave whenever you please. Kurama, exactly now. The Biju continued the conversation, observing his blonde comrade with an amused smirk. You know, brat, the one addressed raised an eyebrow, observing the imposing fox demon. Naruto POV, what, Kurama, I'm amused that you feel the way I do, even if it's only for a few hours. With that, the fox burst into a loud and evil laugh. Naruto POV, Chfliridin, he muttered resignedly, thus increasing the power of the nine-tailed beast's laughter. Kakashi left the kitchen of his apartment to go to the living room and begin writing his speech as the sixth Hokage of Konoha. The silver-haired Jounin wondered why his student seemed to be asleep, as he had his eyes closed. Kakashi, hey Naruto, his sensei called out to him, but unfortunately the boy didn't respond. Are you all right? He continued his questioning, getting no answer, so naturally a little anger coursed through his entire being. The sensei of Team 7 placed his tea on the table and extended his right hand, palm open. A small electrical discharge began to flicker at his fingertips as his single visible eye glowed with a small, malevolent light. Wake up. The silver-haired man struck his student right in the middle of the forehead, which obviously woke up the blue-eyed youth with the blow itself, and then stretched him with an electrical discharge that coursed through every fiber of his being like a lightning rod. Naruto, sensei, he yelled in pain, suddenly emerging from his mental landscape. Damn it, relax, trembling from the electric shock. Kakashi, so much trouble having to help me with this, taking a seat next to him at the table with a stern expression, or so it seemed, since Hadeke's face couldn't be seen. Remember that we're in this because you forgot your dream of becoming Hokage and you passed the buck to me, he said with feigned victimhood while pointing an accusing finger at himself. Don't you love your poor sensei? Naruto, the boy answered hesitantly, unable to speak about it with the ease he wished. I'd rather not talk about that, let's get to the point and start writing, the student of the future sixth Hokage continued, taking his first sip of tea from his cup. Thank you very much for the drink, sensei. Kakashi, you're welcome, man, the legendary copy ninja replied, placing a large stack of blank papers on the table and grabbing a few pens to write on them. Okay, how should we begin? The blonde boy took a piece of paper and a writing instrument and began to scribble under the watchful eye of his mentor. A few minutes later, the Jounin was lightly tapping the table surface with the fingers of his right hand, a sign of his growing impatience, something that didn't sit well with his golden-haired disciple. Naruto, stop doing that, he muttered in a timid whisper to the Cyclops without taking his two blue eyes off the white paper he was filling with ink. Damn it, he continued, crossing out an entire line. Let's see, appeals and congratulations to the fifth Hokage, personal commitments to the village, and the people praise of the Leaf Village. I'm missing something. Kakashi, how about highlighting our commitment and goodwill towards the other shinobi villages and the alliance? He tried to help his student by appealing to his greater experience. Naruto, it might work, he wrote on the document while his sensei spied on him, furtively observing him. Naruto gritted his teeth, giving into a sickening frustration. He crumpled the paper and threw it to the ground in anger. No. Too cheesy, it almost sounds like you're begging the other four not to let any enemy wipe us out. Kakashi, well, there's no need to nag them, just remembering that we're part of a historic alliance and therefore committed to it is enough. Naruto took another piece of paper and prepared to write again. Before the edge of the pen touched the surface of the paper, Kurama's voice echoed in his head. Kurama, Humans don't know how to use the gift of eloquence, commented the great fox lying on the grass with a lazy gesture. Naruto Pav silenced Kurama. Kurama, I'm just telling the truth. At this rate you'll only manage to get the commoners to bury you in rotten fruit. A throbbing vein appeared on the blonde's forehead. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, surprised to see the young man tense with his eyes fixed on the paper but without writing anything on it. Naruto, you won't let me concentrate. You'll see, you Fleridin rascal. I'll write a speech that will make the greatest orators in history look like a couple of hicks fighting in a dive bar. The imposing beast began to laugh as if there were no tomorrow, while the blonde boy came out of his thoughts and began a new draft. 2.5 hours later. Kakashi sighed dejectedly, lying on his back staring at the ceiling of his home. He had long since given up trying to help his student who was completely engrossed in preparing the darn speech. The silver-haired man shifted his position, observing a few balls of paper scattered on the floor, about 30, not counting those behind him and on the table. Another sigh escaped him, as with each passing minute, the idea grew stronger that he would most likely show up for his presentation without a speech. He closed his one visible eye, seeking to rest a little and relieve the slight nervousness that had sprouted in his stomach. Naruto. Damn it, crumpling up the Hano-shomani piece of paper and throwing it as far away as possible to lose sight of it, and not increase his anger, which was already threatening to incite him to tell everything to go to hell and go home. What a bucking rage today, I'm going to kill someone, damn it, he muttered curses under his breath, carried away by all the bile his liver could produce, and for more words deeds, well, rather one in particular, the Kyuubi splitting its 9 tails laughing, enjoying like never before the suffering of its container. Kurama, brat, what lovely moments you give me, hex, with 2 beautiful women and now the delicious taste of despair. How lovely it is to live. Smiling mockingly, he fell prey to a loud laugh once more which resonated like a horrible screeching in the ears of poor Uzumaki. Naruto, I shit on God, breaking the pen, staining his hand with ink. Kurama, he shouted at the top of his lungs, scaring Kakashi. Far away in the Uzumaki mansion, 2 beautiful women, one with long navy blue hair and pearly white eyes, and the other with thick black hair as black as the void of space and equally black orbs, were calmly drinking tea in the parlor, passing the time talking. Suddenly they both felt something. Saki, Hinata, did you feel it? The heiress of the clan of the famous Byakugan nodded shyly as she raised her ceramic cup and took a sip of the tea she had prepared moments before for both of them. Hinata, Naruto-kun, he's not very happy. Saki, something tells me he won't be coming for dinner tonight, smiling slightly mischievously as she thought about how her partner friendlover was feeling. I suppose I'll lend a hand with the cooking. Hinata, nothing's wrong, I can by myself. She murmured haltingly as was her custom. Saki, I insist, in the end now we're sisters. Uzu chapter 29. A quarter of an hour after the thunderous, blasphemous scream of the blonde leader of the Uzumaki clan, we can observe 3 people in the living room of the famous Jounin of the Hatake clan. Obviously, the first of them was the silver-haired owner of the property, and the other 2 were practically identical in physical appearance, as they turned out to be Naruto Uzumaki and a clone of him. This clone had slight aesthetic differences from the original blonde, such as red eyes with slit pupils instead of blue orbs, more pronounced marks on his cheeks, and a demonic smile with a black tint on his lips. This clone, who was undoubtedly under the total control of the fearsome demon called Kyuubi by mortals, smiled cruelly while his jailer and the latter's sensei begged him for help, not with words, but with a gesture clear and unequivocal enough, having his head bowed in total and crushing defeat. Kurama, well, the dreaded Biju muttered, arms crossed, sitting beside his container, his head slightly raised as if to display a certain superiority over the 2 Konoha shinobi. Oh, don't say anything. I saw everything. His macabre and malevolent smile widened. It turns out that 2 of the Leaf's most powerful shinobi aren't capable of writing an inaugural address that would wow the common folk. He sighed with a feigned and almost insulting displeasure. And here I thought you 2 could do something so simple all by yourselves. He finished his little monologue with a cruel laugh that resonated like a horrible shock in the guts of the 2 ninjas present. Naruto, are you going to help us or not? The blue-eyed, golden-haired boy replied grumpily to the prevailing sneer of the beast sealed inside him. Kurama, come on, don't get like that, pup. I know your flaws and limitations well, and eloquence and mental work are certainly not your strong suits. The fox continued his relentless mockery of the human, who felt the blood rushing through his veins more and more due to the enormous anger that was growing. Naruto, you'll be. The boy's verbal attack was cut short by the other mortal. Kakashi, please help us, I beg you, said the son of the famous White Fang, bowing to the clone who smiled with pleasure and even amusement and enjoyment. Kurama, I will help you, but only because you asked. I will show you what the king of the tailed beasts is capable of creating on a measly piece of paper. Prepare your eyes and ears for a beauty worthy of the paradise promised to mortals after their last breath. Will your minds be able to witness my ability to? Naruto, yes, you're the best and smartest of the nine, old Hagoromo's favorite, and the strongest of all the mythological beings the gods have created, and all that can you start. The clone of the impatient blonde took the feather, bringing it to his ear and putting the top end inside it while looking away as if nothing mattered to him. Kurama, now that I think about it carefully, why help you when I don't get anything out of it? The original blonde felt a chill run down his spine, slowly shifting his gaze away from his Kurama-possessed clone to meet the inquisitive, scrutinizing, and of course angry stare of his sensei, which made him reconsider and try to amend his words. Naruto, forgive what I said, the young Uzumaki murmured unconvincingly to the Biju, who continued to feign ignorance. Please, great Kyuubi no Yoko, absolute king of all tailed beasts, sage among sages, powerful among the powerful, god and incarnation of fire, favorite son of the shinobi god Hagoromo Otsutsuki, help us, he continued, finally submitting to the fearsome fox-like demon. Kurama, well, smiling slyly, if you insist, I in my infinite benevolence will grant your request and help you without expecting anything in return. For as the supreme being I am, there is nothing that two mortals like yourselves can provide me. Naruto gritted his teeth at the absurdities the Fleuridan boy was spouting. Kurama took the paper and began to write under the watchful eyes of the two men present. 2 hours later, night was beginning to fall over Konoha, and in one of the residential buildings of the Leaf Village, a door could be seen opening and a blonde boy and a silver-haired man came out. Kakashi, I'll see you tomorrow at the Hawkage Tower, I hope you'll be there, the man, dressed in the standard Jounin uniform, spoke. Naruto, don't worry, just focus on learning your speech. I don't want to see the 6th Hawkage reading from a piece of paper in front of the whole village, the boy replied with a dejected expression, still recovering from having to submit so miserably to the Fleuridan one. Kakashi, relax, I'll practice after dinner and after reading a bit of thinking of what excuse to use to sound credible and avoid mentioning his favorite book. Naruto, do what you want, sensei, his pupil cut him off, starting to leave towards his mansion. Kakashi, well, thanks again. He ended the conversation by entering his apartment, closing the door behind him so he could have some privacy and practice his inaugural address in peace. A quarter of an hour later at the Uzumaki mansion. The front door opened and the owner of the property, Naruto Uzumaki, entered. He sighed wearily, leaving his shoes at the entrance and walking slowly down the long hallway towards the living room of his home. A delicious smell bewitched his sense of smell with every step and awakened a voracious hunger within him. Finally, he crossed the threshold into the living room, finding it empty and with something special on the table. Naruto, approaching her with a raised eyebrow. I thought you might like a drink after being so busy with a vital task for the future of this village. The boy's blue eyes traveled from the object in question to the entrance of the kitchen, meeting Saki Uchiha, who was wearing a light blue apron with a white spiral engraved on the chest area. Naruto saw Saki. Saki, take a seat, go on, Hinata and I are preparing your dinner. The blonde was so taken aback by how bizarre everything seemed to him that he offered no resistance, letting himself be guided by the woman from the Fan clan and take a seat at the table. The black-eyed woman served him some sake and looked at him expectantly, making him even more uncomfortable. Naruto, Saki, are you all right? What happened? He looked at her as if she were a stranger. Did the old fogies on the council die? The woman had a slight nervous twitch in her left eye at so many questions. Couldn't she be nice to anyone without seeming strange? Something must have happened. Maybe there's another Uchiha alive, or the sake is expired. Maybe something happened to Sakura. The blue-eyed boy's eyes widened in horror at that horrible thought. Something happened to Sakura. He shouted in alarm, completely breaking the patience of the dark-haired woman with the Sharigan. Saki, Dobi, nothing happened. You really are a hopeless idiot. The beautiful Uchiha returned to the kitchen, consumed by a huge rage, causing the Jinchuriki to feel like a scoundrel without honor or decency. Moved by regret and the unease of her words, he downed the liquor in one gulp and headed to the kitchen, observing through the doorway the two women putting the finishing touches on the food. Without thinking twice, he walked towards Saki, touching her shoulder. Leave me alone, you Yuzure Tonkachi. Before she could utter another curse, her fiancé sealed her lips with a warm and vigorous kiss that lasted a few seconds, much to the surprise and pleasure of the Sharigan lady and the embarrassment of Hinata beside her. Naruto, I'm so sorry, the son of the 4th Hokage said, quite ashamed of his despicable behavior, awaiting the response of his first fiancé, an answer that never came. Hinata, Roman 2 heard everything. Saki-san offered to help me and I asked her to receive you like this. Naruto, that was it, well, at least everything's in its place, he murmured more calmly, affectionately kissing his other fiancée, the Byakugan princess. Saki gave him a gentle tap on the chest. When I say gentle, I mean gentle in the Uchiha sense that unsettled the Uzumaki. Saki, you're a doppelganger, did you know that? With an almost imperceptible smile on her beautiful, pale face. Naruto uha you look beautiful and hexy in that apron you too. Hinata the Hyuga blushed, reaching an almost nuclear blush while the Uchiha shook her head, mentally thanking him for the compliment. Saki, go to the living room and wait, their dinner will be ready in a moment, right, Hinata? Hinata, haha. Recovering as best she could from the sweet compliments of her future husband. Naruto calmly sipped his sake while listening to his two future wives talking in the kitchen. His stomach fluttered from the delicious aroma that filled the room. Thankfully, the food was served in front of him. His blue eyes feasted on a scene worthy of a high-end restaurant brochure. A huge pot of stew dominated the center of the table, flanked by a plate of roasted fish and another of lamb cooked in the same way. There was also a complete salad exquisitely dressed with oil, vinegar, basil, pepper, and of course, a large bowl of miso ramen right in front of him, ready to be devoured. Naruto, you guys are amazing, I love you so much. These were the only words the man uttered before grabbing a pair of chopsticks and starting to devour his beloved ramen as if it were a vacuum cleaner. Hinata, Naruto-kun, slowly, you're going to choke, watching her beloved blonde with concern. Saki, relax calmly, taking some lamb and fish to place on his plate. She looked at his face. The pearled girl obeyed her companion and observed the young man with a touch of pity. Naruto continued swallowing as if nothing else mattered, a wide smile on his face. He's enjoying it, taking a bite of fish. The fish turned out well. Hinata, I'll try the stew, Hayashi Hyuga's eldest daughter said, taking a bowl and pouring some of the contents of the large pot over herself. Dinner continued without incident. The three chatted between bites about whatever came to mind, including, of course, the main topic of the day, the wording of the speech the sixth Hokage would deliver tomorrow before all of Konoha. The blonde boy responded firmly that they would see it tomorrow and could then tell him what they thought. With nothing more to say and their plates empty, Naruto offered to clear the table and wash all the utensils. Despite Hinata's initial disapproval, everything ended up clean and tidy thanks to the shadow clone jutsu. Now there was little left to do before going to bed. Tomorrow would be a very busy day within the walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. Uzu Chapter 30. Morning arrived to stay in Konoha. Naruto opened his lively blue eyes, noticing a pair of arms resting on his chest, as well as a couple of calm, deep breaths hitting his neck. A smile of happiness marked his face as a huge mouthful of air flooded his lungs, only to come out a short time later in the form of a pleasurable sigh. Naruto POV, how nice to be like this, observing Saki resting peacefully to his right. He then focused his attention on Hinata, who was doing the same to his left. My princesses, his smile widened, but unfortunately his attention was drawn to the window of his room. Judging by the light filtering through, he guessed it couldn't be later than 9:30 in the morning. He tried to sit up, but without much success. Without a doubt, the two women didn't want their man to leave their side under any circumstances. I don't want to wake them, I'd better use my cunning, instead of force, moving carefully so as not to disturb his sleeping companions. He managed to raise his arms and trace his famous cross seal. A clone emerged in a thick puff of smoke to be used as the receiver for a substitution jutsu. Once she had sorted out her minor mobility problem, she dressed in a robe and headed towards the bathroom to relieve herself and take a quick shower. Minutes later, Saki stirred slightly, drawing the attention of the clone that had taken the original's place in the center of the bed. After a couple of small movements, her deep black eyes opened, meeting the blue that she liked so much, even though she didn't say so. Naruto clone, good morning, my love, how did you sleep? Saki, well, the blonde approached her, giving the Uchiha a shy kiss on the lips. I don't know how you're such a doby as to think I wouldn't realize you're a clone, the one addressed raised an eyebrow with a nervous expression. Naruto clone, and what makes you think that's true? Saki, intuition, and if you'll excuse me, I'm going to meet with your true self, it's nothing personal. But I want a little privacy, try not to wake Hinata, the wielder of the legendary ocular Daojutsu, got out of bed, delighting the copy of her fiancé with her sculpted figure, clad only in a black lace bra and matching panties. Without pausing to grab something to cover herself, she left the room and headed for the bathroom. With each step, the sound of running water grew louder. Once she was right in front of the door, she didn't hesitate for a second before placing her delicate hand on the handle and turning it to enter the small room. A breath of warm steam and a soft lemon scent enveloped her. She turned her face toward the shower. Luckily for her, Naruto was deep in thought and hadn't noticed the intruder. Saki unhooked her bra and then removed her lower undergarment. Nothing was stopping her now, to accompany your partner in a closer way. He felt like he was in heaven. The water, at a perfect temperature, fell on his skin, relaxing any remaining tension that might be stiffening his muscles. The sound of the liquid hitting the ceramic floor, combined with the subtle lemon scent of the shampoo he had applied to his hair, teleported him to a lush green meadow full of lemon trees, worthy of a postcard for better or worse. A pair of arms wrapped around his waist, just as a pair of breasts pressed against his back. It didn't take him long to recognize who the intruder was, all thanks to the size of, you know what I mean. Naruto, I woke you up and you followed me, Saki. without turning around but placing his hands on those of the woman who still had him imprisoned by the waist. Saki, first of all, Doby, how did you know it was me? And secondly, did you seriously think I wouldn't recognize your pathetic fourth-rate copies? Resting his head on the young man's back. Lemon skipped. Naruto, thank you so much, my love. It's very important for me to know. It makes me very happy, and I hope I can give it to you too once we've completed the task ahead of us. Smiling sincerely at the girl who returned the smile with tenderness and satisfaction. Now it would be best if you took a shower and came down for breakfast. Don't worry, everything that has happened between us the original will know. He finished speaking, giving another kiss to the woman of his life, of course, each of them being half of his life. The sound of the coffee maker broke the prevailing silence in the kitchen. Naruto entered, followed by Saki. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee that filled the room delighted their senses. The blonde boy took a couple of cups of coffee to pour the drink. At that moment, he was a little taken aback, then smiled with pure happiness and took out another cup. Saki's black eyes remained fixed on his face, trying to discern the Uzumaki's sudden explosion of happiness. Saki, let me guess, pouring milk into her coffee cup. Hinata and your clone had some fun in the room taking a small sip of her drink. Naruto, you have no idea as much as I feel for you in the bathroom. Uchiha the brunette looked at him with her Sharigan shining menacingly on her face. Okay, I'll leave that term for more intimate moments, picking up her cup to repeat the action of the last Uchiha and take a sip. Saki, what time will the proclamation be? Continuing the conversation, deactivating his lethal doujutsu. Naruto, at 12 o'clock they want to make sure that most of the villagers can go to the Hokage Tower. Luckily for us, we will be able to accompany the sensei, privileges of being clan leaders. Saki, HMPH, I hope it's not delayed like usual. If it is, your reputation will be ruined, and in the long run it'll damage mine too. Naruto, hey, I don't know if you're worried about me or just yourself. You're mean. He made a fake pout that brought an almost imperceptible smile to the always stoic Saki Uchiha. Hinata entered the living room and then went to the kitchen, where she was greeted by her fiancé. Good morning, Hinata, you look beautiful. The pearlied girl wore an elegant white kimono adorned with small light blue flowers. Hinata, thank you, Naruto-kun. She smiled happily and blushed at the words of the blonde boy who quickly prepared her coffee the way she liked it. 3 parts milk and 1 part coffee with a teaspoon of sugar. Naruto, here you go, my princess, giving her cup to the girl under Saki's watchful gaze. Saki, drinking from her cup as if she didn't care about what was happening around her. Hinata, Naruto-kun, preferring to take a sip of her drink and let the question go. Naruto, I told you, Saki, you are my princess and I will treat you as such, smiling elegantly. Saki, finishing her coffee. I'll go get dressed, we have to be at the Hokage Tower in 1 hour, you hurry up and get dressed too. I don't think the Prince of Konoha is allowed to appear in a bathrobe in public. She said, taking her cup to the sink before leaving the room towards the main bedroom. Hinata, did I say something wrong, afraid of having tensed the atmosphere? Naruto, oh don't worry. Smiling charmingly at her, she often acts like that after being very affectionate. I suppose it's to regain her usual stoicism. Don't worry, would you like some more coffee? Handing the teapot to the Byakugan user. Hinata, yais. When she was about to take it, the blonde boy pulled it away, laughing mischievously. Naruto, but in return a kiss. The woman nodded, blushing slightly, just a little one, okay. Naruto moved closer to Hinata, placing his lips on hers. Before Hinata could react, her fiancé's tongue was already exploring her mouth, seeking a battle with her own, a fight that ended up taking place, much to the delight of Hayashi's eldest daughter. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade Senju finished signing and sealing several documents with an agility and happiness never seen before. Anyone who hadn't seen the granddaughter of the Shodaime Hokage work before would say it was a shame to lose such a fervent worker as Kage. Now it was truly possible to say that the last day is like the first. You put a lot of effort into everything and nothing takes the smile off your face. Tsunade, tonight we have to celebrate Shizune. I've finally gotten rid of this burden. I'll go back to doing what truly fulfills my life. Stamping the seal on yet another document that was going to end up in a large mountain of papers. Shizune, I know, Tsunade-sama, you've told me 8 times since the start of the day. Her student sighed, terribly overwhelmed by her mentor's childish attitude. Tsunade, let's see if Kakashi shows up. If he even thinks about skipping out, I won't forgive him. She angrily gripped her quill until it broke. Startling her assistant, if he makes the slightest attempt, I'll put him in the bingo book and burn all that garbage Georgia wrote. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, it won't be necessary. Both women looked towards the window, encountering the man who would be the center of attention that day. Tsunade, I'm glad to hear that. Now go inside and don't pop out the window again. You have a protocol to follow. Kakashi, the aforementioned, entered the office and stood in front of the 5th Hokage's desk. Kakashi, I wanted to go unnoticed. There are quite a few people on the streets heading this way, rubbing the back of his neck a little nervously, something unusual for him. Tsunade, in 45 minutes you'll be officially presented to the village, she said, glancing at a small clock next to her desk. Shizune, tell me, Tsunade-sama, Tsunade, take Kakashi to the meeting room, have him put on the traditional attire and wait for the arrival of the clan leaders. Shizune, of course, Kakashi-san, please come with me, the silver-haired man nodded, leaving behind her. Once they had both left the room, Tsunade could sigh with relief and feel completely relaxed. Tsunade, thank goodness, observing the immense amount of paperwork that still needed to be reviewed, why keep working? She asked herself aloud, taking a bottle of sake and a small glass from her desk drawer. This one's for me, pouring herself some liquor and drinking it in one gulp. It's noticeable that Tsunade-sama is leaving her post. The blonde raised her face towards the door, finding Sakura. Tsunade, yes, whatever you say, pouring herself some more liquor. It's a shame I don't have another reason to toast with you anyway, it's a shame, but this one's for you, Sakura, drinking the liquor again in one gulp. Sakura, has Kakashi-sensei arrived? Changing the subject. Tsunade, he arrived a moment ago and I sent him to the meeting room with Shizune to get ready. To be honest, I couldn't sleep last night thinking he'd find a way to escape and leave me trapped in this damn office. Emptying the contents of the bottle into the glass container in front of her. Sakura, I thought so too, smiling, slightly amused at agreeing with her mentor. Speaking of arrivals, hasn't Naruto arrived yet? Tsunade, it'll be here soon. Before Kakashi appears before the village, he needs to have a brief introduction as Hokage with the clan leaders. Paying no further attention to her disciple's question. 15 minutes later, Kakashi Hatake presided over the council table, flanked by veteran counselors Koharu and Himura. The remaining participants were divided on either side of the table. On the right side were Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Chusa Kimichi, Saki Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. On the left side were Hayashi Hyuga, Tsuman Yuzuka, Shibaya Burame, and a couple of civilian representatives. The silver-haired man cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those present. Kakashi, thank you all for coming. It is an honor for me to host my first clan council meeting as the 6th Hokage. I hope that our future meetings will be guided by honesty, wisdom, and a desire to improve Konoha. As you know, today I will be appointed successor to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, and therefore I will be fully responsible for the future of Konoha from now on until I find a worthy successor or death ends my term. Everyone present nodded, pleased by the words of their new leader. Koharu, I appreciate your words, Hokage-sama. I sincerely hope that your actions will lead Konoha down the right path and that your will inspire us all to achieve prosperity for our village. The old woman to the right of the copy ninja spoke. Kakashi, I thank you again for your trust, especially Lord Uzumaki's. He looked intently at his pupil, who returned the gesture with a small smile. Without your support, I wouldn't be here. I hope I don't disappoint you. A few light knocks on the door caught everyone's attention. Come in, said the new Kage. The door opened and the 5th Hokage's assistant entered. Shizune, Hokage-sama, honorable, bowing respectfully to them. Tsunade-sama awaits you on the roof of the tower. Without further ado, everyone present rose from their seats to leave the room. Many of them would go downstairs and watch the appointment of their new leader from the street. Only Naruto and Saki followed the brunette and the 6th Hokage upstairs to the roof. Once there, the silver-haired man placed his hat on his head and walked to stand several meters behind the last Senju, who was about to begin the ceremony. Tsunade, people of Konoha. She shouted authoritatively to the enormous crowd gathered in the street in front of the tower. Today, I, Tsunade Senju, 5th Hokage, have decided that I can no longer bear the immense personal sacrifice that leading Konoha entails. Therefore, I have decided to abdicate my position and appoint a successor, someone worthy of my trust and that of the entire council, someone who has fought in countless battles for each and every one of you, a warrior of great stature and fame throughout the shinobi world, a hero of the 4th Shinobi World War, a disciple of one of our greatest heroes, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing the name of their beloved 4th Hokage. Today, I present to you the man who, from this moment forward, will guide our beloved village on the path of glory and prosperity. Today, I present to you my successor, Hatake Kakashi, 6th Hokage of Konoha. Once again, the crowd erupted in shouts of euphoria, applauding thunderously at the words of their former leader, who stepped aside to let her successor pass. He stood a few centimeters from the railing, observing the crowd that had come en masse to see him as the new Hokage. Without hesitating for a moment, he removed his hat, finally revealing himself to the eyes of his people. Kakashi, thank you, Konoha. He raised his voice to drown out the enormous roar of the enthusiastic crowd. Many thanks to my predecessor, Tsunade Senju, for her invaluable service to this beautiful land. As she said moments before, today begins a new era for Konoha, an era that will be governed by integrity and honesty on my part, by harmony with those who fought and died alongside us in the 4th Great War. I desire nothing more than to lead Konoha down the path of success and peace, remembering those who are no longer with us, those to whom we owe everything. It is time to look at one another and swear with unwavering commitment that in Konoha, each and every one of its inhabitants will never abandon one of their own, that in this wonderful village that our ancestors built from nothing, no other sentiment will prevail than solidarity with our comrades. From this day forward, I swear and promise before each and every one of you, before all the fallen, before the previous Hokage, I will gladly give my life to ensure that all the sacrifices we made were not in vain. A Hokage must know that upon being proclaimed as such, he owes his life to his people and therefore must bleed, must fight, and must die for his people. The one addressed erupted in applause and cheers, completely moved by the words of his new leader. This is the harmony that the first Hokage taught us. This is the courage that the second Hokage inspired in us. This is the will of fire that the third Hokage spoke of, the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, and the dedication and commitment of the fifth Hokage. This is Konoha, and this will endure for centuries to come. Again, the applause and shouts resounded like a powerful storm. Kakashi Hatake had undoubtedly won over the masses. Little by little, people left the street to return to their daily tasks. Kakashi sighed, mentally exhausted, and prepared to return inside the building. However, he was stopped by his predecessor in the position, who congratulated him on his speech. Tsunade, Kakashi, even I couldn't have done it better myself. Congratulations. Now if you'll allow me, I'll guide you to your new office and explain each of the tasks that await you. The blonde spoke with a slight hint of malice in her voice. The silver-haired man lowered his head, completely overcome by his infamous fate, and followed the Godame towards the door that gave access to the tower from the roof. Naruto, wait, Hokage-sama, walking calmly beside Saki towards his master. I would like to have a few words with you in strict privacy if possible. The two women looked at each other, feeling a little taken aback. Tsunade, in that case, Saki, the Uchiha nodded without uttering a word. We'll wait for you in the office. Both women left the tower's rooftop, leaving them alone. Kakashi, what do you want to talk to me about? Just the two of us, with a hint of curiosity. Naruto, first of all, congratulations, extending his hand with a smile. Kakashi, thank you, returning the gesture, and well. Naruto, I have to confess to you, he gently took him by the back and guided him to the railing. I didn't choose you by mere elimination, you know. The copy ninja looked at him attentively with his single visible eyebrow raised. I believe you are the right person for the position. You have renown, power, influence, but also you have your word and my complete trust. Poor Hatake didn't know how to steer this strange conversation in that direction. Kakashi, excuse me, but I don't know where you want to go. Naruto, I chose you for a special reason. You were my father's student and therefore knew my mother. The masked Cage remembered his sensei and Kushina threatening to give him a beating if he didn't put more effort into his training. Kakashi, yes, I knew them both with a large drop of sweat as he remembered the caresses of the famous bloody habanero. Naruto, do you remember our conversation days after I reclaimed my inheritance? My internal conflict with the position of Hokage and my mother's legacy. Kakashi, I remember it perfectly, becoming very serious. Naruto, you are the right man to help me with my duty. That's why I would like to opt for an exchange of interests, placing his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be so good at politics. What are we talking about? Naruto, simple, my full support and that of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in exchange for certain concessions and manpower. Kakashi. Naruto, relax, I know you need to think about your answer. Besides, this was just a brief introduction. Smiling at him, the money and materials will be provided by me. I just need your permission and Konoha's cooperation on the human side. Kakashi, if it's what I think it is, Kakashi already knows what the blonde man is referring to. You know very well that this could greatly destabilize Konoha, not only politically, but also emotionally. Naruto, don't worry, I have some plans in the works to put the village at our complete disposal. He left, going inside the tower, leaving Kakashi deep in thought. Kakashi POV, indeed you surprise people more each day, observing the village with a serious expression. Uzu Chapter 31. Naruto entered the office of the now-named 6th Hokage, bumping into his fiancée, Saki Uchiha, and the former leader of Konoha, Tsunade Senju. Both stared at him, waiting for him to break the silence in the room, which the sky-blued boy did. Naruto, I'm finished. Kakashi will be downstairs in a few moments so you can explain all the details of your new position. As for me, and I suppose Saki will too, I'll be heading home. I have a few things to prepare. If you'll excuse me, Tsunade-sama, the blonde nodded without raising any objection. Although she was immensely curious to know the content of the private conversation between the Uzumaki and his successor, she also knew that he wouldn't reveal anything if he hadn't already. Without another word, the blonde and his Uchiha companion left the room without uttering anything more than a curt goodbye. They remained completely silent during the walk back home. It wasn't that they were fighting or had any problems between them. They were simply enjoying the stroll without feeling the need or discomfort to start a conversation. Their slightly slow pace quickened due to the numerous times the young Jinchuriki had to stop to greet, or rather, to receive thanks and affectionate words from a large number of villagers. Finally, after a long trek through the streets of Konoha, they arrived at the Uzumaki clan mansion. Once inside, they were greeted by Hinata Hyuga, who had left the area around the Hokage Tower after the 6th Hokage finished his inaugural address to head to the enormous house and prepare something for her beloved blonde. Naruto, thank you so much, Hinata. It's so nice to come home and find a warm cup of tea waiting for you, he smiled at the girl, who was turning bright red by the second. Please, sit with us and let's enjoy this time together as a family. He spoke with complete sincerity, which was noticed by both women, causing Hinata to blush deeply and Saki to turn a light pink. The three of them sat down at the living room table, taking a sip of their tea, which was exquisite and at the perfect temperature for enjoyment. Saki, will you tell me why you and Kakashi were talking alone? Having recovered from the affectionate moment she had earlier with the blue-eyed young man, he took another sip of his drink, twisting his smile and changing his cheerful expression to a more serious one. Naruto, it's about to start. Hinata raised an eyebrow, not understanding the reason for those words, but due to her natural shyness coupled with her fiancé's less than conciliatory gesture, she didn't have the courage to ask him what he meant by that expression. Saki, did he object to your words, copying her lover's gesture of taking a sip of tea? Naruto, obviously, he murmured calmly, closing his sapphire eyes. Hinata remained detached from the conversation, her gaze lowered, intending not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. This was noticed by her crush, who opened his eyes, observing her with a touch of amusement. But before we continue, I think I should explain myself to Hinata. The girl in question snapped up, her shyness and introversion causing butterflies in her stomach. Hinata, I know it's not necessary, lowering her pearly gaze back to her teacup, blood rushing to her face. Naruto, you remember when I set aside my dream of becoming Hokage and rejected the offer to become the 6th? The woman nodded without looking up, which made the boy feel tender towards her but elicited no particular feeling from the Sharigan user. I also negotiated with your father, not only to get him to support my candidate, whom I didn't choose randomly, but also to negotiate our engagement. Again, the Byakugan princess nodded, turning even redder. Well, now that the 6th Hokage has been proclaimed with a large majority of support, including that of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and of course Hyuga clans, I decided to tell the new Hokage my personal intentions, letting him know that the 3 clans that have lent him their support, and especially mine, as I am his main advocate on the council, have an unfathomable roadmap, which must be followed along with whatever path he decides to take regarding Konoha. Hinata, I suppose my father, she said, trying to piece things together. Naruto, your father is completely in agreement with my plans. In fact, I had a long talk with him explaining my objectives point by point, and as proof of that, he accepted our union as a result of our pact. Hinata, that's perfect, smiling happily. Naruto, I'm glad you're satisfied with that part. Now for the other. My goal is to ensure my mother's last wish is fulfilled, and that is none other than the rebirth of her home village, the Hidden Whirlpool Village, which was raised by 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages in a treacherous attack from which very few survived, including my mother, who came here to Konoha as a refugee due to the alliance between our 2 villages. Have you ever wondered why Konoha's tactical vests bear my clan's symbol on the back? The woman shook her head in surprise at those words. It's a tribute to an allied village that perished without being able to receive its help. Hinata, no, I didn't know, with a little sadness upon learning a bit about her future husband's family history. Naruto, there's much more in the documents my mother left me as an inheritance, but that's for another day if you'd like to hear it. The vital point of this conversation is the need to get Kakashi to let me begin a process of, and I don't like to refer to it with this word, indoctrination to prepare the people of Konoha and avoid possible disagreements when the reconstruction of Uzu is authorized. Saki, and exactly what punishments did Kakashi give you? Ending her silence. Naruto, the same things any village leader would say. The economy wouldn't be sustainable, the village wouldn't tolerate the creation of another village separate from this one. The smaller clans wouldn't look favorably upon the secession of 3 of the most powerful clans of the Leaf, and so on and so forth. But don't worry, I just need a few council meetings and a few more private ones to start pulling some strings with a serious yet calm expression. Saki, if you say so, finishing her tea. Hinata, I'll pour you more sake-san, the Uchiha nodded, handing her container to the Hyuga, who didn't hesitate for a second to get up and go to the kitchen to pour a little more of the drink for her companion. Naruto finished his tea, sighing a little tired from the busy day he had had. Saki, you look a little tense, observing him analytically, noticing his somewhat rigid and uncomfortable posture. Naruto, he rubbed his left shoulder a little, causing a loud cracking of his bones. Maybe I guess all that stretching for so long because of the protocol is taking its toll. Side note. The protocol for clan heads is the general code of conduct that the leaders of the great shinobi families represented on the council must adhere to, such as posture, speech, expressions, clothing, etc. Any suggestions to help me shake off the cobwebs? He continued, amused. Saki, if receiving the glass of tea from Hinata, who had just returned from the kitchen. Can you think of something that can make you feel much better and that can amuse the three of us?" These words made the pearlied girl blush terribly, still standing next to her, and a mischievous smile sprouted on the face of the golden-haired boy. "Naruto. In that case, I'm looking forward to carrying out whatever it is you're thinking," increasing the intensity of his smile. 20 minutes later. We could hear thumps and deep breaths escaping from the mansion's dome. Inside, a blond boy with lively blue eyes was sweating profusely, dressed only in tight black pants. In front of him, two girls were regaining their composure, a little sweat trickling down their faces. Both were dressed in the same type of pants along with a matching undershirt that highlighted their generous attributes. The last Uchiha stepped forward with her right foot, gaining enough momentum to lunge at her opponent with a precise blow to his chest. The young man took a step to the left, dodging her, and a fraction of a second later stopped a kick aimed at his chin with his forearm. "Naruto, nice try," Saki turning around to deflect Hinata's palm with difficulty. "I'm at a clear disadvantage. It's not fair that you can use your Daojutsu." As if he could sense the danger, he jumped, freeing himself from a sweep by the younger sister of the legendary Itachi Uchiha. "Saki, next time don't act so smart." Stepping back to look for an opening in her fiancé's defense as Hinata attacked him with his gentle fist style. Naruto, almost tilting his head, he watched his future wife's hand pass mere centimeters from his grasp. "But I think this is as far as you go." Hinata displaying incredible speed, he grabbed the Hyuga's wrist, putting her in a hold that brought her to the ground, leaving him on top of her stomach. When he smiled sweetly at the woman, who immediately blushed upon noticing something against her stomach. "Saki, before you go and grape her," observing them impassively, "be a man, and face me if you have what it takes." Naruto, aha, giving a French kiss to poor Hinata, who was mortified by the other woman's words in the room. "I'll pay attention to you later," my princess, standing up without taking his eyes off the challenging Uchiha in front of him. "Saki, if you've finally gotten along with her," she bent her knees while extending her right hand, urging him to attack. "Show me you're good for more than just chatter." Naruto, with pleasure. Uchiha, the brunette, gritted her teeth at that. The blonde boy lunged at her, trying to land quick, almost powerless blows. The Sharigan, shining brightly in Saki's eyes, did its job perfectly, granting the Uchiha the ability to anticipate and dodge her fiancé's attack. She efficiently neutralized his onslaught, searching for an opening in her rival's defense. Finally, she found the boy's weak point and proceeded to strike. She kicked hard at the side of Naruto's left knee, bending it and unbalancing him enough to land a kick to the chest that sent him flying a meter. Not bad, tilting his head, causing a couple of cracks. The girl resumed her defensive stance with the same objective as before, to provoke him and find his weak point. Oh no, this time copying her stance to the millimeter. "You'll be the one carrying the reins, my beloved Uchiha." Saki, idiot, attacking him at great speed. The blows followed one another in a dizzying manner, punches, kicks, attempts to grab, and unfortunately for her, none of her attempts bore fruit. To further emphasize this, the young Jinchuriki took advantage of the Kunoichi's palpable tiredness to grab her arm and lift her into the air before throwing her onto the tatami and trapping her in a submission, painting her head with both legs and stretching her arm to cause her to surrender. "Naruto, give up, you can't escape," increasing the strength of his grip while doing the same with the woman's arm as she thrashed about trying to break free. "Saki, I will never surrender to you, Yuzure Tonkachi." He struggled with all his physical and mental strength, shaking himself off and hitting the boy's legs with his free hand. "Naruto, don't make me hurt you, give up." He began to question whether he should stop. Saki smiled, finally finding the weak point of the lock that was causing him pain. Using her last bit of strength, she raised her body enough to bend her legs and propel herself upwards, preventing her rival from maintaining the lock around her neck. The tables had turned, and now it was the blonde youth who was at the mercy of the Uchiha who had trapped his arms, making any escape impossible. "Saki, rather you give up," tightening his grip, beginning to hurt him. "Naruto, what luck you have trying to break free without success," feeling his two arms begin to go numb from the lack of blood circulation. "Okay. I give up, let me go." No sooner said than done. The woman freed him from his torment, letting him fall face down on the ground while he shook his arms trying to get rid of the horrible sensation they produced. "Saki, it's not that big of a deal," Dobi stretching herself as well while observing him with a look full of arrogance and superiority. "Naruto, you know what? Next time I'll get serious and then you'll see." Standing up to face her with a bit of anger. "Saki, not in your wildest dreams," Dobi, returning his gaze with the same intensity. Hinata saw the two of them exchange eye glares with a huge drop of sweat slowly trickling down his neck. Anyone would say that those two were engaged at that moment. Far from the Uzumaki mansion, more specifically in the Hawkage Tower, Kakashi had just finished receiving the last instructions from Tsunade Senju, who, to be honest, had been wanting to go to the first bar he came across upon leaving the building for a while. After many stupid questions from the Exokage's point of view, the silver-haired man was ready to start working. "Tsunade, well, I think you won't need me around here anymore, so the village is in your hands now, good luck." She didn't even try to hide her eagerness to leave, as her quick walk to the door completely betrayed her to the eyes of the White Fang Sun. When she was already opening the door to leave, the sixth's voice echoed behind her. Kakashi, excuse me for this last question, Tsunade-sama, but I would like to know if Shizune-san will continue in her position as assistant. The Sannin turned around, realizing that she had skipped that part. Tsunade, regarding the assistant, you can keep him or choose someone else you like. I didn't ask my student if she wanted to stay on after I leave. I'll speak with her in a little while. Anyway, I'll send her here so she can give you her answer herself, and if you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. Without even waiting for a few parting words from the sixth Hawkage, the fifth opened the door and hurriedly left the office, perhaps intending never to return unless absolutely necessary. Kakashi's POV, he really hates this place, observing the huge pile of documents on his desk. Me too, he muttered pitifully to himself, letting himself slump down on his desk. 15 minutes later. Sakura had finished her shift at the hospital, and since she had nothing to do, and to make matters worse, Naruto was nowhere to be seen, indicating to her that he was quite busy. She decided to stop by the Hawkage Tower and see how her former sensei was handling his work as leader of Konoha. She entered the building and went up the stairs until she came to the door that led to the office. She knocked a couple of times, receiving a come-in, opened it, and entered the room, finding herself in a huge mess of papers. Some of these documents were lying on the floor, others were haphazardly piled on the desk, and still others were crammed into small folders that were not designed to hold such a quantity of documents. Kakashi, oh hello, stamping his seal on one of the papers and then placing it on the prominent mountain, which unfortunately crumbled, further scattering the documents. Sakura, mother of God, coming to the rescue of her master. Kakashi, thank you, Sakura. He listlessly organized everything on his desk. Sakura, it seems you haven't taken to your new responsibilities very well, observing the papers at her feet and beginning to organize them properly. You should organize them as you complete them, and if possible file them to avoid things like this happening to you, finishing picking up everything that had been scattered on the floor. Kakashi, I know, but all of this is too much for me to handle alone. Tsunade-sama always had Shizune-san to assist her with this, finishing sealing another piece of paper. He gave it to the pink-haired woman to place in its designated spot. Sakura, speaking of Shizune-san, she's very busy at the hospital right now. I remember Tsunade-sama mentioning her desire to leave her in charge, so she could rest. That hit Kakashi like a terrible blow. There would no longer be any doubt about the brunette's refusal to continue as an assistant. Kakashi, in that case, I'm going to have a hard time until I manage to find someone who can help me. He slumped back onto his desk, surrounded by an ominous, depressive aura that brought a huge drop of sweat to his student's face. Sakura, well, I suppose I can help you for a couple of days, scratching her cheek, a little embarrassed by her mentor's behavior. After all, I already acted as Shizune-san's substitute when she was sick. The silver-haired man's head jumped up, startling her. Kakashi, really? Sakura, thighs, yes, smiling a little forced. Kakashi, thank you so much. Regaining all his vitality and will to live, causing even more discomfort in his pupil. If that were possible, could you start by emptying the folders and organizing everything inside? Sakura, I suppose so, starting her new task, much to the delight of the copy ninja. Back at the Uzumaki mansion. Saki and Hinata had left Naruto alone at his express request, which he justified by claiming he wanted to carefully examine the documents left by his mother as an inheritance. Once he was left alone in the dojo, he went to put on a yukata to avoid the cold that was beginning to chill his bones, and to feel more comfortable, he would take a shower later. He went to the room he had left as an office and proceeded to take out a couple of scrolls that he had stored in a small, locked trunk. Naruto POV, I need to examine a couple of things before I start planning my strategy. Opening one of the scrolls and releasing its contents, a few administrative documents, plans of the old village of Uzu and other things. Kurama, do you plan to rebuild it exactly as it was? The imposing beast reciting inside spoke. Naruto's POV, I don't know, Kurama, it's still too early for that. First, I have to make sure Konoha accepts my requests and guarantees they'll be carried out. He looked at each of the papers in front of him, one by one. Money won't be a problem, nor will the materials. What worries me? Kurama, the workforce and the potential residents once it's finished. The beast completed. Naruto, that's right, even though we're in an unprecedentedly peaceful time, the inhabitants of the elemental nations have never been very inclined to change their residence except for reasons of force majeure. And until recently, they also weren't exactly keen on working for other villages, especially if those villages happen to be shinobi. Kurama, aha, and your point is? Naruto POV, simple, to instill in the minds of all the residents of Konoha the unquestionable need to rebuild a long-lost foreign village, of which very few have any idea that it existed and what it meant for Konoha itself. Putting the papers back into the scroll. Kurama, you've got a tough road ahead, pup. This is a near impossible task, even for you. Naruto's POV, I think I'll have to stop by a bookstore and buy a book or two, putting everything back in its place and locking the container. But that will be tomorrow. Right now what I want most is to take a nice shower and eat something. I'm starving from all this effort leaving the room to head to the bathroom. Kurama, in other words, getting beaten up whets your appetite, trying to provoke him maliciously. Naruto's POV. Closing his eyes as he opened the door to enter the bathroom. I don't feel like arguing with you, you irritating Fliridin sack. Uzu chapter 32. The young Jinchuriki allowed himself the luxury of relaxing, noticing how the warm touch of the lukewarm water embraced his tired and dirty body. He avoided thinking about everything he had to do from now on, so as not to completely shatter the calm and relaxing atmosphere that had been created around him after turning on the water. He washed his entire body calmly, perhaps taking a little longer, since on the other side of the door was Saki Uchiha, his first fiancée, urging him to finish quickly and come down to eat. Naruto joked with her a little, asking if the reason for such a hurry was her uncontrollable need to see and kiss him, to which he only received a curt HMPH in response. There were things that would never change, no matter how much time passed and took its toll on them all, but that was precisely one of the things he liked about life. Things that change with the passage of time and others that remain there like imperishable effigies that withstand everything without suffering a single blow. Apex. After washing himself with great tranquility, the Sapphire-eyed boy dried his body with a towel and proceeded to dress in a gray yukata with slight touches of black and the glorious symbol of his clan, the Uzumaki swirl, embroidered with gold thread on his back and lapels, standing out proudly on the garment. Naruto left the bathroom and went downstairs to the kitchen where Hinata Hyuga was preparing something that, to the son of the fourth Hokage, smelled delicious. Very careful not to make any noise, he prepared to surprise her and hug her from behind. His steps, silent as those of a predator stalking defenseless prey, brought him to within a few centimeters of the Byakugan princess who was humming a sweet song while watching the food take on a delicious smell and an appetizing appearance. Before the blonde could wrap his arms around her, Saki's voice completely broke the stealthy action of the golden-haired young man. Saki, what were you going to do to Hinata, Iradobe? The two alluded to by the Uchiha's words jumped, turning to look at the Sharigan user who was watching them with her arms crossed, leaning against the door frame that led to the living room from the kitchen. Hinata, what were you going to do to me, Naruto-kun? The pearled girl questioned the boy in her usual shy tone. Naruto, me, the person in question responded, pointing to himself with feigned concern. Saki, yes, you, because basically there's no one else in this house besides the three of us, and because no one other than your teacher and Kakashi could be that perverted. Naruto, maybe Hiruzen, he always read the Erosinen's books when he thought no one was watching. He answered with a hand on his chin in a thoughtful manner. Saki, don't beat around the bush, cutting off any attempt by the boy to divert attention from his purposes regarding the Hyuga. What were you going to do? Naruto, give her a surprise hug. He said naturally, causing Hinata to blush and Saki to raise an eyebrow, not very happy with the answer she had received. Saki, you can't fool me by any chance. You weren't thinking of touching her breasts, were you? The question made Hinata's face flush, while a slight blush and a small smile appeared on the Jinchuriki's face. So that's what it was, you're a champion pervert, Iradobe. Naruto, I think someone's jealous, the young Uzumaki said with a mocking smile. Come here, let me give you a hug. He continued, starting to approach the woman who was watching him with an impassive gaze. The woman let the boy hug her without doing much to avoid it. She noticed how one of the man's hands, which was wrapped around her, went down her lower back until it rested on her buttocks to squeeze it possessively. Saki, what I was telling you, you're a pervert, she whispered in her fiancé's ear as she stood on her tiptoes. Naruto, yes, but I don't see anywhere that you dislike that side of me, fondling the woman's buttocks more vigorously, who moaned softly in his ear. Saki, as long as that side of you is only for me or Hinata, if I find out you're like that with someone else, I'll make sure to burn you alive with the black flames of my Amaterasu, until not even the ashes of your corpse remain. The Uzumaki swallowed hard, afraid even to break the hug. Luckily for him, Hinata came to his aid, mentioning that the food was ready. Naruto Uzumaki was a very lucky guy. A couple of hours had passed since the three of them had finished eating. They had been talking animatedly, at least in the case of Naruto and Hinata, since Saki had always been a woman of little conversation. Shortly after the only male in the house told them that he was going to the Konoha bookstore and left the place, Saki decided that she would go out to the garden to practice a little to avoid getting bored. She invited the Hyuga to join her, but the pupilesced maiden rejected her proposal, claiming that she was going out to visit her clan's compound. Naruto entered the shop, greeting the owner and several customers who returned the gesture with broad smiles and a few bows. The blue-eyed boy walked through the aisles filled with shelves and books, looking for something that might be useful for his purposes. However, the task was proving more complicated than he expected, as he had only found novels of all kinds, shinobi manuals for all ranks, cookbooks, history books, survival manuals, magazines for knights, and a long etc. that could not be less useful to him. He was about to throw in the towel and go to the Hokage Tower to ask Kakashi when the shopkeeper's voice was heard behind him. "Clerk, Naruto-sama, can I help you with something?" The man asked, a gray-haired but strong-built fellow. Anyone would think that a guy like that could be selling books instead of forging weapons at a function. Naruto, well, now that you ask, yes, I'm looking for something that can help me with a little problem. Clerk, and could you be more precise if I may ask? I know the entire inventory of this business. The broad-shouldered man with a robust but friendly face spoke politely. Naruto, well, how to describe it? I need a book that can help me understand human behavior, society, mass psychology. The shopkeeper put a hand to his chin, thinking carefully about whether he had anything similar to his customer's description in his store's stock. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember having any book that even remotely resembled what the blonde Uzumaki was asking for. Clerk, right now I don't recall having anything like that. The closest thing I've had here were some self-help books to help me socialize with other people, but frankly, they were a scam that only a very strange person would buy. Naruto smiled a little mischievously. He knew perfectly well who would fit the profile that the man in front of him was describing. Naruto, in that case, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Shop assistant, oh, the man exclaimed as if hurt by the boy's words. Believe me, you haven't wasted my time at all. I hope you can find what you're looking for somewhere. The man accompanied the blonde man towards the exit of the establishment with a smile and said goodbye to him with the typical "come back whenever you like." Naruto walked calmly through the streets of Konoha, receiving many greetings and bows, something he had already become accustomed to and therefore knew how to act so as not to waste too much time. His walk led him directly to the Hokage Tower, which he entered, climbed the stairs, and knocked on the door that led to the 6th Hokage's office, not without first asking downstairs if he was there. After receiving a come-in, he opened the door and found his former sensei and, to his surprise, his other teammate who was looking at him with the same expression that was etched on his face. Surprise. Kakashi, Naruto, what brings you here? The son of the legendary White Fang of Konoha questioned, sitting behind his large desk, which was quite tidy, by the way. Naruto, well, I came to talk to you for a bit, but before we get to that, his blue eyes fixed on the girl with cherry-pink hair who felt a little uncomfortable. What are you doing here, Sakura? A mission or some problem? If I may ask, the jaded girl felt a pang of pain at not hearing the affectionate suffix after her name. She had grown accustomed to hearing it, and it was painful and strange not to hear it anymore. She knew perfectly well what was happening. She wasn't exactly a stupid woman. She could see behind the scenes and discern that Naruto's sudden change in the way he referred to her had something to do with her other teammate. Saki, that woman, had distanced herself from him, but she couldn't do anything, at least not for the moment. Naruto's voice returned to her, pulling her out of her trance. Naruto, Sakura, are you okay? Kakashi, the thing is, Sakura is helping me out as my temporary assistant at my request. The well-known copy ninja chimed in. Naruto, oh, that's very good. Kakashi, will you tell me the reason for your visit? I don't mean to sound rushed, but there's a lot of work to be done and we can't just sit here doing nothing. Naruto nodded, crossing his arms. Naruto, before we begin, I'd like Sakura to leave us alone, if that's all right. The boy's sapphire eyes pierced the pink-haired girl like daggers. She was still a little confused, unsure what to say. She was speechless. I want to clarify that there was no malice or contempt in Naruto's gesture. What? Kakashi, Sakura the Hokage spoke, once again drawing the attention of his strangely absent-minded assistant. Could you leave us alone? Sakura, of course, the young woman replied nervously, having already realized she was making a fool of herself with her deep self-absorption. The jaded girl walked slowly to the office door, not without first receiving an apology from her teammate for making her leave the room. She smiled reassuringly and left, closing the door behind her. Naruto, also order your Anbu to leave. The silver-haired man snapped his fingers, and the blonde man stopped, sensing the presence of the 6th's bodyguards. And finally the blue-eyed man murmured, inserting his right hand inside his yukata at chest level, taking out a piece of paper that the leader of Konoha recognized instantly. Kakashi, a seal of silence. Aren't you going a little overboard? Naruto, no, with these things it's better to prevent than to cure. Placing the seal on the wall to the right of the door. Uzu chapter 33. After making sure that everything was in perfect order, the blonde man turned his gaze towards the 6th Hokage, who was watching him with curiosity. Kakashi, well, what did you need to talk to me about? Crossing his arms behind his desk. Naruto, I've been searching the village libraries for certain knowledge, but unfortunately I haven't found it. I guess things like what I'm looking for aren't usually in high demand. Kakashi, aha, and by any chance you didn't come here to ask me to grant you access to the Intelligence Division's library, did you? The blue-eyed man nodded. Naruto, how did you? Kakashi, simple, you come to my office, ask for privacy, put up silent seals, you tell me about your little adventure in the village's bookstores. I might be a bit lazy, but… Naruto, and pervert, don't forget that the boy spoke impulsively, as surprised as his former master. Kakashi, Why should I give you permission? You force me to sit here, behind this damn desk, signing papers and listening to the council and Shinobi's complaints all day. Now you're dishonoring me and… Naruto, sensei, I didn't lie, and if I put you in this position, it was precisely for something like this. The silver-haired man stared at him in astonishment, still not used to the fact that his foolish student turned out to be the most perceptive of his generation along with the heir of the Nara clan. Kakashi, that's a good point, but you still haven't told me why you want access to the Intelligence Division's files and books. Settling into his seat. Naruto, well, I just wanted to see some books, to get the village of Konoha ready to rebuild Uzu. Kakashi, so that's what it was, and wouldn't it be better to wait a little while until my term is more established? Naruto, your leadership is very well established, Sensei walking towards the windows of the house, observing how several scaffolds were already visible on Hokage Hill. If it weren't, they wouldn't be sculpting your face along with the others. Kakashi, good point, standing up to stand beside him anyway. I'm asking you this personally. Let's not rush things just yet. Let's focus our efforts on Konoha, and in a couple of months we can start preparing the village. Naruto, you're asking for too much of my time. Kakashi looking at him sharply. Kakashi, I know, but you know what the saying goes, haste makes waste. Naruto, 1 month, turning to head towards the door. I'll wait 1 month. I'm so sorry for wasting your time. We'll meet at the next clan council. With that, Naruto opened the door and bumped into Sakura. Sakura, Naruto, everything all right? Trying to put on her best smile. Naruto, of course, Sakura, you're doing a good job as the 6th Hokage's assistant. The pink-haired woman blushed slightly at the compliment. Sakura, thank you. Kakashi-sensei had a lot of work piled up and I thought I should help him. Naruto, good girl, causing her blush to grow in magnitude. I have to go. I hope to see you soon. Sakura, take care and prevent the sensei from shirking his duties. With that, the boy proceeded to leave the place, but his teammate's voice stopped him in his tracks. Sakura, wait. Covering her mouth in embarrassment for having shouted, Naruto, is something wrong? Sakura, turning around, causing the blue and green lights to clash, which made the poor girl even more nervous. Sakura, is everything all right? You've seemed very serious lately. I'm worried about you. This was incredibly difficult for her. She'd never actively pursued a boy before. If anything's wrong, you can count on me. I've known you for a long time. She corrected herself immediately. She didn't want to label herself as a friend in front of him. Naruto, yes, everything's fine, Sakura. I'm just a little stressed with my duties as clan leader. He answered confidently, making the girl feel stupid for having asked. But thank you so much for worrying about me. It makes me very happy. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I hope to see you again soon. Sakura, yais, don't give them to me. Naruto. Watching him disappear down the hallway, her hands went straight to her chest, noticing how it was still beating wildly. It made him happy that she cared about him. Maybe, just maybe he. Kakashi. Sakura, the 6th Hokage blurted out, opening his office door and startling her. You were there, were you? Could you bring me some tea? After several seconds without a response, he had to touch her shoulder and shake her slightly. Are you all right, Sakura? Sakura, yais, I'm perfectly fine. What did you need me for? Kakashi, I'd like some tea, please. The girl nodded, walking towards the small room in the building where various refreshments were prepared. Just a moment, Sakura. The jaded girl turned around again. As soon as you've made my tea, I want you to organize a meeting with the civil council. Tell them I'd like to hear proposals for improving the village's infrastructure. Sakura, of course, any specific date? Kakashi, if it can be this afternoon, even better. I don't want to waste any time. Sakura, in a few minutes, everything will be ready. Hokage-sama resuming her march under the watchful gaze of the legendary copy ninja. Kakashi's POV, damn it, Naruto, not only are you making me Hokage, but you're also going to force me to work overtime. I curse my luck. The former leader of Team 7 cried inwardly as he went back into his office. The front door to the Uzumaki residence opened and the blonde man entered. Naruto, hello. He raised his voice, hoping that one of his fiancées would answer him. Hinata, hello Naruto-kun, how did it go? Hinata said, leaving the room to greet him. Naruto, hey Hinata, it wasn't as good as I'd hoped, but oh well, it wasn't bad either. Hugging her and taking her lips in a loving kiss. Where's Saki? Hinata, he went to train shortly after you left. Naruto-kun, the pearlied girl answered shyly between kisses and caresses from the man she loved with such devotion. Naruto, that means holding her close possessively, that were alone, smiling at her with a mixture of tenderness and passion. Hinata, yais, Naruto, her voice was silenced by another kiss from the golden-haired boy. Their tongues began to dance, brushing against each other in a wet and erotic dance. Hinata let out small moans, feeling her beloved's hands slide down her back until they rested on her buttocks, squeezing them. None Naruto-kun. Naruto, I love you. Hinaheim increasing the strength of his grip as he brought their mouths together again. He felt the Hyuga's delicate arms encircle his neck, which prompted him to increase the intensity of his tongue's movements. Let's go to the room, lifting her into the air without breaking the kiss. Hinata's legs wrapped around his waist to prevent her from falling. They were both going to have a very entertaining few hours. Far away in training ground number 7, a beautiful woman with black hair and eyes as red as perfect rubies was delivering swift and precise thrusts to a battered training dummy. The poor thing was covered in cuts, missing its arms and head, but at least it was still standing, unlike the other 5 that hadn't been able to withstand the Uchiha's onslaught and lay on the grass, little more than pieces and splinters. The woman delivered a vertical slash and the dummy fell to the ground, split in 2. "So you were here?" The Sharigan user turned around with a frown as she recognized the voice that had addressed her. "Saki, what do you want?" Sakura pointing at the newcomer with her chokudo. "Sakura, talking fighting, it's not like there are other things I could want to do with you," the emeraldied woman replied to her former companion. "Saki, I don't feel like either of them, and especially not with you. I'm busy. Go away," making a gesture to turn around to continue with her small training session. "Sakura, while about talking, well, I expected as much. You've never had more conversation than a brick, and about fighting, well, I didn't think you were a coward." Sakura jumped back, doing several somersaults in less than a blink. The place where she was standing had exploded. "Saki, I won't tell you again." Get lost, looking at him threateningly with her Mangekyo Sharingan. "Sakura, I'll leave as soon as I have the answers I'm looking for, even if I have to beat them out of you." "Saki, I'm going to send you to the hospital, nuisance." Uzu Chapter 34. The staring contest between the two women was broken by Saki's quick hand movements. Saki, Katen Jutsu Great Fireball. The enormous flame exhaled by the Uchiha flew through the training field, burning everything in its path. Sakura concentrated chakra in her feet, jumping away from the impact zone, which was engulfed in flames. "Sakura, you're going to kill her. I expected nothing less from a criminal like you, pulling out a pair of Kuwaiti pistols with explosive tags attached to them." "Saki, that won't even faze me. I always knew your combat level was low, but I never thought you could reach a level of uselessness like the one I'm seeing." The eyed woman launched her weapons at the brunette, who jumped to the side, dodging the explosions they caused. Sakura lunged at her, intending to strike her before she hit the ground. Saki reacted in time thanks to her Sharingan, preparing a Chidori. Time seemed to stop for what for anyone else would be a couple of seconds, but for them it was minutes. Sakura smiled faintly, arching her back in an unnatural way, enough so that Saki's arm lightly grazed her lower back instead of piercing her abdomen. Saki's eyes opened slightly in surprise, eyes that opened even wider as she felt an enormous pain in her own stomach and was launched into the forest, crashing through a large number of trees that shattered like matchsticks under the force of her body combined with the speed she was traveling. Finally, one of the trees managed to stop it successfully, but not without the minor mishap of being partially uprooted. "Sakura, I trained too, not just my body, I trained my brain too." Touching her back, she applied medical ninjutsu to close the wound that Saki's technique had caused. The woman in question got up from the ground, coughing up a little blood. Her stomach and back hurt, but what was truly dying was her pride. Saki stretched a little, feeling a couple of her bones readjust into place. She was furious, her pride wounded, and that bitch was going to pay dearly for it. "Sakura, I hurt you, didn't I? Well, now comes the best part. I'm going to show you the other part of the training for medical shinobi," taking out various ampules with liquids of various colors from her bag. "Saki, your stupid poisons won't do me any harm. Remember who I've been training with. Get ready, because I'm going to break every single bone in your body. I won't let my guard down again." The last Uchiha formed hand seals at high speed while taking a deep breath. Fire release. Phoenix Flame Jutsu. The enormous vortex of flames expelled from Saki's mouth ravaged the entire area in front of her for several dozen meters. Saki took a running start, brandishing her chokudo, which began to sparkle thanks to the lightning chakra that danced dangerously along its edge. Her target, an earthen dome in which the pink-haired girl had enclosed herself. The force was such that the black-haired girl broke the dome with a single blow, revealing a large hole in the ground. A whistle behind her warned her of the danger, allowing her to turn around just in time to deflect several volleys of blows with the edge of her blade. A couple of them left small cuts on her legs, something of little consequence were it not for the immense burning and tingling that began to spread to the areas surrounding the wounds. "What have you?" "Sakura, necrotizing poison. No matter how much immunity you've developed to all kinds of poisons, this one will paralyze you at the very least." Appearing in front of her with a senbon needle dancing in her hand. "Remember what I said? The brain must also be trained." Throwing the senbon needle at her neck, Saki reacted as fast as her aching body would allow, catching the projectile and throwing it back, managing to lodge it in her shoulder. "Damn bitch." Pulling it out and dodging a kick from the Uchiha. "Don't think you've beat me." Pulling out another ampule and putting it in her mouth. "Saki, useless. Even by paralyzing me you can't defeat me." Breathing a little agitated from the burning that was beginning to spread. "Sakura, remind me in 5 minutes." Jumping back to create more distance. "Saki, come here and fight, you bucking boar." "Sakura, finally you lose your temper, pretty." She spat out the last word with venom as lethal as or even more lethal than the one she had used on her opponent. "Saki, you're a disgrace to the shinobi world." Sakura appeared behind her, elbowing her in the back, but not before she felt the shock of the Chokudo's blade against her abdomen. followed by the warm, moist heat of her blood rushing down her belly. Saki rolled several meters across the ground, getting to her feet with some difficulty. Sakura, you're wrong. Applying first aid to her wound. A true shinobi attacks at the opportune moment and uses everything at their disposal to defeat their opponent no matter how superior they may be. Saki lightning release storm edge. The brunette charged at the pink-haired girl, trying to cut her in two, but unfortunately her legs were not in favor of facilitating her attempt as her speed had been greatly reduced. Sakura, slowpoke, easily dodging her thrusts, with a good strategy delivering a powerful knee to her stomach that left her breathless. You're nothing but a bore, giving her another to the face that broke her nose. Who's had everything. Spinning around to give more force to the kick that broke the Uchiha's mouth. For a measly surname for being the last of a cursed clan, grabbing her by the hair and pulling her face close. You've looked down on me for years. You stole the man I love from me, but I haven't said my last word. I'll steal him back from you like I stole your pride today. You don't deserve anything else but this. The Uchiha, tired, humiliated, and beaten, gathered the little strength she had left to spit blood in her face with a sardonic, bloody smile. Saki, you'll never make him love you. You're nothing but a bore with a couple of tricks up your sleeve. When he finds out it was you who did this to me, he'll never speak to you again. Nuisance. She said this last word, widening her smile, which filled the pink-haired girl with rage, who then hit her hard on the temple, knocking her unconscious. Sakura, proud bitch, I have to think of something or I'm finished, she murmured nervously, aware that she had gotten herself into a big mess. Possessed by fear, she proceeded to extract the poison, not because it was going to kill her, but rather to eliminate evidence that could link her to it. With luck, it would only be her word against hers, and at that point, her intelligence would play a role that gave her the advantage. Several hours later at the Uzumaki residence, Naruto paced back and forth across the room, a little nervous. Hinata had already asked him several times to calm down, but the Sapphiride boy couldn't. Naruto, Hinata, I can't stand it anymore. Even if she doesn't like it, I'm going to go find her. He walked hurriedly towards the door, followed by the pearled girl. Hinata, I'll go with you. My Byakugan will be of great help. The blonde nodded with a small and fleeting smile. Naruto, thank you very much. Haim, let's go to the training grounds. I hope she just overdid it with her training. Minutes later on training pitch number 7. Naruto Saki. Running towards his fiancée, he checked her pulse, noticing that she was alive, which was a great relief. Saki taking her face in his hands, brushing the hair away from her forehead and wiping some of the blood from her face. Hinata, we need to take her to the hospital. Naruto-kun, the shy girl murmured, worry in her voice. Naruto, yes, he answered, carrying the woman bridal style and heading towards the hospital. Minutes later at the Konoha Hospital Center, Naruto watched as Tsunade treated Saki with her medical ninjutsu. Hinata clung to his arm, trying to calm him. She didn't like seeing him like this. Hearing him shout that he would find the person responsible and kill them wasn't like him. She just hoped her friend would recover and everything would be all right. Tsunade, her life is not in any danger. Hopefully she'll wake up in a few hours at the most. Naruto at the very least, looking at Senju without understanding. Tsunade, yes, he suffered several blows to the head, nothing serious, at least nothing that I could notice. When he wakes up we'll know if there's anything else. I hope not, but I can't do anything more. Are you going to stay here? Naruto, I'll stay. If Hinata wants to leave I'll understand, taking Saki's hand. Hinata, I'll stay with you. Naruto-kun, I don't want to leave you like this. Naruto, thank you, squeezing Saki's hand tighter. Thank you to you too, Grandma Tsunade. Tsunade, don't give them away. If you need anything, you know I'm at your service. The woman with ample assets replied, leaving the room. Naruto, I'm so sorry. Saki. Hinata noticed a slight tremor in her fiancé's hand. Hinata, I'll get a couple of chairs. Leaving the room, Naruto approached the Uchiha's face and gently kissed her lips. He noticed a slight movement from the girl and was startled, thinking she would wake up, but she didn't. A short while later, Hinata returned with a couple of chairs. Naruto thanked her with a faint smile and sat down next to the bed. Hinata did the same, taking his other hand. She'll be all right, don't worry, Naruto-kun. Naruto, I hope so. Hinata. He tossed his blue gaze away from Saki for a few seconds to look into the beautiful pearly eyes of his other fiancé. If you ever get sleepy or tired, you can leave. I don't want to force you to. Hinata, no, don't worry, I want to be here with you. Gathering her courage to give him a shy kiss on the cheek, Naruto was about to return a kiss, but the sound of the door opening made them separate. Sakura, Naruto, what happened? Observing the Uchiha lying in bed and the blonde young man sitting beside her. No, Sakura combines her work at the hospital with that of Hokage's assistant. Naruto, some bastard left her like this. When I find him I'm going to. Hinata, Naruto, please. Naruto, I'm sorry. Sakura, if you don't mind, I'm going to do a routine checkup. Can you go outside? The pink-haired girl asked, a little nervous in her voice, which luckily for her was not noticed by those present. Naruto, sure, we'll wait outside, thanks. Sakura, the girl with lively green eyes, nodded, swallowing a little saliva. Once the two of them left the room, she stared at the last Uchiha. Sakura POV, I got carried away, damn it, approaching her to check on her. She had planned this to avoid raising suspicions, and if for some reason she woke up and accused her, she could hide behind the contempt Saki felt for her or the possible brain damage caused by the injuries. She carefully uncovered the woman and proceeded to take her pulse. Everything was in order, the wounds were well bandaged and there was no risk of infection, nor any trace of the poison she used. She placed her hand on the woman's forehead to see if she had a fever, but she didn't. When she was about to remove it, her hand was suddenly grabbed by the Uchihas, which scared her so much that she screamed, "Naruto, Sakura, what's wrong?" He burst into the room followed by Hinata. Saki, na, she tried to speak but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. "Naruto, it's me, darling, it's me." Naruto hugging her, unable to hold back his tears. "I'm here with you." Saki, na. Hinata looked at Sakura with fear, who looked at the girl with the fear still present on her face. "Naruto, what's wrong with her?" "Sakura, what's wrong with her?" He yelled at the pink-haired girl who was still glued to the wall. Sakura, "No, I don't know," completely blocked. Saki, na. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't know what was happening. Use chapter 35. Naruto, Sakura, go after Tsunade. He yelled at the pink-haired girl. Sakura, I. Naruto, go get her, he shouted desperately. Hinata, Naruto-kun, see, calm down please. Sakura ran out of the room. It's not her fault, hugging him from behind. Naruto, I don't know what's going on, hugging Saki, who was still babbling with a lost look in her eyes. Minutes later, Tsunade entered the room followed by Sakura. Naruto looked at her with a pleading expression. Tsunade, Sakura, get them out of the room. Naruto, but trying to reason with her. Tsunade, now. Sakura approached the two. Sakura, let's go outside. Hinata stood up from her seat, but Naruto was reluctant to leave Saki. Naruto, it'll only be a moment please. The blonde hesitated for a few moments but finally agreed to stand up. Saki turned to look at him. Saki, na, trying to move her arms. Naruto, I can't leave. He tried to approach again but was grabbed by Tsunade. Tsunade, I said I want to be alone with her. Naruto, but I can't. Tsunade, don't make me call the abusers out now. Naruto lowered his head, leaving the room with the two girls as Saki extended her arm, babbling the same sound. Saki the goddamn spoke, trying to get the woman's attention, which didn't work. Saki snapping her fingers in front of the girl. Saki, na, looking at the hazel-eyed girl. Tsunade, I'm going to examine you. The brunette tilted her head. This is going to be very difficult, approaching the girl cautiously to avoid startling her. Saki, na. Moving to avoid being touched by the blonde. Naruto, what are you doing? Tsunade. Saki extended her arms towards Naruto. Saki, na, trying to touch him even though the blonde was quite far away. Tsunade, I told you to wait outside. A small click in her head made her change her mind. Wait, don't go, come here, and stand by his side. Naruto, are you sure? He replied hesitantly. Tsunade, yes. Now if you do me the damn favor of doing what I told you. The blue-eyed man nodded, approaching the Uchiha, who did not hesitate to hug him, something that surprised the two blondes. Saki, na, pressing her face against Naruto's chest. Naruto, this isn't normal, returning the hug to the Uchiha. Tsunade, try telling her that I'm trying to help her. The Uzumaki nodded, moving slightly away from the raven-haired woman. Naruto, Saki, this woman wants to help you, let her touch you. Saki eyed the former Hokage suspiciously. Tsunade made a move to approach, but Saki hugged the boy again. Darling, please try to help you, trust me, I only want what's best for you, please. Saki looked him straight in the eyes. Please, he murmured, smiling tenderly. The girl slowly pulled away from him and Tsunade tried to approach her again. This time Saki allowed her to examine her calmly. After several minutes, the greenish glow surrounding Tsunade's hands faded. Well, Tsunade, I wouldn't know how to say it. Naruto, tell me what, looking at her anxiously. Tsunade, that he has brain damage. Rubio opened his eyes in astonishment. Naruto, wait, I think I misheard. What did you say? Tsunade, he has brain damage from a severe blow to the temple. I don't know if it's irreversible, progressive, if it will heal on its own, or if he'll be left in a vegetative state. Naruto, what do you mean you don't know? You're a doctor, the best in the world, and you don't know it. Standing up from his seat, Saki, na, clinging to his waist. The blonde looked down at the dark-haired girl and his anger dissipated as if by magic. Naruto, I'm sorry, grandma, I shouldn't have. Sitting back down. Tsunade, it's okay, I promise I'll do everything I can to help her. For now, I want her to stay here. I'll run more tests to see the extent of the damage. Naruto, yes, thank you very much. Grandma. Tsunade, and I'm sorry again. The blonde smiled at him and walked towards the door. A minute after the signal left the room, Sakura and Hinata entered. Hinata, na, Naruto-kun, hugging him with tears in her eyes. Tsunade-sama told us Roman too, I'm sorry, tightening her hug around the Jinchuriki's back. Naruto, it's okay, Saki will recover, she's stronger than this. He stroked the head of the girl in question, who let him do it. It seemed she liked it. Naruto observed Sakura, who was engrossed in staring at the user of one of the legendary Daojutsu. Sakura, the young man said, making the jaded girl shake her head slightly to snap out of her reverie. Sakura, why yeah. Naruto, what are you thinking about? You're very quiet. The pink-haired girl shook her head, approaching the others, which caused Saki to hug Naruto even tighter. This was strange because when Hinata had approached and even hugged the blonde boy, she hadn't reacted. Saki, what's wrong? Saki, no, tightening her grip on the blonde's waist. Sakura, I'd better stay away. It seems he doesn't like me. He hasn't changed in that respect, trying to hide a slight gesture of annoyance. Naruto, that'll be best. He stroked the woman's face, who meekly allowed herself to be touched. Are you going to tell Kakashi-sensei? Sakura, he'll find out sooner or later. Why delay it? The cherry-haired woman replied assertively. Naruto, you're right. I'm going to stay with her if you want to leave, settling into his seat without separating from the Uchiha. Sakura, in that case I'll go help the sensei with the paperwork. I'll come back here as soon as I have time, the emeraldied girl said, leaving the room. Hinata, I have to go see my father. I'm sorry. Naruto-kun, the shy Hyuga, spoke very sadly as if it were an insult to leave. Naruto smiled calmly at her and gave her a small kiss on the lips. Naruto, don't worry, it's okay. I hope to see you soon, okay? The girl nodded with a slight blush and a sweet smile. Hinata, why yes, I'll bring flowers. With that, the Byakugan user left the small room, leaving them alone. Naruto, Saki, my child, stroking her cheek. Saki, no, approaching him and giving him a shy kiss on the lips. No, the boy smiled at her very tenderly, to which Saki responded with another smile. Naruto, you're more beautiful when you smile. Saki, he stared at her face, mesmerized. Saki, no, not clinging to his arm. Naruto, I love you, hugging her, unable to hide his urge to cry any longer. Saki pulled away from him, wiping the tears from his face with one hand while smiling at him with an innocence he never expected to see in her. Saki, no, giving him a kiss on the cheek. A couple of hours later, Tsunade returned to the room, finding the two boys asleep. She stared at them for a few moments as if Naruto had sensed her gaze. He opened his eyes slightly, but before he could say anything, Tsunade silenced him by putting her index finger to her lips. Tsunade, she's asleep, so it'll be easier for me to check on her, the veteran medical shinobi remarked to the boy, who nodded silently. Tsunade's hands began to emit a greenish glow. She delicately ran them over the girl's body, focusing mainly on her head. Nothing new, she murmured. Naruto, I'm going to do something. The woman uncovered one of the girl's legs and proceeded to tap it with a small wooden hammer. Nothing, she repeated the action with the same result. This doesn't look good. Naruto, what doesn't paint well? Observing as the woman hit the girl's elbow with the same instrument and it suffered a slight spasm. Tsunade, she has no feeling in one leg, and that combined with the other symptoms can only mean paralysis. Naruto, what? The boy spoke, raising his voice slightly, just enough for Saki to wake up and see the blonde touching his leg. Saki, NNO, trying with her arms to make the woman release her limb, which fell back onto the bed limp as if it had no life. Tsunade, there's no doubt she's paraplegic, she murmured. Naruto saw Saki watching the girl try to cover her leg. Uzu chapter 36. Hours later in the hospital room. The door to the room opened and the sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, entered, accompanied by Tsunade and Sakura. The three newcomers joined the three already present in the room. Naruto separated his sapphire gaze from Saki, observing the newcomers with a sad expression. Naruto, well, may I ask the reason for your visit, Hokage-sama? The silver-haired man didn't even flinch at the subdued tone of his master's son's voice. Kakashi, I wanted to come see my student as soon as possible. I'm sorry I took a little while, but I was very busy with. Naruto, don't worry, I understand perfectly, squeezing Saki's hand, who smiled calmly as if she didn't know all this was about her. Kakashi, Tsunade told me everything, believe me, I'll do everything I can to find and punish the culprit. Sakura swallowed. Naruto, thanks, I hope so, if not, I'll do it myself. An awkward silence settled in the room. Tsunade, the former Hokage, cleared her throat, trying to get everyone's attention. Naruto, the person in question, looked at her. I'd like to know what you prefer to do with her. Pointing at Saki, who was staring in awe at the bouquet of roses that Hinata had brought her minutes before. Naruto, do, he replied in a slightly threatening tone. Something about the phrase do with her didn't sit well with him at all. Tsunade, it's not what you think. I meant whether you'd prefer her to stay here or go home. Injuries like that aren't my specialty, but I think you should consider that visual stimuli such as familiar places might help her. Naruto, that's a good point, turning his attention back to the brunette. We can try. Anything that can help her is welcome. Tsunade, of course. Sakura, the person in question, murmured a hi, bring a wheelchair and fill out the paperwork to discharge her. Sakura, right now, leaving the room. Naruto, honey, bringing his face closer to the girl who had finally stopped paying attention to the flowers, will be going home soon, okay? Saki, Nanakaka. They all looked at each other with a mixture of happiness and excitement. Naruto, yes honey, we're going home to our home, trying to hold back tears brought on by a small glimmer of hope. Sakura returned a short time later, pushing a wheelchair. Tsunade, Naruto, you lift her up, okay? The boy nodded, getting up from his seat to gently take the girl in his arms and put her in the chair. Naruto, let's go home, honey. Starting to push the chair, Saki squirmed a little looking back. Saki na moving her arms trying to reach something. Naruto, what's wrong Saki? Quite worried to see her like this. Saki. Trying to grab whatever caught her attention. Hinata, the flowers, I think they're the flowers. Taking the bouquet from the vase they were in and approaching the Uchiha with them, who took them in her hands smiling. Naruto smiled at Hinata. Naruto, thank you very much Hinata. Hinata don't give them away. Naruto-kun returning the gesture with a blush. Tsunade, we'll wait a couple of days to see if it improves. The day after tomorrow I'll send Sakura to give her an exam at your house. The jaded girl looked at her teacher nervously. Sakura, Tsunade-sama, Saki doesn't like me, perhaps you should reconsider your decision. The Senju looked at her questioningly. Tsunade, are you questioning an order? Sakura, no Tsunade-sama, lowering her head. Tsunade, that's what I thought. Turning to the others, you can go now. In case of any incidents or progress, please inform me. Naruhina, yes, leaving the room, Kakashi sighed and started walking towards the door. Kakashi, Sakura, yais, Kakashi, take a week off as my assistant. If Tsunade-sama needs you for anything, you're free to respond. With that, the sixth Hokage left the room, leaving them alone. Minutes later, at the Uzumaki residence. Naruto opened the door to his house, pushed the wheelchair into the hallway and tilted it slightly so he could get up the small step. Saki, Kasa looking around curiously. Naruto, Hinata, could you make some tea? I need it. Pushing Saki towards the living room. Hinata, yais, right now, heading towards the kitchen. Naruto placed Saki next to the table and chose to sit in the armchair that was right next to her. Saki stared at him curiously as if she were waiting for him to say something. Naruto, is something wrong darling? The man asked, gently taking her hand. Saki, Kasana Naru, the woman spoke with difficulty. Naruto, yes love, this is my house, Naruto's house and also yours and Hinata's. Smiling at her, trying to give her confidence. Saki, my house and of none. Naru. Hinata arrived with a tray with 3 cups of tea. The woman placed them on the table and proceeded to sit in the seat next to the blonde man. Naruto, this is tea, it's delicious, and you liked it a lot. The Sharigan user moved her hand towards the cup Hinata had placed in front of her, but upon touching it she pulled it away as if the cup might harm her. Careful, it's a little hot, you have to blow like this, blowing the tea into her hands and offering it to the girl who hesitated for a few moments. Trust me, Saki finally took the cup from the blue-eyed boy's hands and took a small sip of its contents. Saki, tea, taking another sip with a smile. Naruto, that's is it good. The raven-haired girl nodded as she took another sip and repeated the name of what she was drinking. I'm so glad, smiling. Hinata, you're so sweet. Naruto-kun setting her cup down on the table to take her fiancé's right arm. It seemed the shy Hyuga was slowly gaining confidence and taking the initiative in small gestures like that. Saki placed the cup in front of Naruto. Saki. Naruto, do you want more? Saki nodded. Hinata, I'm going to pour you another tea. Taking the cup to refill it, Saki shook slightly, alarming Naruto. Naruto, Saki, is something wrong? The Uchiha looked at her legs. Naruto did the same, noticing a small puddle on the ground. Oh wow. Hinata, is something wrong, placing the cup in front of the last Uchiha. Naruto, she's peed herself, let's take her to her room and help her get dressed. I'll clean this up. Naruto picked up Saki and carried her up to her room, followed by Hinata. Hours later. The 3 of them were having dinner peacefully. Naruto seemed very focused on attending to Saki. He had taught her how to use chopsticks and had even given her the first bites of her meal himself. Hinata watched him with a small smile, unable to stop thinking that if she were in a similar situation to Saki's, he would be pampering her in the same way. Naruto Uzumaki would be a great father, there was no doubt about it. Naruto, Hinata, dinner is delicious, thank you so much. The girl thanked him with a shy whisper, blushing deeply. Dinner passed peacefully. Naruto helped Hinata clear the table and wash the dishes. Once the cleaning was finished, Naruto walked over to Saki's side. Honey, let's go to sleep, okay? Saki, na door. Naruto gently took her in his arms and went upstairs, opened his bedroom door and carefully placed her on the bed. After changing her clothes, Hinata put her pajamas on. Naruto, let's go to sleep, honey. Hinata will come when she finishes her bath, moving away from her a little to undress and put on his pajamas. The girl's raven eyes remained fixed on the man's defined back. Saki, Naru to the blonde turned around, approaching her half-dressed. Naruto, yes darling, I'm Naruto, your fiancé. Naruto, he said her name slowly. Saki, Naru to the woman repeated, to the Jinchuriki's delight. The blonde man finished getting dressed and got into bed, settling the girl next to him, covering her with the blankets, and before he could put his head on the pillow, the brunette's arms were already around his torso. Naruto, good night my love, putting his arm behind Saki's neck. Saki, Naru to the dark-haired girl whispered, closing her beautiful eyes. Uzumaki chapter 37. The next day. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling 2 pairs of arms cling to him, one on the right and one on the left. He tilted his head slightly, seeing Hinata sleeping peacefully beside him. His face turned in the opposite direction, meeting the dark eyes of his other companion. Naruto gave a slight start from the shock, which made the awake girl giggle. Saki, Naruto approaching to give him a kiss on the cheek. Naruto, good morning, darling, pulling her a little closer to him. Did you sleep well? Saki, Naruto smiling at him without understanding what he meant. Naruto, do you need to go to the bathroom? The girl tilted her head. How can I make her understand? The blonde boy moved the arm that was under Saki, touching her lower abdomen. Bathroom. Saki bathnyo, she repeated. Naruto, do you need to pee? Touching her again, bathroom pee. Saki, bb ba, and Naruto nodded, getting out of bed carefully so as not to wake Hinata, and proceeded to take Saki in his arms. After taking her to the bathroom and trying to teach her to say pee to prevent her from wetting herself again, the blonde man carried her downstairs to carefully place her in her chair. Naruto, I'm going to make coffee, do you want some? Caressing her cheek, causing the woman to close her eyes at the soft caress. Saki, coffee, she whispered softly without opening her eyes. Naruto, coffee is a drink like tea but stronger in flavor. It'll give you energy. Wait here, I'll make it right away. The boy kissed her forehead and headed to the kitchen. Saki followed him. Do you want to see me make the coffee? She asked with a smile. The boy began preparing the coffee under the Uchiha's watchful gaze. He placed the coffee pot on the stove and turned to speak to her. It'll be ready in a little while. You really liked coffee as much as tea. Let's go to the living room. He stood behind her to push the chair. Once in the living room, Naruto was about to sit down when some knocks on the door caught his attention. The Jinchuriki opened it, finding an unexpected visitor. Tsunade, Naruto, I'm sorry for coming at this hour, but I wanted to see how Saki is doing. The goddess spoke from the entrance. Naruto, sure, come in. Grandma stepping aside to let the medical ninja in. She's fine, she can say my name and a few monosyllables. Other than that, reaching Saki's side, who smiled at him. Tsunade, hello Saki, how are you? The breast asked in the sweetest voice she could muster. Saki cafe, the girl replied. Naruto remembered what he was doing before the blonde arrived and went to the kitchen. Naruto, I was making some coffee. Since you're here, would you like some? Tsunade, yes thank you. Sitting down in one of the armchairs, Naruto arrived with 3 cups of coffee, placing each one in front of its respective owner. Naruto, I figured you liked it bitter since sake is like that. The blonde boy turned to Saki. Honey, remember to blow on it before drinking it. It burns a little. Blowing on his drink as an example for the brunette. The girl copied him by blowing on her coffee. Tsunade, I see you're taking this seriously, taking a sip of her drink, savoring the bitter taste. Naruto, it's the least I can do. I just want her to recover and for everything to go back to the way it was before. Watching as the dark-eyed girl tasted the coffee and made strange faces. Tsunade, it seems he doesn't. Before she could finish her sentence, the Uchiha was taking another sip from her cup. Naruto, if she liked me before, she has to like me now. Taking a sip of his own. If it's not too much to ask, I suppose you didn't come just to see how I was, right? Fixing his eyes on the woman. Tsunade, you guessed right, I've been investigating all night. There wasn't much to base my findings on, but what little I did find gave me an idea for a diagnosis. Naruto, and sounding anxious. Tsunade, seeing that he's already able to say a few words and hasn't suffered any setbacks, I think he'll recover little by little. Naruto smiled. But don't get your hopes up, it could be months or years before that happens, and as for his legs, I couldn't say, it's still too early to tell. Naruto, I understand, thank you for your concern. Grandma, I just hope this passes as soon as possible and everything goes back to normal. The elderly woman placed her cup on the table and stood up. Tsunade, we all want that. Thank you so much for the coffee. I have to get back to the hospital, it's time to be there. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to call me. If I can't come, I'll send Sakura, Shizune, or Inu. Naruto, of course, he walked her to the door. Thank you again, I hope to hear good news from you soon. He closed the door and went back into the living room. Saki, Pai. No sooner had she finished saying the second syllable than she was being carried upstairs. 1 week later. The days passed quickly. Naruto dedicated himself wholeheartedly to caring for Saki, who was now able to speak several complete words without swallowing. She had even been helping Hinata knit a scarf for Naruto. Although the girl couldn't use a needle, she could at least untangle the knots in the balls of yarn. During the week, they had received several visitors, mainly friends and classmates from their generation, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shizune. Sakura, however, was absent. Naruto assumed she was very busy with her work and didn't pay much attention to her. Saki's checkups were positive, her mental condition was improving, but it was still unknown whether she would be able to walk again. Both Shizune and Tsunade stated that it was too early to determine if her motor problems would be permanent, so they would have to wait. Naruto placed the coffee on the table, something that had become routine every morning. Saki advanced towards the table with a tray in her lap full of pastries that Hinata had baked that same morning. The Uchiha placed them on the table and took her cup of coffee. Naruto, do you want a cookie? Looking at her. Saki, yes, taking the treat from the blonde boy's hands and taking a small bite. Delicious. Naruto, Hinata cooks really well, it's normal that they're very good. The person in question blushed behind his back. Hinata, thank you Naruto-kun. Sitting down. Saki, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy focused all his attention on her. Although he had been surprised the first time he heard her refer to him using that affectionate nickname, he supposed that it was probably a result of hearing Hinata use it many times. Naruto, what do you need, darling? Saki ga Letta. Naruto smiled, taking one of the pastries from the tray to give it to her, a cookie that was bitten almost immediately after changing hands. Very delicious. Kakashi sighed wearily behind his desk. It wasn't that he disliked sitting all day. The problem was what he had to do while sitting there. Read tedious documents and reports, format them, stamp them, and all this without barely being able to rest and read a bit of his favorite erotic novel. At least Sakura helped him file everything she had already reviewed, keeping his desk clean and tidy. That was something. The silver-haired man stamped his seal on a piece of paper, moving it away from the center of his desk. Kakashi, Sakura. The cage called, raising his voice slightly. The door opened and the cherry-haired girl entered. Sakura, yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi. I'm preparing a clan meeting for this afternoon at 6. I want to inform the clan leaders about the new investments I've agreed to with the sales representatives. Signing another document. Sakura, of course I'll send some shinobi to inform you. Do you need anything else? She continued, speaking to her leader from the office doorway. Kakashi, as soon as you finish, I'd like you to clear all these papers off the table. They're already signed, sealed, and therefore approved. They're just in the way here. Sakura, right now entering the room to collect the papers and take them away, the woman left through the door, leaving the sixth Hokage alone once again. Naruto was sitting quietly in his living room. Hinata was giving Saki a bath, even though the Uchiha had insisted in mumbles that he stay with her. The Hyuga had insisted that she wanted some privacy to wash her, so he had to stay in the living room waiting for them to finish so he could take her down again. Some knocks on his door caught his attention, so he got up and walked to the entrance, opening the door. Shinobi, Naruto-sama, Hokage-sama sent me to inform you that a clan meeting has been organized for this afternoon at 6. The ninja spoke respectfully. Naruto, thank you very much, I'll be there. The shinobi disappeared in a puff of smoke. The blonde closed the door, returning to the living room. Minutes later, Hinata's voice echoed from upstairs. Hinata, Naruto-kun, it's ready. The blue-eyed boy went up the stairs and walked to the large master bedroom, finding his two fiancées. Hinata was wearing a snow-white kimono that was a little quite soaked. Saki, on the other hand, was dressed in black fur pajamas that looked very comfortable and warm. Naruto, what happened to you, Hinata? Looking at her intently, the girl was about to answer but was cut off by the other woman in the room. Saki, water, she shouted joyfully, startling the other two. Naruto, I think I can already get an idea of what happened, holding back a small laugh. Hinata, you can take her down to the living room now. Roman 2 have to change. The Uzumaki boy nodded, taking Saki in his arms, and went downstairs with her clinging to his neck, giving her little kisses on the cheeks. Saki, whiskers, Naruto-kun. The blue-eyed boy gave her a smile as they reached the wheelchair. Naruto, here you go, gently placing her down. Did you like the bath? Saki, yes, water, making a splashing motion with her hands. Naruto, you left poor Hinata soaked, remembering the state his other fiancé was in when he entered the bedroom. Footsteps sounded on the stairs and the boy turned to see the beautiful Hyuga descending, dressed in a lovely light blue yukata with subtle touches of snowy white on the lapels. You look beautiful, he commented, captivated by her presence. Hinata, thank you, that makes me very happy, the woman replied, her face completely red. I heard someone call earlier. Naruto, ah yes, they were a ninja sent by Kakashi-sensei. There's a clan head meeting this afternoon. Hinata nodded, a doubt coming to her mind, turning her happy expression into a worried one. Hinata, if there's a clan meeting, Saki. Naruto, in her condition, she shouldn't attend. The blonde replied, interrupting the beautiful maiden with clear, crystalline eyes. Besides swallowing hard. If she ever recovers and remembers that I took her to a meeting in that state castrating me with a kunai would be nothing compared to what she'd do to me. Saki kunai, the person being referred to, murmured, completely absent from the conversation. Naruto, I don't know why, but there's something about the way she said it that gives me chills, the Jinchuriki remarked, bringing a smile to the blue-haired girl's face once again. Hinata, you can go to the meeting, I'll stay with Saki making your scarf. Do you want to help me, Saki-san? She spoke in that sweet tone that seemed to be the only one the girl with the Byakugan possessed. Saki, scarf for Naruto-kun. The raven-haired woman responded in a clear affirmative tone to the other woman's proposition. Hours later in the Konoha council chamber, all the leaders or heads of the most powerful and influential clans of Konoha took their respective seats at the large table set up for them. After exchanging a few words, they all fell silent, watching their leader, Kakashi Hadake, the 6th Hokage of Konoha, enter through the door and take his seat in the preferred position at the large table. Kakashi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today, especially Lord Uzumaki. Looking at the blonde man who nodded slightly in gratitude for his superior's consideration, I wanted to gather you all here today to inform you of several developments regarding the village's commercial infrastructure. I decided to meet with several representatives of the Merchants Guild, and we reached a great agreement that benefits us all. Hayashi, an agreement you reached without consulting us first. The Hyuga cut him off intelligently with his eternal seriousness. Kakashi, before you can continue with your legitimate criticism of my decision, Lord Hayashi, allow me to remind you that the clan council's vote in favor of civil measures was revoked by my predecessor, Tsunade Senju, shortly before the Fourth Great War. Some of the clan heads began to chat amongst themselves, so Kakashi had to call for order. If you'll allow me to continue, your honorable gentleman, I would like to inform you in detail of the agreement reached. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki residence, Hinata and Saki were having a pleasant time making the scarf that she would wear in the future. The pearlied girl had already made more than half of it. The fabric was a vibrant red color, similar to the famous red thread of fate that binds two people together forever. A knock on the door forced her to get up and go to answer it. Hinata, oh hello Sakura-san. Use chapter 38. Hinata greeted the newcomer with a slight bow, who thanked the beautiful woman with navy blue hair for her polite gesture. Hinata, DDO, you want to come in, Sakura-san, stepping aside to let her pass. Sakura, thank you so much, Hinata, you're very kind, entering the room and following behind the pearlied girl. How is Saki? She ventured to ask, as that was the reason, or rather excuse, for her visit. With Naruto away from home, everything would be easier, as the Uzumaki made her quite nervous. She couldn't help but every time her emerald eyes focused on his face, Saki's words echoed like a curse. He'll never love you. If he finds out it was you, he'll never speak to you again. Hinata saw Sakura-san. Are you alright? The pink-haired girl blinked, coming to her senses under the worried gaze of the Byakugan princess. Sakura, oh forgive me Hinata, I was mulling over a little problem. Haruno excused herself with a forced smile. Hinata, I hope it's nothing serious, the lighted woman concluded in her usual soft tone of voice. Sakura, yes, thank you for your support. Getting back to what we were talking about, how is she? Going into the living room, she saw the person in question sitting in her wheelchair with a couple of balls of yarn in her lap. Hinata, well, we were talking about the scarf for Naruto-kun. Sakura, oh wow, observing the unfinished red coat perched on the seat that Hyuga had probably occupied before going to attend to the visitor. Hinata, come into the living room please. The curvaceous woman gently invited her guest. I'll go make some tea. Saki tea. The brunette burst out, startling the pink-haired girl who hadn't expected her to act that way, which caused the Byakugan user to chuckle. Hinata, you get used to it, Sakura-san. Sit down. The pink-haired girl obeyed her hostess, taking a seat in one of the living room armchairs, specifically the one right in front of Saki. The green orbs collided with the dark ones. Sakura felt scrutinized by the woman in front of her. Such was her nervousness that she was forced to speak, or rather she spoke out as a reflex. Sakura, hello Saki-san. The Uchiha continued to look at her inquisitively. Sakura feared for a moment that the brunette was going to do or say something that could indicate that she remembered what had happened. Both remained in an awkward silence that was completely broken when Hinata returned from the kitchen with a tray with everything necessary to serve tea. Hinata, it's done. Placing the tray on the wooden table, it wasn't until her hands were free that she noticed the tense atmosphere between the two women who long ago had been teammates. There are some things that don't change, she spoke again. Sakura, Yai's watching as Saki took the teacup and took a small sip. Hinata, I thank you on behalf of Naruto-kun and myself for taking the trouble to come and examine Saki-san. Sakura, don't worry Hinata, it's my duty as a doctor. I should apologize for not being able to come sooner. The emerald-eyed woman excused herself, seeking her hostess's understanding, which she quickly found, as it was well known throughout Konoha that Hinata Hyuga was a very sweet and understanding woman. Before we continue with the tea, I'd like to take a look at Saki. Hinata, of course, turning to face the other girl who was pouring herself some more tea. Saki-san, this woman wants to give you a quick checkup, don't worry, okay? Sakura stood up from her seat, taking the dark-eyed girl's silence as confirmation. She calmly approached until she was just inches away from the girl, extended her right arm, a faint greenish glow beginning to appear on her hand, and lightly touched the brunette's arm. Saki reacted by shaking herself. Unfortunately for the medical ninja, the Uchiha girl was holding her freshly poured teacup, which ended up spilling onto her left leg, causing intense pain. Hinata jumped up in alarm. Hinata saw Sakura-san looking at the girl with the big eyes holding her leg, which was wet and reddened by the liquid. Sakura, damn, that hurts, taking a couple of steps away from the dark-eyed girl. Hinata, it'll go get ice, hurriedly heading to the kitchen, leaving them both alone. Sakura looked up at the Sharigan user, her emerald gaze piercing the woman like sharp kunai. Sakura, you did it on purpose, didn't you? She asked with obvious anger but without raising her voice so that the Hyuga wouldn't hear her. Saki, Gomen Nasai, the disabled woman replied calmly with a neutral expression, something unusual for her since her accident. Sakura clenched her fists in rage. She had a sickening urge to lunge at her and strangle her until her neck broke. She raised her right hand, concentrating chakra in it. The greenish glow took the form of a chakra blade, which was pointed at the brunette who seemed frightened. Saki, Hinatasen, Hinatasen. The Hyuga ran back to the room with an ice pack in her hands, her pearly eyes showing concern. Hinata, what's wrong? The curvaceous woman asked without even stuttering. Hinata saw Saki in her chair with a frightened expression and Sakura applying medical ninjutsu to her leg. I brought you ice. She handed the ice pack to the pink-haired woman, who thanked her with a small smile and didn't hesitate for a tenth of a second before applying it to the affected area, noticing a slight relief from the stinging and tingling. Can you tell me what happened? The sweet woman asked, her voice regaining its usual timidity. Sakura, I don't know, it's like he's afraid of me. I understand that he doesn't like me. That's nothing new, but as much as fear, breathing a little more relaxed, due to her good work applying healing chakra to the affected area. Hinata, and in that case it would be best if Tsunade-sama did it. Sakura, I'm afraid so. The door opened and Naruto entered. The blue-eyed boy raised an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. He was used to Hinata standing behind the door. He'd grown accustomed to that habit of the Hyuga woman. He didn't ask her why she behaved that way, simply assuming it was some kind of etiquette or protocol taught to women in those strange classes they often gave to Kunoichi. The boy snapped out of his thoughts and proceeded into his house. His walk led him to the living room where he encountered the three women. His blue gaze traveled from one to another, trying to figure out what on earth had happened there while he was in the meeting. Naruto, hello, the three women looked at him. If it's not too much to ask, what happened here? Observing the wet ground next to Saki, the pink-haired woman clutching a bag against her leg. Hinata, Naruto-kun. Saki, Naruto-kun, the Uchiha shouted, moving until she reached the side of the blonde boy who didn't decide to wait a second before bending down to hug her. Naruto, is everything all right? Raising his head to face the other two women. Sakura, yes, I came to give him a checkup, but it seems he doesn't like me very much. The emerald-eyed girl replied, removing the ice pack and revealing her still reddened skin. Naruto, that looks bad. How did you do that? Sakura, I approached her because I thought she would let me examine her. She resisted a little and threw boiling tea on my leg. I guess she doesn't trust me, she said, this last part trying to look sorry, something she achieved with resounding success. Naruto, oh, I'm so sorry, you know Saki did it unintentionally, right? The tan boy replied, placing one of his hands on the Uchiha girl's head who was still clinging to his waist. Sakura, of course I know, don't worry. I'll ask Tsunade-sama or Shizune-san to come and examine her. I already told you that Saki seems to still have the same aversion to me as before. Naruto, I'm sorry to hear that. Sakura, as I told you before, it's okay, I'll be going now. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Hinata the Hyuga nodded sadly, watching the medical ninja walk towards the exit of the house. She noticed that as she passed right by the blonde boy, Saki's grip seemed to tighten, but she didn't dwell on it. One of them will be here as soon as possible. It was nice seeing you all. With that, the sound of the door opening followed by closing signaled the end of Haruno's visit.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.